So you want to become a full stack developer? Not just someone who knows what React is, but someone who can actually build polished, production-ready apps that companies love to see in portfolios. Well, you're in the right place. Hi there, I'm Adrian, and welcome to a brand new 12-hour course where you'll build and deploy not one, not two, but 3 real-world full-stack applications. Each project is designed to sharpen your skills, build your confidence, and move you one step closer to getting hired as a developer. We'll kick things off with a React 19 crash course, where I'll break down what React really is, why it's so popular, and exactly how it works under the hood. Then I'll take you through its fundamentals, JSX, core syntax, hooks, and even new React 19 features, all while building a modern movie app with a trending feature to see the hottest movies based on a dynamic algorithm. By the end, you'll have a working app and a solid React foundation. Then you'll use this knowledge to develop a full-stack, serverless data management solution. Store.it, a sleek app with functionalities inspired by those of Google Drive, Dropbox, and OneDrive. By developing it, you'll learn passwordless OTP authentication, file uploads, previews, renaming, sharing, Google search, responsive UIs, clean architecture, and all the backend logic to make it rock solid and scalable. This isn't a toy app. It's a production-ready project that screams, I'm hireable. And lastly, you'll take things further and get hands-on by developing an AI travel agency admin panel, where you can view customer analytics, trip insights, and generate new trips using AI. Manage bookings, profiles, trip details, real-world admin tasks, all within a dashboard. Sounds pretty good, right? A complete learning journey where you begin with the fundamentals, progress to building a full-stack application, and finish by deploying an advanced admin panel with AI features. And if you're worried it's too advanced, don't be. I'll walk you through every step. All you need to get started is a bit of good old JavaScript. And if you're not quite there yet, check out the Complete Path to JavaScript Mastery course and come right back here to build it. Throughout these courses, we'll use the most advanced tech that you can find right now, React 19 and React Router v7, with latest hooks, layouts, and routing patterns. Next.js 15 with server and client rendering, server actions, revalidations, SEO, and more. And we'll use AppRight, the star of this entire course, for everything backend related: authentication, databases, storage, and serverless functionalities. Stripe for seamless payments integration, TypeScript for safe and cleaner code, Tailwind CSS and ChatCN for responsive, polished UIs, an interesting component library called Syncfusion for dynamic charts and dashboards, Sentry for error tracking and monitoring, and Vite for blazing fast dev experience. And if you want to go deeper on Next.js, you can also check out our ultimate Next.js course on jsmastery.com with 40+ hours of advanced content. But for now, let's focus on this course. You'll watch a React crash course and then build 3 separate advanced applications. For each one of these, you'll get a completely free open source codebase, completely free Figma UI kits so you can refer to it and build it on your own, deep dive guides for Next.js, Tailwind, and more, and access to our private Discord for support and feedback. All of this is 100% free inside the video kits down below. So with that in mind, let's say that you're not just watching another tutorial. You're building real, impressive apps with today's best tools. Whether you're job hunting, freelancing, or building your own ideas, this course gives you the skills and the confidence to make it happen. So grab your favorite drink, open up your code editor or IDE, and let's build your first project. We'll use AppRight to power the backend of all 3 of our amazing apps. So before we dive into the first one, let's immediately create an account on AppRight. So click the special link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. Click Get Started, sign in with GitHub, and that's it. Very soon, we'll start diving into our first app. Learning JavaScript libraries and frameworks can feel overwhelming. So many options, so much complexity, and the jargon, it's enough to make anyone feel stuck. But what if there was one best bet? A tool that not only simplifies web development, but opens doors to mobile development too. That's React.js. Hi there, and welcome to a course where I'll take you from a React.js beginner to confident developer without endless theory or aimless code copying. This is about building something real while truly understanding it. Starting from what React.js is and why you should learn it, to how it works under the hood. React.js fundamentals, JSX, core syntax, hooks, and React 19 features. And finally, we'll build a modern movie app with a top trends feature that showcases the hottest movies people search for. By the end of this crash course, you won't just know React.js. You'll have created something you can showcase. But that's not all. For those ready to dive even deeper, I've put together a free guide and a comprehensive React.js course designed to take you from zero to production ready. Whether it's learning state management, testing, or advanced patterns, this course will help you build and deploy apps like a pro. You can find all the links in the description below. But for now, let's dive into the video. Together, we'll build an awesome app with a break the trends feature using AppRight to handle backend tasks seamlessly. Let's get started. React.js is a game changer, a JavaScript library created by Facebook that powers some of the world's most dynamic user interfaces. It's maintained by a strong open source community, constantly innovating with new features like server components, which simplify your backend workflow by running React on the server. And it might seem like React is borrowing PHP's homework for building server-driven websites, but it's more like React speaking at PHP's notes, modernizing them so you spend less time reinventing the basics and more time building amazing apps. Of course, React isn't alone. Frameworks like Vue.js, Svelte, Astro, and Angular are also making waves. But when it comes to popularity, React dominates. Just look at the numbers. 42% of the developers on the Stack Overflow Developer Survey chose React. And it is the biggest programming survey in the world, featuring all of the programming technologies. So for the React to be that high, which gives that number a lot of weight. React has also topped the State of JS survey for 6 consecutive years as the JavaScript library of choice. And with a good reason. React is the backbone of key stacks like Mern and Pern, extends to mobile development with React Native, and integrates seamlessly with modern frameworks like Next.js for full stack development. In short, learn React and you'll have the tools to build apps for web, mobile, and beyond. It's your ticket to becoming the Swiss Army knife of developers. Now, let me show you what makes React so powerful with a project that I made specifically for my upcoming React.js Pro course to help you visually understand React patterns in practice. And it's built entirely in React. This app showcases React's smooth instant updates. You won't see a single page reload or a loading spinner, even when browsing different sections. Everything happens dynamically on one page. How? Well, React uses JavaScript and the virtual DOM to make it all possible. The virtual DOM is like a simplified map of your web page, a JavaScript object that mirrors the real DOM. Here's why it's revolutionary. When something changes, React creates a new virtual DOM element. It then compares it to the old one to pinpoint the difference, and only the changed part of the real DOM is updated, making React blazingly fast. Think of it as updating a single tile in a mosaic instead of repainting the entire wall. And React doesn't demand much, just a solid understanding of JavaScript. So if you're unsure about concepts like ES6 plus syntax, pause this video right now and go check out my complete JavaScript mastery course. It'll make sure that you have all of the necessary prerequisite knowledge to be able to get the most out of this course. And for a more focused approach, or if you want to have a reference guide always available, download my free Ultimate React.js guide, linked in the description, packed with prerequisites, core concepts, and project ideas to get you started. And now that you understand why React is so popular, let me teach you how to write React code and introduce you to its syntax. We'll start with the basics and slowly move towards building our amazing movie application. So, are you ready to React? Before creating a React project, you need Node.js installed on your machine. Node is a JavaScript runtime that allows you to run JavaScript code outside of a browser. This is essential because React development involves running tools and scripts on your local machine, and these tools require Node.js to function. So head over to nodejs.org and download the LTS or long-term support version of Node.js. Those versions are super stable. Depending on your operating system, you can install it via Package Manager. That'll look something like this. You simply copy this to your clipboard and paste it to your terminal. It is super quick. Alternatively, you can download the installer and then follow the steps to install it. And when you install Node, you'll also get a handy tool called npm, short for Node Package Manager. Instead of writing everything from scratch, you can use npm to quickly add features like animations, form handling, or even full frameworks by pulling them from its massive collection of ready-to-use libraries. And it also makes it super easy to keep your tools and code up to date, ensuring everything works smoothly together. In simple terms, npm will save you time and effort by giving you access to a lot of packages to help you build your modern apps more efficiently. Now that you have Node.js installed, you'll need a place to write your React code. There are many code editors out there, and whichever one you choose, you'll be good. I prefer WebStorm, as it's a fully fledged IDE designed specifically for React development, as it offers you everything you need, from a quick project setup, error reporting, an integrated Git system, and more. And as of recently, it became completely free. And speaking of Git, while it's not mandatory to have Git installed to start learning React, it's absolutely essential for your growth as a React developer, or any kind of developer for that matter. It's a non-negotiable. So go ahead and Google, download Git, head over to their website, and install it on your device. And if you're new to Git, I've already done a Git and GitHub tutorial, which I'll link somewhere in this video. So if you want to do that too before proceeding with this React course, pause this video and then come back. But with that in mind, now that we have all the tools necessary, we are ready to create our first React.js project. There are different ways to create a React.js app, starting from Create React App, a widely used tool that's reliable but somewhat dated. Many companies still use it, but it's not the most modern option. Vite became a new norm and industry favorite, celebrated for its lightning-fast HMR, optimized builds, and speed. It's an excellent choice for quickly setting up a React app. And you can set it up manually. If you're someone who loves to spend a lot of time doing manual setups so you feel like you're a great developer, then you can do that. Just kidding. All I meant is that you can also manually set up a React app using Webpack and Babel, or directly install React and React DOM in existing projects. But why reinvent the wheel when somebody already created a rocket? Head over to Vite and notice that you can very easily create a new React application through a single command. We'll do it that way to get faster build times, improved performance, and modern tooling. So simply copy this command, open your code editor with an integrated terminal, and paste it. It'll ask you whether you want to install the package to create that React app. So say Y, yes, and it'll ask you for your project name. Let's do something like my first React app. Choose React and choose JavaScript. Later on, we can do some TypeScript too, but for now, we'll stick with JavaScript. And there you have it. The entire project got generated in just a fraction of a second, probably before you even had a time to blink. Now, let's actually see which files and folders have been generated and for what reason. Starting from the bottom to the top, first we have the Vite config. This file allows you to customize the build process, such as adding plugins, configuring server settings, and more. It's optional for most basic projects, but can be useful if you need more advanced customization. After that, we have a readme.md file, which contains the information about the project, like how to run it, what the project does, and other documentation. And the package.json contains the metadata of our project, such as its name, scripts, and dependencies needed to run it. The dev script starts the development server, while the build script creates the production build. You can run those commands by opening up your terminal and running npm run, and then the name of the command you want to run. But before you do that, first you have to install the necessary dependencies to be able to run the application. You can do that by running npm install, or for short, npmi. Or in my case, I don't have to type anything. as WebStorm immediately asked me whether I want to run npm install. So that's exactly what I'll do. And there we go, the packages have been installed. Since WebStorm did it for me, I didn't have to worry about switching directories. But if you're doing it manually, you first have to cd change directory into whatever you named your app. So in this case, that is my first React app. And then here, you can run npm install if you haven't already. Now run npm run dev. This will run your application in about half a second on localhost 5173. You can see it live just by clicking on this URL. There we go. A simple app with a counter and a couple of icons. Don't worry, we'll delete all of this soon and start from scratch. But for now, let's move ahead and check out other files, such as the package lock.json. This file is automatically generated when you run npm install. It locks down the versions of the dependencies installed in your project, ensuring that every project installation, whether on your machine or when your colleague or boss is running your application, will install exactly the same dependencies, making sure that your app runs perfectly. Don't delete it. After that, we have an index.html. And this is the main HTML file within which your app is loaded. It has a basic structure, including the root div, which React will infuse with your entire application. Vite uses this as the entry point. And there's also the script that points to a main.jsx file, which initializes your application. We'll check it out soon. For now, let's continue up ahead to ESLint config. This is a config file used to define the rules and settings for ESLint, a popular linting tool. It helps you identify and fix problems in your code, such as coding style violations, errors, and potential bugs. After that, we have git ignore. This file tells Git which files and folders to ignore when committing your code. The most important thing to ignore are node modules. You never want to push these over to GitHub. Rather, you want everybody to just get your code, and then if they want to, they can just run npmi. And the second most important thing to ignore is the .env file, which contains your environment variables. Those need to be kept safe. Some of the other folders on the list include node modules, which contains all the installed dependencies for your project. Everything from React, Vite, and more. This folder is huge and contains even more folders within it. You never really have to get into it. It's just there for your app to work. It's completely managed by npm, and you don't have to interact with it directly. After that, we have the public folder, which contains static assets, such as images, icons, and other files that don't need to go through Vite's bundler. Files in here can be referenced directly by their path, such as /vite.svg. And finally, we have the source folder. This is where your React components and JavaScript logic go. Tailwind CSS will be applied here through the styles you import into your components. App.jsx is where the main UI of your app is defined. Whatever you write here will appear on your website. Main.jsx is the entry point of your React app, where React is rendered into the DOM. You can see that here we use plain JavaScript to get the element by ID of root and then render the entire app right within it. Since this is the entire app, here we import our main style file, index.css, where you can define the global styles of your application. After that, we have the assets folder containing media assets like images or icons, and these can be imported into your React components or used within JSX by simply importing them like this, and then using them as the source within the image component. And finally, the app CSS is the styling file specifically for the app.jsx. As you can see, we're importing it only here. You can create as many CSS files as you want and import them into different components, just to make sure that our styles are tidy and separated. Hopefully, this all makes sense. Sure, there are more files and things happening behind the scenes, but just to make sure React.js runs smoothly, you don't need to worry about those files all the time. Now, before we dive into React.js syntax and learn how to write its code, let's quickly set up something cool for the feature I'll teach you how to build today. We're going to be using AppRight, an open source backend for your React apps. The link is in the description, so just click it and quickly create your account. We'll use AppRight to develop a simple algorithm that tracks what users are searching for on our movie app, and then suggest the top 5 trending movies based on their search history. We'll set up our AppRight project and connect our React app to it a bit later. For now, just creating your account is good. Let's talk about components in React. There are 2 ways in which we can define components. The traditional one is called class components. While they're not widely used anymore, they're still common in older code bases. An example of a class-based component would look something like this. Class component name extends React.component, and then there's a render method and a return statement. All of this code just to be able to return a simple H2. You might encounter these if you work on larger projects in big companies. However, for new projects, they are no longer recommended. Instead, there's a better way to create components. Components just like this one right here, where you define it by just declaring a JavaScript function. But we have a lot of unnecessary code right here. So let's actually delete this entire function and create it from scratch. You could do something like function app, or you could also use newer JavaScript syntax called arrow components. That would look something like this. Const app1 is equal to, and then you declare it like this. I actually prefer this way of creating components, so I'll just call it app and I'll just export it at the bottom. Then within here, you can say return, render on H2, and say something like functional arrow component. Now, if you head over to your browser, you should be able to see the text we are rendering, which means that the component is showing successfully. And the beauty of creating React components is that you can create as many as you would like. Something like const card component, or just card, would render a little card that looks something like this, card component. And then you can use that card within the original app component by simply wrapping it either in this interesting little component called React fragment or just a regular div. And then below the H2, you can render as many card components as you would like, just like so. In the browser, that would look something like this. And you can reuse it across your entire application. Now just imagine if this card component actually consisted of more code, you would be able to reuse it everywhere, allowing you to write code only once and use it multiple times, eliminating repetition. And that's the power of React's component-based architecture. But of course, it'll start making much more sense as we dive deeper into some more real React apps, so I can show you how real developers use it on their day-to-day projects. But writing components is not enough. Sometimes we want to pass data from one component to another to display something specific and not create multiple similar components for every little change. And we can do that through props. In React, props, short for properties, are a way to pass data from one component to another. You typically do it from a parent component to a child component. Think of props as arguments you pass to a function. Let me quickly show you how it works in action on our current example. Let's say that each one of these cards renders a different movie title. Later on, it can also be a thumbnail, title, description, and more. But for now, let's say it's just the title. You can go into that card and then pass something known as a prop. Let's call it title and make it equal to some famous movie title. Let's go with Star Wars. The second one can be something like Avatar. And for the third one, maybe we can do something like The Lion King. Now, if we do that and save, you'll notice that no changes have been made to our app. They're all still the same, card component. Well, now we can put that prop to use by heading over to our card component and accepting that prop right into it. We have to call it title and destructure it. And then instead of rendering the card component text, we can dynamically render the title that is being passed into the card, resulting in different text for each one of these pieces of UI. And keep in mind, the prop can be anything. It can be a string, but it can also be something like a number or even a Boolean. It can even be a complex prop, which is an object. So in this example, let's pass some information about the actors, which can be an array of different objects, where we have a name of each one of these actors in a list. You can do whatever you want. And then we need to accept all of those props right here at the top and then do something with them in the UI. Pretty cool, right? Well, we're just scratching the surface of what React is capable of. So far, you're doing well, but this is far from ideal. This is looking very plain, just text on the screen. We need to give it some styles to offer a good user experience to the users. So how can we apply styles in React? Or maybe I should rephrase. Is there any kind of styling we can't use with React.js? inline styles, CSS, Tailwind CSS, Bootstrap, Material UI, and UI, Sass, CSS in JS, CSS modules, you name it. You can choose any approach to style your React apps. So let's try a couple of these styling ways in our app. First of all, head over to index.css and remove all styles from here. This is one way of styling, where you write styles in a separate CSS files and then you import them into your component. We've imported this index.css file within our main.jsx. Let's start by applying some styles to this app. I'll start by targeting all the elements and set some styles that you typically do at the start of every single application, such as box sizing, set to border box, margin set to 0, and padding set to 0. This will reset those styles for all the elements on the screen. Next, we can target the body element and give it some padding, like 40 pixels should be enough. Oh, and I almost thought that I was writing CSS in JS, so I automatically made it a string, but that's not necessary in regular styling. We can also change the background color to something like #151515. Let's also change the font family to something like Franklin, Gothic, Medium, or if we don't have that, we can just do Arial. And finally, we need to style the H2 element by changing its color to something like #F3, F3, F3, giving it a text align of center, as well as a margin bottom of about 30 pixels, and finally a font size of 48 pixels. There we go. Now I can zoom out a bit, and we can see everything more clearly. We just applied some styles directly to HTML elements without having to manually select them right here. But if we want to be a bit more specific, then we can use class names. So let me remove this first H2, and let's remove some of these props as we're not using them anyway. And now we can give this div that's wrapping these three cards a class name equal to card-container. Notice that unlike styling HTML, you don't have to say class name all lowercase. In React, it actually has to be uppercase N in class name. Now we can head back over to index.css and style that class name by saying .card-container, and then you can give it a display flex, flex wrap of wrap, justify content of center, as well as a max width of something like 1024 pixels. This will make it look good on all different devices. I'll also give it a margin of 0 and then auto. And naturally, if you applied an ID to this div, you would be able to style it by saying hash and then the name of the ID. Now that you know how we can use external style sheets to style our React components, let me also teach you how we can do some inline styles. We can do it on this card component by giving this div a style property and an object, and then here you can define styles within JavaScript by saying, for example, border is 1 pixel solid, and then we can do hash 4b5362, and now each one has a border. We can give it some additional padding of maybe 20 pixels. Let's give it a margin of 10 pixels as well. A background color of hash 31363f. And notice how if you're using inline styles within JavaScript, you cannot say background dash color. It's actually using camel case, background color. Let's also give it a border radius of something like 10 pixels. And let's also give it a min height of about 100 pixels. Now, what would happen if we mixed and match both the styles from the external style sheet and internal ones? Let's add a class name right here equal to something like a card. If you now head back over to index.css and define the .card class name and give it something like a border of 2 pixel solid red. Oh, again, I'm using string signs here where I don't need to. You can notice that the color didn't change. That means that inline styles have the preference over all the other CSS stylings. So do remember that. But it's always better to stick with one way of styling anyway. And in today's world, Tailwind CSS is the way to go. It's the preferred way of styling apps of any kind. So in this tutorial, later on, once we actually start building your movie application, you'll use the most popular and most in-demand way of styling applications through the latest version of Tailwind CSS, version 4.0, which was released exactly at the date of publishing this video. So you know that with JSM, you're always getting the latest information. Now let's quickly fix up our styles by heading over to the index CSS and removing this margin bottom from the H2. We don't need it. And now all of our cards are looking good. But remember, I already told you that it's always best to use one way of styling. So in this case, I will remove these inline styles and I'll move them over to our external style sheet. So let me copy all of this and exchange it for a class name of card. Then we can head over into our index.css and paste all of those styles here, but you'll have to change it to use lowercase letters and dashes in between. So border radius, background color, and min height. And at the end, you'll have to add a semicolon. And of course, remove all the string signs. We don't need that in native CSS. So let me quickly do that and we're good. Everything still works as before. And with that, we are ready to dive into what I believe is the most important concept in React, called the state. State is like a React component's brain. It holds information about the components that can change over time. In this code, for example, if you have to track if someone has liked a movie or not, you'll have to use state. If you use a regular variable, something like const has liked, and set it to true, and then use it right here as a prop, has liked is equal to has liked, well, this won't work because React won't know that something has changed and it won't update the DOM accordingly. That's because React's rendering process relies on state and props to decide when and how to re-render the components. So let's create a state that allows users to interact with each card and allow them to like or dislike that movie. I'll start by heading over to our primary application and define our first state by saying const, and then you have to destructure an array like this, and then make it equal to a call to the useState hook, which you have to import from React. So right here at the top, import useState from React. Keep in mind that in React, everything that starts with the verb use typically is referred to as a hook. And React has many different hooks at your disposal to allow you to build your applications more simply and more scalably, React being one of the most important ones. And the way in which the useState works is that you first destructure the actual variable name. In this case, we can name it hasLiked, a Boolean variable in this case. And then as the second parameter to this destructured array, you can get a setter function that you can use to update that state. So in this case, set has liked. These are names that I just thought about on the spot, but you can follow this similar pattern. First, you give a variable name. It can be anything. And then you say set, and then use the same name. This is the common practice. For now, I said has liked and set has liked, but we're not yet done. Within the parentheses, you can also provide the default value of that state. In this case, the state is a Boolean, so I'll say that at the start, the initial state of this hasLiked variable will be set to false. And as you can see, I'm using WebStorm as my IDE, so it intelligently recognizes what this first parameter to the useState is, and it is the initial state. Of course, if a variable was something like a number, then of course you could set a 5 or 10 or any kind of value, or a string, or even a complex object. All of that is possible. Now, right within each one of our movie cards, below the title, let's implement a button that will allow us to like a movie. This button will say something like, and it'll have an on-click listener. Within here, we can define what happens when this button is clicked. We'll define a callback function within it, meaning that once this button is clicked, this function will be executed, but more specifically, whatever is right here, either within this curly braces or after the arrow function will be executed. In this case, I simply want to call the setHasLiked function, and I want to set it to true to be able to like it. Now, as you can see, if I hover over this, it's going to say unresolved function, because within the scope of this card, we haven't yet declared this setHasLiked state. It is declared within the app itself. And this is where the beauty and the complexity of React comes, deciding on where you will define which piece of state. If the state has something to do with all of these three cards, maybe something like hide all movies. And then that can be true or false. Well, it would make sense to have that state right here within the app. But in this case, this has liked state will be different for each one of these cards. So it makes more sense to take it away from here and add it to the card. Now, if I save this, you can see a little like button appear right there. But let's also style that button further by heading over into our index.css and just styling all the buttons on the page by giving them a border of none, a font size a bit larger of about 30 pixels. Once again, I'm used to writing CSS in JS, so I'm used to this different type of syntax. And I think that just shows you that later on, once we develop this movie app, you'll learn a whole new way of writing styles, which is much better and much faster than this one here. We can also change the background color and make it transparent. Let's give it a width of about 100%, as well as a text align of right. And I know that this doesn't matter too much to teach you React, but I still want to make sure that you can visually see what this app is about and how all of these features interact with each other. And we can give it a cursor of pointer to know that this button is clickable. That'll look something like this. And now, if we click like, we cannot really see that anything changes, right? So how can we change the UI depending on the state? Well, you simply do some conditional logic. Instead of simply always saying like, we can do something like this. Open up a new dynamic block of code similar to what we did with the title. So whenever you want to render just regular text like this, then it'll always say title. But if you want to use some dynamic variable, then you put it within curly braces, and that'll make sure to make it dynamic and render the data of the variable that we're trying to render, not just the title text instead. So here we can check if has liked is true, and if it is, then we can say liked, else we can say like. So now for the first one, you can already see that it says liked, even though it's not that apparent because it's black. But you can see that now I can click on all of them and they will all say liked. And they'll stay that way until I reload the page. So that is a very important thing to mention, that the state is not persistent across browser reloads. As soon as you reload the browser, the component will get re-rendered and the state will return to its initial values. Now, instead of just saying liked and like, we can show some different kinds of hearts, just so it's easier to visualize it. And now think about it. How would we unlike something? That's a good question, isn't it? Currently, we're always setting the has liked state to true. How would we figure out if the state is already liked and then flip it like a switch? Well, you can say set has liked is equal to not has liked. So turn it around and flip a switch. Now, if you click on it again, you can see that we can like and unlike it, and it happens instantly without a browser reload. That's because when the state changes, React automatically re-renders the component to reflect the new data on the screen. In this example, initially has liked starts as false. Then we have the set has liked function, which is used to update the state. And when you click the button, it flips the switch to set the state to the opposite of its previous value. React then re-renders only that card component. And that's the beauty of React. Like when you click and change this state, it only changes this one, and it doesn't touch any other cards or elements on the screen. And then the updated has liked value is used to display either a red or a white heart. But if we kept the state within the app and passed it as a prop, we wouldn't be able to like or unlike each card separately. Having it here allows each card to manage its own state independently, making the component reusable and isolated. I hope this makes sense. The syntax we just used with the useState, and as I told you when I introduced this hook, useState is just that, a hook. Hooks are special functions in React that let you tap into React features, like state management in this case. And there are many different types of hooks. useState for managing state, useEffect for handling side effects like data fetching, useContext for sharing data across components, and useCallback for optimizing callback functions. There are plenty more as well, and we'll go over some of these in this crash course. But if you're looking to dive deeper, I've covered all of them in detail, one by one, in my React.js Pro course. complete with practical examples, when to use them, and why they're helpful. You can find a link to that in the description if you're interested. But for now, let's move over to the second most popular hook, use effect. Use effect is like a special tool in React that lets you do things outside of just displaying stuff on the screen, like fetching data from a server or doing some cleanup after the component is removed from the screen. Let's say you want to log a message every time a user likes a movie. To track that, we can use the use effect. So let's modify the card component to implement it. Right here, below declaring the use state, I'll say use effect. Something like this. And then I'll import it right here from React, right next to use state. Use effect has the following syntax. You first declare a callback function called the effect. And then within it, you put the code that you want to have executed. Something like title movie has been liked or disliked. So if I save this and open up the console in the browser, you'll see that we have quite a few console logs, 2 for each one of these movies. Why do we have so many? Well, it's because this card component got mounted 3 times, once for each one of these movies. But wait, something is not right here. Instead of 3 calls, here we can see 6 different console logs, which means that this use effect has been called 6 times even though we only have 3 cards. Why the duplication? Have we done something wrong? Well, not really. If you check out the React.js documentation, you'll see a question that says my effect runs twice when the component mounts. And that's normal, because we are in the development mode. When strict mode is turned on and in development, React runs setup and cleanup 1 extra time before the actual setup. This is a stress test that verifies your effect logic has been implemented correctly. This is not a problem because once you deploy your app to production, it'll only run 3 times. But if you want to learn more properly how React really works in production, you can head over to main.jsx and then remove this strict mode wrapper. This will make sure that there's no duplication. So right now, you can see that there's 3 console logs, 1 for each one of these cards getting mounted to the UI. But now, let's say you want to track the activity of the user for some kind of an algorithm that we might want to develop within our movie app. You want to track the number of clicks to each one of these cards to be able to recommend similar movies. To do that, we'll need to create a new state. So simply say use state, and this time I won't simply start typing it, rather I'll press enter to select this template, allowing you to just type your word, like count in this case, press tab, which will automatically write set count to provide the setter for that count variable, and then tab one more time to define the initial state of 0. Since in your React applications, it is normal to have multiple states per each component, using this quick start is always helpful. Now that we have this state, let's create an on-click handler on this card. So whenever we click on the card, we want to set count to be increased by 1. So we can say take the current count and increase it by 1. Now there's one quick thing I want to point your attention to, and that is that in more complex interfaces, it is never recommended to update the value of the state by using the state itself. Rather, what you'll often see being done is you create another callback function without the setter state call, and then you get access to the previous version of that state. And then you can do whatever you want with it, such as do prev state plus 1. In a similar way, here you can get access to the previous has liked and then toggle it on or off. But for simplicity's sake, I'll keep it right now, just count plus 1. Now let's display that state somewhere. We can display it right here next to the title. So let's say title and then maybe show the count. If you do that, you'll see Star Wars 0, Avatar 0, and so on. Maybe we can add a break tag right here to display it in a new line. There we go, that's a bit better. And now if I reload, first of all, you can only see 3 different renders. But now check this out. If you click on a movie, the number will increase. That's good. But if you keep clicking on it, even though we're not changing the liked state, this use effect will keep firing. You can see that by this number right here. So every time I click something, we're firing a new use effect, even though we're not changing the liked state. That's not good. That's not the behavior we want. So let me show you how we can run the use effect only when something changes. To do that, you can use something known as a dependency array, which you pass as a second parameter, also often called deps. Whatever variable you pass here, React will try to recalculate and then see if it has changed. And only if it has changed, this effect will be called. So if you do this and reload, now if you continue clicking on it, you'll see that our card will actually update, the count state will change, but this use effect won't run. But as soon as you like or unlike a movie, it will immediately change its state. Pretty cool, right? And can we have multiple use effects in the same way that we can have multiple use states? Well, surely. And let me show you another most common use case of a use effect. You can just create it like this, provide a callback function, and then provide an empty dependency array. This is, in my opinion, the most common use case of a use effect. This is a use effect that runs only once on the mounting of that component, only when that component first appears. So let's add a quick console log and say card rendered. If you do that, you'll see 3 card renders. This is how use effect manages the side effects based on the dependencies that you provide. Now we can remove that, and instead of that, I want to teach you something else. Something called conditional rendering. Technically, we already learned a bit about conditional rendering when we use this ternary operator right here. Conditional rendering allows you to show different kinds of UI on the screen depending on different criteria. For example, if you only want to render the count if it's not equal to 0, then you could say something like if count exists, then render the count, else render a null. Or in this case, you could just say count or null. So now you can see that it gets hidden, but as soon as you increase it to 1, it's shown. We just implemented conditional rendering. Another way where you conditionally rendered something were those 2 different cards. You can see, now you see one, and now you see the other. Of course, this has been just the simplest example of conditional rendering. Throughout almost every single more advanced application that we build on this channel and on JS Mastery Pro, you can see different cases in which we use conditional rendering. You'll also use it very soon when building your movie app. So with that in mind, let's delete everything that we have right here in our app, and then we'll have to create it once again from scratch. But isn't that going to take a lot of time to recreate this function for every new component? Well, thankfully, there's an extension that helps with that. No matter which code editor you use, you can head over to the plugins or extensions and then find some kind of a package that does React snippets. Install it. And once you do, you'll be able to run RAFCE. This is a shortcut to quickly create a new React arrow function component with a default export. Pretty cool, right? With that in mind, I'm so happy that you're now finally at the stage where you're ready to start developing something more serious. You now know what React is, why do we use it, how components, props, styles, states, different hooks, use effects, and so much more work. So you'll finally be able to put it to practice within this amazing app you'll build. So let's dive right in. This is a single-page application where you can view all movies from an external API with pagination. Plus, there's a search feature that lets you find any movie you're interested in. But here's the cool part. We'll simulate Netflix's top trending list. Unlike the movies pulled from the API, these rankings are based on actual user searches within the app. The more users search for a particular movie, the higher its count grows, and the more likely it is to show up as the top searched movie. We are actually building a small algorithm here. We'll do it using AppRight. So if you haven't yet signed up, now's the time to do so. Just click the link in the description. And of course, this app is fully responsive across all devices. The main goal of this course is to teach you all the most important React.js concepts so you can implement them within your code, within this project, and all of your future projects. Alongside building the app, I'll also teach you how to deploy it to the internet so that everyone can see what you've done. See, the app you'll build today isn't just a project. It's a career asset designed to showcase everything you're capable of, making you an attractive candidate for any job. I highly recommend Hostinger, so I'll put a link down in the description. I'll go with the premium plan as it allows me to host 100 websites with free SSL for HTTPS security, free email for that professional touch, and even a free domain name to give your website a good name. And because I've partnered with Hostinger, you'll get an even bigger discount. Click the special link in the description, click Claim Deal, and add to cart. Choose the period of our hosting. I'll choose 48 months to save the most. And then next to your payment method, you can enter your JavaScript Mastery coupon code, which will give you the biggest discount available. Once you've purchased, we're ready to set everything up. Let's start with Hostinger's guided setup. In this case, we'll create a new website, and we won't use WordPress. We want to have an empty HTML website, which of course will turn into a React website. As you can see, I use Hostinger for all of my domain names. So if you want to choose your domain name right now, you can do that. But if you want to do it at the end, you can click Use Temporary Domain. You can choose the server that is closest to you. And that's it. Our setup is being initialized. While our hosting is setting up, I just want to quickly let you know that there's a GitHub repo containing the entire code for this project. So if you ever get stuck, just make sure to visit the GitHub page and compare your code with the code that's on there. There's also a free complete Figma design for this project in case you want to develop it on your own. And let's not forget the extra lessons and pro courses on jsmastery.pro. With that in mind, our hosting has been set up, and at the end of the course, we'll simply change our domain to a real one and then deploy it using the file manager. With that said, let's dive straight into the code. Now, thankfully, we already have the starter code that we use to learn a bit about React, which we'll use as the basis for our movie application. The only thing you'll have to do at the end is change the folder name. But there's one thing that we don't right now have. Remember how I used to make so many typos when typing out the styles? Well, that's because this is not how we typically do styles in React. We do it using Tailwind CSS. And literally, as of the day that I'm recording this video, a brand new major version of Tailwind CSS, version 4, is now live. It brings much better performance, simplified installation, less configuration, dynamic utilities, and so much more. So in this video, alongside learning React, I'll also teach you a bit about how to use Tailwind CSS with all of its newest features. And if you'd like me to cover Tailwind CSS in more detail in a dedicated crash course, let me know down in the comments. And if many of you comment, we'll do that very soon. With that in mind, head over to the Tailwind CSS website, click Get Started, and then scroll down to the installation using Vite. The only thing we have to do is copy this command and move it over to our terminal. Now, as you can see, we're already using one terminal to run our application, so we can just create another, which we'll use to install additional packages. I'll simply paste it, npm install Tailwind CSS and add Tailwind CSS /Vite. And while it's installing, we can check out the second step, and that is to configure the Vite plugin under our configuration. So let's do just that by using Tailwind CSS under plugins under our Vite config, which is right here at the bottom. We just have to add it within our plugins array, Tailwind CSS like this. And we can import it at the top, coming from add Tailwind CSS /Vite. After that, we have to import our Tailwind CSS within our main index.css file. So let's copy this and move it over to our index.css, remove all the other code, and add it right at the top. And that's it. We can start using Tailwind within our code. Let's just copy this h1, head back over to our app.jsx, and use it right here. Class name, text-3xl, font-bold, and underline. If this syntax is looking completely new to you, don't worry, I've already done a quick crash course on how to use Tailwind CSS on the channel before, but by the time you're watching this video, maybe we have a newer one, how these different utility classes work. But in simple terms, instead of declaring all of the styles within a separate style sheet, which means that you always have to go here and then open it and then choose a class and then add it, here you just declare a class name and add these specialized utility classes. So it's not, for example, color and then red. Rather, it'll be something like text-red-500. And there's even a Tailwind CSS extension, which will tell you exactly which CSS properties that class is applying. We can also change the font a bit by heading over to our index.css. Within here, we can import different fonts. And the imports for them look something like this. It's a long string of characters that brings in different font that you can use from Google. Instead of having you manually type this out in the GitHub repo, give it a star by the way, you can find a complete detailed README where you'll have different code snippets. So head over here, find the index.css, and simply copy it and paste it in your file. Here, you can find some utility classes that'll make it easier for us to add different gradients or just apply some styles to images, inputs, and more. And we're also importing the fonts that I talked to you about. You can see that there are some warnings right here pointing to unknown rules for Tailwind CSS directives. That is totally okay, as these are new. It is possible that our IDE didn't yet recognize them, but these are just warnings and everything should work fine. Once you apply those styles, you should be able to see that our app will now get this nice dark mode. And as I said, if you'd like a detailed start to finish tutorial on the latest Tailwind CSS version 4, covering how it works, its features, and the best ways to use it, let me know in the comments and I'll create a crash course for you soon. Now we can finally start with the app. Let's start from the top down, from the header, by turning this entire div into an HTML5 semantic main tag. And then below the main, we can create a new div, which is going to be self-closing, and it'll have a class name equal to pattern. You'll see what it does very soon, but for the time being, let's remove this h1 and create another div with a class name of wrapper, which will wrap our header. So within it, let's create a header tag. And within it, we can say find movies you'll enjoy without the hassle. There we go. That's looking nice. And we can turn movies into a span. And to this span, we can apply a special class name of text-gradient. There we go. So now the way this is working, and if you want to take a look at the full styles for the text gradient, you copy it and you search across all files for it, and you'll find it right here in the index.css, where you can see that we're applying a linear background from and to, and then making it clip with the text and setting it to transparent. This is more so a CSS trick rather than React, but it's very cool to know. And once again, if you'd like me to do more of these CSS tricks and show you how I came up with them, I can do a video on that too. Below this header, we'll also display a p tag of search. Later on, we'll convert this piece of text into its own component, but for now, it can remain just a p tag. And of course, let's not forget the icon. To get all of the images we'll use in this course, you can head over into the description and find a link to the Figma design. There, you'll be able to see this full design, and you'll be able to download the images. The way in which that works is you select an image. In this case, let's go with this one, and then you export it. And we can also do that for a couple of other images that we have here, such as this background. So select it and simply export it. Next, we can get the logo of our application. Then we need to show this poster not available. So let's export that too. Let's not forget about some of the icons, such as this search icon right here, which we'll want to export as an SVG, as well as a star SVG. So you'll have to click multiple times and then select it to get to it. And then you can just export as SVG. There we go. You got a quick course on Figma as well. It's very important to know how to work with designer tools as a developer to be able to put these designs into practice. So now that we've downloaded all of these assets, let's remove this vite.svg from public, open up your downloads folder, and then drag and drop all of the assets you downloaded. It should look something like this, but make sure to name them appropriately. This right here is a star, so let's just rename to star.svg. After that, we have this image right here, which is going to be hero-bg, because it's a background for the hero section. After that, we have the hero image itself, so we can say hero.png. We also have the logo.png, as well as a no movie. So you can rename all of those accordingly. And let's not forget about the search. So let's rename it to search.svg. There we go. Now we have all of the assets needed to create this project. So let's use one of these assets right within our header. Here, we can render an image that'll have a source equal to /hero.png. And we can give it an alt tag of hero banner. If you save it, you'll immediately see it right here. And if you expand your screen, you'll also see this hero background with different spotlights, as well as these vertical lines that kind of resemble a movie screen opening up. Looking great. Now, let me teach you how to create your first React component. You can do it by opening our File Explorer, heading into your app, source, and then within the source, create a new folder and call it components. Within components, create a new file and name it search.jsx. Within it, run rafce, which will quickly spin up this component. And then you can head back over to app and import it here by simply calling a self-closing search component. And if you press enter while you're trying to render it, it'll actually auto-import it from the top. But if that didn't work, you can manually do it by saying import search from /components search.jsx. Now, why cannot we see that search yet? Well, technically it's here, but it's just a dark piece of text, so it's not really showing on the dark background. Let's actually make it show by giving this div a class name equal to text-white and text-3xl. Now, how will this search work? Keep in mind, this component is only keeping track of the search term itself, not of the movies that are going to show below the search. So it's not a good idea to just create a new state here, because then what would we do with it? It is tied to this scope of the search. So what we have to do instead is create a new state within the main application, and then we'll pass it as a prop to search. Let me show you how to do that. We can use the use state snippet, and let's call it search term, set search term, and by default, we can set it to an empty string. What we can do then is pass both the state itself as well as the setter state to the search as props. You already learned how to use props, right? You simply give it a name such as search term, which can be equal to, in this case, the value of a search term coming from state, and set search term equal to set search term equal to the setter function. Oh, don't call it like this, because then it will get called immediately as this component gets rendered. Instead, what you want to do is just pass over the function declaration. So later on, you can then recall it within the search, but it'll not get called as soon as this component gets rendered. And there's one more thing you learned right now, and that is that state fields can also be passed as props. It's not illegal. As a matter of fact, it happens super often. So just to recap, here we have two different props. And you can think of props as inputs that you pass into a component, like arguments for a function, or settings you pass to a component so it works properly. In this case, as the user searches for something, like we can say, I am Batman, right here, we can then pass that search term over into search. And then here, how do we use it? Well, you get access to all the props right here in the props object. And then here, we can maybe render it by saying props.search term. And there we go. Now it's being rendered on the screen. What you'll often see is, just so you don't have to repeat props.search term, props.set search term, props.something, you can destructure those props because it's an object. And this is not a React specific thing. It's just JavaScript. Whenever you have an object, for example, person, that has something like a name, Bruce Wayne, age 36 of location Gotham City. AI is getting really creative here. So let's say you have a person and you want to use their properties. Well, you could do person.name, person.age, and so on, right? But what you can also do is destructure name, age, and location from the person. And then you can use them just like so. Super simple, right? So in this case, what we often do with React components is the same thing. You simply destructure the search term and the set search term, which you're passing in. That way, you don't have to say props dot every time, and it'll still work. Now, there's one important thing to keep in mind, and that is that props should never be changed by the child component. They are read-only. So if you want to do something like search term is equal to I am Batman not, even though you can see it works here, you should never actually do that, because it breaks the main behavior of React and actually mutates the prop in multiple spaces. So you actually don't know whether it's this value or whatever it is. And in this case, we're breaking two main rules of React. The first one being you should not mutate props. And the second one, maybe even more important one, is you should never mutate state. Yep, this is forbidden. So if you want to go something like search term is equal to new search term, this is heavily forbidden in React. You should never do this. You only mutate the state using the setter function, okay? This is important behind the scenes for React to always know what the value of these states is. Perfect. So now that we have gotten that out of the way, you know that props are read-only, and we can now implement the search using those values. I'll do it by giving this main div a class name equal to search. Within it, we don't have to render the actual search term. Rather, we'll render another div, which will contain an image of source is search.svg and an alt tag of search. It'll also contain an input, which will be a self-closing component that'll have a type is equal to text. It'll have a placeholder equal to search through, let's say, thousands of movies. Then you can pass a value to it of search term and, more importantly, an onChange handler. That works something like this. And you'll do this very often in React. Might seem a bit confusing at first, but trust me, once you get used to it, it'll become second nature. So the way it works is that you don't manually ever change the search term. Rather, the input has a handler for a specific type of event. In this case, it's listening for an onChange event, which in this case, it's a key press. So each one of these events gets fired once you press your key. And in real world, this is often shortened just to E, short for event. And then you call the setter state and you pass over a.target.value. So now if you head back over to the app, we can reset the initial state because we don't want this to be the main search input for everybody. Rather, it should start from an empty string. You can search through thousands of movies and then you can type something. And you can see it is working. And is it actually changing the value? Well, I don't know. Let's render an H1 that'll render the actual search term. And maybe we can give it a class name of text-white. If we do that, you can see that as you type, React is dynamically changing the value of that state. And later on, we'll keep track of that value to call an API to give us movie recommendations. Great. With that in mind, we have now successfully completed a heading part of our application. A nice hero image, a background, a title, and a search input. Already in the next lesson, we'll focus on fetching movies from the best movie API on the internet. So let's do that next. In this lesson, I'll teach you how you can fetch external data, which if you're learning React for the first time, will open up a world of possibilities. That's because there are hundreds, no, thousands of different APIs that you can call directly from your application to get super unique data to build an application about anything. If you're a fan of anime, you can do that. Fan of anti-malware, you can do that too. Art and design, authentication, blockchain, books, I mean, you name it. There is an endless list of APIs that you can use to power up your React applications. And when I was first learning React many years ago, when I learned how I can fetch this external data, it opened up the world of possibilities. For this course, I chose the Movie Database API, as we all watch movies, right? And it's free to use. So just Google for TMDB, head over to API reference, and then search for movie. We want to head over to Discover Movie. Here, you can see all the information on how you can make a request to this API, but I believe first we have to create an account to get our API key. So let's go ahead and log in. At the top right, you can create an account by clicking right here, enter a few pieces of info, and once you're in, you can head over to More, API, and this will bring us back to the page we were on. Head over to API reference and search for Movie Discover. And this time, you'll have your own access token. So let's go ahead and copy it by selecting it from here. And let's paste it into our application. Now, in React apps, you never want to have your key right here by saying something like TMDB API key is equal to a string, because then everyone will be able to have access to it. What you want to do instead is put it under environment variables. So let's delete this and let's create a new file in the root of your folder and call it .env .local. Again, make sure that it is not outside of your main application folder, like right here. It should be where your source is, so right next to it. And then you need to start your key with the keyword Vite underscore tmdb underscore API underscore key, and simply paste your key right here. Now you may need to restart your terminal for the changes to take effect and for this variable to be recognized. So head over to your first terminal, press Ctrl+C to stop it from running, and then run npm run dev one more time to spin it up on localhost 5173. Once you do that, what do you think? Which React hook do we need to use to fetch the movies? It's useEffect. So let's import it right here at the top. Import useEffect from React. And then below this use state, let's create it. useEffect, which will only load at the start. How do we do that? Well, we provided an empty dependency array. Only run this once this component loads. Now, how can we actually fetch this data from the API? I mean, we have the key, but what do we do with it? Well, to know the answer to that question, you'll have to read through the docs a bit. Documentation is the most important part of learning how to code. And immediately at the top, we get the exact API endpoint that we need to call. API refers to an application programming interface. And it is simply a set of rules that allows one software application, in this case a React app, to talk to another, which is a database or server set somewhere else. In this case, we're using TMDB's API to get a list of movies. So we have to send over a request that says something like, hey, give me a list of your most popular movies. We can do that by first defining the API base URL, which will be equal to https://api.themoviedb.org/3 for version 3. We do have something after that, but we'll specifically craft that part later. For now, we just want to have the base part of the URL. After that, we can also get access to our API key by saying const API_key. And typically, when you're naming your variables and you know they're not going to change, you can use this kind of case where you have all uppercase letters and then underscores. And here we can get the variable by saying import .meta.env.vite tmdb API key. Make sure to spell this correctly. This variable name right here needs to be the same as here. After that, we have to define the API options by saying const API options is equal to, we can define the method as get. So we want to get some movies. And then we can define the headers, which is an object where we can say accept, and you can define what kind of data do we accept in our application, and it'll be in application JSON, which means that the API will send back a JSON object, which is similar to a basic JavaScript object with some minor differences. And we have to authenticate the API by saying authorization and then say bearer and then pass the API key. This verifies who is trying to make that request. In this case, we created an account on their API, so we can do that. And we're finally ready to declare a function that allow us to fetch those movies. So let's do it above the useEffect by calling it const fetch movies is equal to an asynchronous function that'll look something like this. Within it, when you're fetching something, typically it's a good practice to open up a try and catch block. If something fails with the API call, then you get into the catch, where you have access to the error. So then you can console.error the error, and we can also say something like error fetching movies, like this. And this way we're getting a bit more information about a specific error that happened. Now, a pretty cool thing is that we can also display that error in the browser. React makes it super simple. We can do that by declaring a new state. So let's say use state, and let's call it error message, set error message at the start equal to null, or an empty string because we don't have any message in there. But now, if we catch an error, we can set error message to a meaningful message. Something like error fetching movies, please try again later. And now where do we display that message? Well, wherever you want. we can create a new section right here below our search. As a matter of fact, let's put the search within the header, and then we can declare this new section about movies below the header. So it'll be section, and we can have a class name of all movies, and we can render an h2 that'll say all movies. There we go. Now what you can do is say, if there's an error message, render a p tag with something like text-red 500, and then display that error message. We'll actually explore that in practice very soon. But for now, we have to keep trying to call the API. We're not even successfully calling it yet. So now let's move into the try block where we can try to call it. And first things first, we need to define the exact endpoint that we're trying to call. And the endpoint will be equal to a template string where we put together the API base URL, and then we go to /discover /movie sort by equal to popularity .desc for descending. So this will make sure to fetch all the movies. Once we have the endpoint, we can try to call it by saying const response is equal to await fetch, to which we pass the endpoint and API options. Now, see this fetch over here? This is a built-in JavaScript function that allows you to make HTTP requests, like GET or POST, to different APIs or servers. It's like sending a letter to a service and getting a reply. In React, fetch is often used to get the data from APIs for displaying it on the website. So how do we actually put this fetch movies to practice? Because right now it is completely unused. What do you think? Well, we can simply call it as soon as the app loads. So if I call it within the use effect, like this, what do you think? Will it work? Fetch movies, no errors, right? Which is a good thing. Maybe we can put an alert and just alert the response. Yeah, that works. We get some kind of an object back. That's great. But what would happen if something went wrong? For example, if an error happened here. Like we can throw a new error, say failed to fetch movies, just to simulate a wrong call. If I do this, you can immediately see error fetching movies, please try again, error message happening at the bottom. No reload, no nothing, it's just immediately there. But thankfully, we don't get it if we don't manually throw it, which means that we do get back some data. So let's actually parse this response into a JSON object by saying if not response.ok, well, in that case, we might want to throw some kind of an error saying failed to fetch movies. But if the response is okay, we can get data by saying const data is equal to await response.json. And finally, we can console log that data to see what do we have in there. If I reload the application and head over to inspect and then open up our console, you can see that we get back only one object. Doesn't seem like a lot, does it? But if I expand it, we only get back the first page, which has 20 movies in it. I'll need to expand it to view it more properly. There we go. These are only 20 movies. And for each one of these movies, take a look at how much data do we get. We get an image of that movie, the ID, the original language, title, overview, popularity, poster path, release date, title, video, vote average, vote count, and more. And we get this for every single movie. And this is just the first page. But take a look. We have 48,000 total pages, which is almost 1 million movies. Pretty crazy, isn't it? And now we can infuse our React application with all that data and show it to the user. So let's do just that. I'll say if data.response is equal to false, then I'll set the error message equal to data.error or fail to fetch movies. Sometimes something wrong can happen. We have to handle that error. And in this case, it will also be a good time to create a state field, like an empty box, inside of which we can place all of these movies that we fetched. So let's create it right here at the top. I'll call it use state. And I'll call it movie list, or we can simply call it movies. It's up to you. Set movie list at the start equal to an empty array. Another state we'll have to have and we often have those in React applications, is the loading state. So we can call it isLoading, set isLoading, at the start set to false. Because when you're fetching something from an API, it takes time, maybe a second or two. So while that data is loading, you want to make sure to show some kind of a loader to the user. So we're still here in the case if it fails. If it fails, we simply want to set the movie list to be equal to an empty array, and we want to return, meaning exit out of the function. But if it succeeds, then we are ready to set movie list to be equal to data.results, or an empty array. So this will actually finally populate the movie list with real movies. Another thing we have to do is turn on the loading. So before anything happens, right at the start, we can set isLoading to true to start the countdown. And we can also set error message to nothing because it doesn't exist yet. And then there's another clause to the try and catch, and that is the finally clause. So finally, no matter what happens, whether we succeed or fail, we want to stop the loading. Why? Because if we succeed, we'll show the movies. If we fail, we'll show the error message. No need to show the loading state. With that in mind, now that we have this function that fetches all the movies, called fetch movies, we're calling it at the start, we're finally ready to use the data that the fetch movies populated into our movie list state. So let's head down a bit, and right below all movies, let me show you a bit more complex conditional rendering. We won't show this error message always. Rather, first, we'll check if we're currently loading. So if is loading, then open up a ternary operator and show a p tag of loading ... Maybe we can also give it a class name equal to text-white. Else, if we're not loading, check if an error message exists. And if an error message exists, then render another p tag that'll have a class name equal to text-red-500, and it'll render the dynamic error message coming from the state. And if we're neither loading nor showing the error message, then we want to show an unordered list, a UL element, inside of which we're going to map over the movie list by saying movie list.map. By the way, this is something you often do in React. Whenever you have some kind of an array of items you want to map over, you simply call that array, call the .map method on it, get the individual element like a movie from it, and then automatically render something. Now, make sure not to open up a function block here by putting the curly braces. Instead, put parentheses. Because if you put curly braces, which is totally okay, but then you would also have to say return here. But if you use just immediate return by using parentheses, then you don't have to say return, making your code a bit cleaner. For each one of these movies, return a p tag that'll render a movie title. And now if I save this, it seems that nothing happened. But if I apply a class name to this p tag equal to text-white, check this out. We get 20 of the most popular movies at this exact point in time. For you, this list will be different from me because some other movies are trending. And that's the beauty of calling APIs. You don't have to worry about the data. Somebody else is doing that for you. Now, another important concept in React is a concept of a key. Whenever you're mapping over a list of elements, you want to make sure to provide a key to each one of these elements you're mapping over. That key has to be unique, something like an ID, so we can simply pass the ID belonging to this movie. This is needed especially if you're deleting some of these elements from the list, because React then might confuse the two elements together and be not sure what to render. But if you give each one an ID, then it'll always know which one it is, and you'll have no unexpected behavior in your browser. Great. With that in mind, let's check how these movies are loading. Like if I reload right now, oh, they're already stored in memory, so it's super quick. But for a brief second, you should be able to see loading right here. For now, we can simulate it by heading over to our state and turning the isLoading initially to be set to true. And then under fetch movies, if you head over to the bottom, in the finally clause, you can also set it to true. And now you can see loading. But this is not looking that interesting, is it? it would be better to have some kind of a real spinner that looks like this. There are many different spinners online. People offer them for free. They work in different light or dark modes, and you can simply copy the code. I'll put the link to this website in the description so you can find your spinner of choice and just copy it to clipboard. Then we'll create a new component by heading over to Source, Components, and let's call it spinner.jsx, run RAFCE, and instead of this div right here, simply paste the code that you just copied. It'll be a bit of a longer code because it's an SVG, but that's okay. And at the end of this class name, instead of fill blue 600, change it to fill indigo 600. I think this color pops a bit more on our background, or any color of your choice. Now, if you head back over to our app.jsx, instead of simply returning a loading text, if it's loading, we can return a new component, which we can import from the components folder, and it'll look something like this. Much better, right? Now we can bring this back to false, and same thing right here at the top initially. Great. Also, let's quickly give this h2 a class name of margin top of something like 20 pixels. And we can do that within square brackets like this. There we go. I think maybe even 40 will do. Perfect. With that in mind, now we have a fully responsive, great looking list of movie names or movie titles, but not movie cards. One thing I love the most about all of these APIs is when they're visual. People are visual beings, and seeing something that looks like this with a lot of movie covers, ratings, and more is much better than just seeing the titles themselves. And we'll do that next. But it's not that hard, is it? Once you understand something at its core, it won't feel tricky the next time. And that's why before, in the crash course, I went into detail about how UseEffect works, and I showed you how to implement it. So this time, you fully understand how it does, and you'll be able to replicate it in all of your apps in the future. But that's just one hook. And there are many more in React 19. Like use action state is one of these hooks. Use optimistic, use form status, and I also think there's a use transition. Yep, that's here too. And each one of them comes with its own quirks. I'll cover each one of these in depth along with their specific use cases in my upcoming pro course. So if you want to go beyond what most people learn, be sure to check it out. The link is in the description. There's either going to be a waitlist or, if you're lucky, the course will already be there. With that in mind, let's turn this into this. Let's develop a movie card component. We can do that by creating a new component in the components folder and call it movie card.jsx. Run RAFCE and then import it directly within your app.jsx. Specifically, we want to render each one of these cards instead of a movie title. So remove this p tag, or rather just copy it, and instead of it, render a movie card, which you can automatically import from components, pass in a key equal to movie.id, and also pass in a prop of movie equal to movie. Remember how props work? We want to pass all of this information from here about each one of these movies to the movie card. This will allow you to destructure that movie right here. And then within this div, we can render the same thing we previously had, which is a p tag that renders the movie title. So if you go back, nothing should change. Everything is still the same, but now we have this new component within which we can work to make it fully reusable and not keep everything in our app, which would clutter the view. Now we can put things that specifically belong to the movie card within it. Now, I already told you how we can destructure the props, so we don't have to say props.movie.something. But this time, we'll have to say movie.something many times. Movie.id, movie.postercard, movie.title, and so on. So what we can do is destructure more properties from the movie itself. You can do that by saying colon, and then saying which properties you want to take out, such as the title. And now you can simply say title. We don't need a key in this case because we already have it here where we're mapping over it. But now you can see the same thing, but we don't have to repeat ourselves. We'll also use a couple of other things belonging to a movie. such as a vote_average for the rating, poster_path, release_date, and original_language. You can also put this in a new line so it's a bit easier to see what's happening. Great. Now let's create this movie card by giving this div a class name equal to movie-card. Already, this will apply some styles that I prepared within the index.css. So if you head over into the index.css and search for the movie card, you should be able to see that this will apply a dark background, a bit of padding, rounded corners, and some shadows. Exactly what we get over here. Instead of a p tag right here, let's render an image, and this image will render the poster path. So let's say source is equal to, if a poster path exists, then we want to render https://image.tmdb.org/t/w500/poster_path. This is the full path to that image. And if a poster path doesn't exist, we can render /nomovie.png, which will render our dummy image. So with that in mind, you can see that now we get access to the images belonging to all of these great movies. Looking great even on mobile devices. As you can see, on mobile, we can only see one per row, but as you expand it, check this out, you can see 2, 3, 4, and it is just looking great. Perfect. We can also give an alt tag to this image, and it'll be equal to the movie title. Below the image, we can render a div with a class name equal to margin top of 4, and within it, we can render an h3 that'll simply render the movie title. Perfect. Then we can go below that h3, render a div that'll have a class name of content, and within it, we can render another div that'll have a class name of rating, and within it, render an image with a source equal to star.svg with an alt tag of star icon. And now you can see a little star right here belonging to each one of these movies. Next to the image, we can also render a p tag, which will check if vote average exists, and if it does, we want to render the vote average .toFixed1. And if it doesn't, we can just say something like NA, doesn't exist. So now this will round down the number to the first fraction digit, 7.7, 6.5, and so on. Looking great. We can head below this div right here and render a span. This span can render one of these special dot characters just to create some separation. I think if you just Google for dot symbol copy, you should be able to find it somewhere. There we go, this is the one. So you can copy it and then paste it here. I like using those to create some separation. Below it, we can render a p tag with a class name of lang, as in language. And here we can render the original language. In this case, it says EN, as in English. After that, we can render another one of these spans. So let's actually put it below. And then below that span, we can create another p tag, which will have a class name equal to year. And there we can check if a release date exists. Then we'll want to render release date dot split based on the dash and only take the first part of it. So we only want to get the year, else we'll say NA. So now we get 2024, 2024, 2025. Great, we have the newest movies right here. But even if you're watching this in 2026 or 7 or 8, let me know in the comments down below. The video should still be relevant. But if that is the case, it's highly likely that I have more relevant content on jsmastery.pro. So head over there and watch it there. But with that in mind, believe it or not, this is it for a movie card. This is called a presentational component. It doesn't handle any logic. It is just accepting some props we pass into it and rendering them. So now if I full screen this, you'll be able to see how it looks like as we scroll through those movies. And let me zoom in just a tiny bit. Take a look at how great this looks. We're getting full resolution images back and we're rendering them right on the screen. And if I render, most likely they'll be cached already, so you won't even be able to see the loading screen. But if you have a slower connection, you'll be able to see that loader. Now, in the next lesson, let's power up our use of this API by implementing search. That way, you'll actually be able to type in a movie name you want to find, and the top matches will pop up right here. To implement search, we'll reuse the same fetch movies function that we've created before, but we'll have to tweak it just a tiny bit. We'll have to track the changes in the search term state, and whenever it changes, we'll have to recall the fetch movies function with a different API call that's used to fetch movies. No longer will it be discover movie, now it'll be a search movie, and we'll also have to pass a mandatory search query string. So let me show you how to do that. First, I'll make this fetch movies function accept a new param called query, at the start equal to an empty string. And then we can pass over our search query from the state or search term into the fetch movies function, which will then be populated as a query right here. Oh, and let's not forget, we want to recall the fetch movies with the updated search term whenever the search term changes. And you already know how to do that. You just add the dependency into the dependency array of the use effect, search term. So whenever it changes, this function will be recalled and fetch movies will be called with the updated query. So we can now modify the endpoint by saying if a query exists, in that case, we can have one call, else we can have another. So if a query doesn't exist, we just want to use the same one we used so far. But if a query does exist, we want to modify it just a tiny bit. First, get the API base URL, but this time it'll be /search/movie to which you want to pass the query. But we want to make sure that this query is optimized to be displayed in the URL or to be called as an API call. So instead of just passing it as a string, we can say query is equal to encode URI component. This function encodes a URI by replacing each instance of certain character by a couple of escape characters representing the UTF-8 encoding. This will make sure that our search term, no matter which weird kind of characters it has, still gets processed properly. And to it, we can pass the query. And everything is still the same. We're still getting back the response and then setting up the movies to our state. The only thing that was different was passing the right query to the right endpoint. So if I reload and I start searching for something like, let's say, the Batman, you can see that the search is fully functional. And of course, this is working even better on desktop, as you'll be able to see more movies at the same time, maybe Dark Knight. Yep, this is working great. What is your favorite movie? Let's go with Godfather. It's one of the classics, or maybe Avatar. Or maybe you like anime, something like Attack on Titan. That should be there too. There we go. While typing these movies, I'm sure that to at least one of you, I've chosen your favorite movie. But yeah, with that in mind, this search is now fully functional and it works. And if we type something that doesn't exist, you can see that we get nothing here. And if we type something random, you can see that even if a poster doesn't exist, everything still works and it doesn't break because we put that dummy poster not available image. But we're not done yet. In the next lesson, I'll teach you how to optimize that search. Right now, as soon as you type a single letter, a request is made. Let me show you. I'll type the letter A, and immediately you get back the movies that match the letter A. But let's be honest, that's not really what you wanted. That's not the expected user behavior. You don't want to get the movies for the letter A, you want to continue typing. So you go ahead and type the letter V. You are still not done. You're about to type Avengers, but hey, now you got the AV, the hunt, and so on. Not only is this not good for you, the user, but it is terrible for our server because things can very quickly get overwhelming. Every time that you type a letter, one character, one request. And this can easily lead to an excessive number of API calls, killing your daily usage and increasing your bills. This causes two problems. The number one is API overload, which might exhaust the server resources. And the second one is rate limiting. The API might have the too many requests rule, which could automatically break the application or lead to throttling. So let me teach you the solution. It's called input debouncing. As you can see, we can enter a couple of characters and they're being sent only once. So one more time, 1, 2, 3, 4, one request, 5, 6, 7, 8, one request, while in the regular way, we send one API for each number. Debouncing is commonly used to address the issue that we just experienced. This technique helps us delay the request until the user has stopped typing for a predefined amount of time, reducing the frequency of API calls. So let me teach you how to implement debouncing using a pre-made use debounce hook from the React use package. This hook will help us manage the delay for us. As you can see, use debounce debounces a function, and we can simply get access to that code by installing a package. And this is actually a great way for me to show you how you don't have to build everything inside of your React apps. Just head over to npm, search for what you're looking for, and then simply install it by using the npm I command. We installed Tailwind CSS in a similar way. And now we can simply use it. Let me show you how. Right at the top, we can import use debounce coming from React use. And then we can create a new use state field. This time, we'll call it a debounced search term and set debounce search term at the start equal to an empty string. Then we'll simply call the use debounce hook, pass a callback function to it, and call the set debounce search term with the search term that we have, but we can pass a specific number of milliseconds for how long it should wait before actually changing that value in the state. This is how this weird little hook works. So instead of passing the real search term, which gets updated on every single keystroke, we can now pass over a debounced search term into this useEffect dependency array and into the fetch movies function. The use debounce hook will take care of the rest. Basically, what it does is it debounces the search term to prevent making too many requests by waiting for the user to stop typing for 500 milliseconds, which is half a second. So check this out. If I want to type something like Avengers, I can now continue typing and it'll not make a single request until I stop typing for half a second. So if I stop, it made a request, but it looks like I have a typo. So if I fix it, we're good. Of course, using this hook is amazing, and I would even recommend installing additional packages like this to help your workflow. But sometimes it's good to understand how these hooks work behind the scenes. So learning how to implement one from scratch by yourself, not by using an external package, is excellent practice to learn how React works behind the scenes. Does this make sense? Many creators won't even dive into this at a beginner level, but I believe it's important to understand it right from the start. It's not just about building something, but about building something that truly adds value. So next time you're in an interview, don't just say, "Hey, I implemented search functionality." Instead, explain that you built an optimized search solution that improves performance by debouncing the input field. That level of detail will set you apart. And yeah, I hate to repeat myself here, but I've been diving into similar concepts and many more advanced patterns that boost performance optimizations, caching, SEO, and more in the upcoming React.js Pro course. Because it's all about that real-world production-level practices. No fluff. So if you haven't already, you know the deal, join the waitlist, and I'll see you there. But with that in mind, we are now ready to move to a part of this app that I'm super excited about. And that is the trending section. You know that famous Netflix trending section? Well, I'll teach you how to do just that. So let's do it in the next lesson. To create a feature that displays trending movies, it's essential to understand exactly what users are searching for. The more frequently a specific search is performed by multiple users, the higher its trending status becomes. This requires tracking and analyzing search patterns over time. For example, if many users search for Squid Game, well, Squid Game will become trending. To track and analyze these searches, we need a place to store the data permanently. If you think about it, state is a way of storing data, but it's not a permanent store of data. Something called a database is. We use databases to store information and then retrieve it when we need it. And traditionally, Implementing this would mean building a full stack application, meaning that you would have to develop a server, set up a database, connect them, host everything, and only then integrate it into your React project. While this approach works, it can be a lot of effort and requires diving into backend development, which is a whole different area of expertise. An easier way to get backend functionality without starting from scratch is using a backend as a service platform. These services like Firebase, Supabase, and AppRight take care of the backend setup for you, providing you easy-to-use APIs that let you store data, manage auth, and more without needing in-depth backend knowledge. In this course, we'll use AppRight because it's simple, open source, and free to use. Plus, it saves us from diving headfirst into backend work when we really just want to focus on making our React app awesome. So, click the link in the description and then create a new account. You'll be redirected to your dashboard, and as you can see, I already have many AppRight projects, so let me create another. Call it something starting with JSM, maybe a movie app. You'll have to choose a different name, and choose a server. Once you do that, you'll be redirected to your project's dashboard. AppRight installation changed a bit, so if you're watching me use a different installation later on, don't worry about it. First, you'll be redirected to a page that looks a bit like this. Choose React as the platform, skip the first step, copy these envs over to your codebase, and remove the extra space if AppRight added it. Ignore all the other steps and just use npm install AppRight to install it. Then go to the AppRight dashboard, which is right at the bottom of the page. I'll zoom it in a bit, and you can copy its ID. We can head back into our .env.local and add it right here below by saying Vite AppRight project ID and make it equal to the ID that we just copied. Next, we'll have to set up a platform for our project. In this case, we'll use web. You can enter the name, such as React, and a host name can be set to asterisk, meaning everything, to make sure that we can call it from anywhere. Click Next, and then you'll have to install AppRight. So let's copy the installation command, head back into your terminal, and paste it there. Then click Next, and Next one more time, and go back to the dashboard. Then you can head over to Databases and create a new database. You can call it something like Movies, and create. Make sure to copy its ID and add it to your .env.local under the name of Vite _AppRight _database _ID. And we can also create a new collection within that database. Let's call it metrics. Click create, copy its ID, and let's also add it right here as Vite AppRight collection ID. Perfect. Now let's create different attributes for each one of these metrics. We'll need the actual search term, which will be a string. So let's call it search term. Enter the size, something like 1000 characters, and it'll be required. After that, we can have a count of how many times have users searched for that search term. So let's create a new integer, call it count, and enter the default value of 1. Doesn't have to be required. After that, we can also save a URL called poster _URL and make it required so that we can immediately save the URL of the poster that users are searching for in our database, as well as its movie ID. So let's do another integer, and it'll be called movie _ID, and it'll be required. Perfect. So make sure that your attributes are called exactly like this, required, and have the same types. If you call them differently, you'll have to change how we use them within the code. Now head over to settings and then to the permissions. Click plus, any, and give all permissions. This is just to make sure we can make calls to our database without any worries. And click update. With that in mind, let's head back over to our code, and within the source, create a new file called AppRight.js. And within here, we'll do all of the setup. But before that, let's simply try to console log our envs, just so we're sure we can access them. We can do that by saying const database _ID is equal to import .meta.env dot Vite underscore AppRight underscore database underscore ID. And we can duplicate that and just rename it to collection ID and say collection ID right here at the end as well. Oh, and we'll also need the AppRight project ID. So let's duplicate it one more time. And let's just rename it to project ID is equal to import AppRight project ID. Perfect. Now let's console log them. That's going to be project ID, database ID, and collection ID. But for this file to be executed, we actually have to call some kind of a function. So what do you say that we immediately create a function here that will update the search count? It'll look like this: export const update search count, which will be equal to an asynchronous function. And for the time being, the only thing it'll do is it'll console log those environment variables just to make sure we have access to them. So now we can go back to the app.jsx, and right at the bottom, after we set the movie list, we can call the update search count like this, and make sure to import it at the top coming from AppRight.js. If you do this, go back to your browser and reload the page, and then open up the console. You should be able to see 3 different IDs. In case you can't see them, sometimes it's possible that Vite will not automatically restart the server for you. So you can do that yourself manually by pressing Ctrl+C and then rerunning it by running npm run dev. But if you have those keys here, that's good and means we can proceed. So let's implement this function that'll track the searches made by different users. This function will take in 2 parameters. The first one will be the search term that the user has searched for. And the second one will be the movie associated with that search term. So all of the information about the first movie that pops up once the search term is entered. The function has to do the following things. Number 1 is to use AppRight SDK or API to check if a document already exists for the search term. So to check if a document or search term already exists in the database. Then, if it does, that means that the search term has been searched before. So in this case, simply update the count. But if a no document is found, then create a new document with a search term and count, and set the count as 1. So now, how would we implement it in practice? Well, first things first, we have to get access to AppRight's functionalities by defining a new AppRight client by saying const client is equal to new client coming from AppRight. So you can import it at the top. And then on it, you can call the .set endpoint and set it to https://cloud.appright.io/v1. Similar to how we set our movie API. Here, we're pointing to AppRight servers. In updated versions of AppRight, now you also need to include the region for your endpoint. So it might look something like fra.cloud.appright.io. And you also have to set your project pointing to the current project ID. Similar how in the movies API, we had to have our own safe token. Once we have the client, we can define which functionality we want to use from AppRight, and that is the database functionality. So we can say const database is equal to new databases coming from AppRight, and to it, we pass our current AppRight client. Great. So now let's use the AppRight SDK to check if a search term already exists in the database. We can do that by opening up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log the error if there is one. But in the try, I'll say const result is equal to await database dot list documents. In which database do we want to list the documents? It's going to be the database with our current database ID. So you can pass it as the first parameter. From which collection? Well, it's going to be the collection ID, this one. And then as the third parameter, we can pass an array. And within that array, we can say query, which has to be imported from AppRight, dot equal search term has to be equal to the search term. So we're matching what we have in the database with what our users are searching for. After that, if result.documents.length is greater than 0. So if the document exists, then we want to get that document by saying const doc is equal to result.documents0, and then we want to update the count. We can do that by saying await database.update document. Which document we want to update? Well, the document under this database ID, this collection ID, and this document ID. And then what do we want to do to it? Well, we want to set the count to be equal to current doc.count plus 1. That's it. And then else, if it doesn't yet exist, that's going to be the step 3 already. So step 2 is if it does exist, update the count. That's this if statement. And this is the step 3. If it doesn't, then create a new document with the search term and count as 1. So instead of calling databases update, we'll say await database.create document under this specific database for this specific collection with this specific ID. We can get it id.unique like this, but make sure to import this ID unique from AppRight right here at the top. That will allow you to simply create a random ID for this document we're creating. And then you can pass an object containing different pieces of data that you want to pass to it, such as the search term, the count set to 1, and what other attributes do we have? Do you remember? I think it was the movie ID, so we can set that to be equal to movie.id, but make sure to have the underscore right here. And I think we had poster underscore URL, which we can set to be equal to template string https:// image.tmdb.org/t/p w500 and then movie.poster_path. Perfect. I believe now we have everything we need to be able to save our searches. So now we can head back over to our app.jsx. And by the way, to quickly switch files, I don't always go here and then search for the file manually. I use the Command or Control P on my keyboard and then start typing where I want to go. So app.jsx, arrow down, and then enter, and we're immediately there. So now, whenever a user performs a search, which is right here below, we want to update the search count. We can do it something like this. If there is a query, and if data.results.length is greater than 0, so means if a movie exists for that query, then we want to await update search count, make sure to import it at the top, to which you provide the query and the information about that movie. So that's data results 0. So it knows what to save. And that's it. Let's perform a search, and then I'll show you how this record appears in the AppRight collection. Let's go with something popular like Venom. Let's go Venom right here. Okay, we search for it. This is the one that shows at the top. And now if you head back over to AppRight databases, movies, collections, you'll be able to see 2 different documents. The first one has the data of V. Looks like I wasn't fast enough, so maybe we can increase the debounce value. But the second one should be good. Check this out. Data, Venom. So it has been successfully saved with a count of 1. Now, let's keep searching. Maybe this time I'll go with something like Wicked. Okay, and now let's also simulate another user going to Venom. So we search for it 2 times. So now if I head back and reload, we see 3 different documents. One is for Venom, and it has a count of 2, which means that this worked successfully. And we also stored its ID as well as its poster URL. And then the new one is just Wicked right here with a count of 1. I think you understand how this is working. So the more people search for something, the higher the count will be, and then we can show it in our trending list. And with that, you saw how simple it was to set up AppRight to use its database functionalities. So now let's head back over to our app and let's fetch that data from the database so we can display it right here at the top. Now that everything is in place and we know what our users are searching for, we are ready to show this trending list of movies. But before we focus on the UI, we need to create another AppRight function to be able to fetch the top movies from the database. So create it right below by saying export const get trending movies is equal to an async function that looks something like this. This time we don't need any parameters, as we'll simply fetch it from the database. Let's open up a try and catch block as always. In case something goes wrong, we can console log the error. But in the try, we can try to fetch those movies by saying const result is equal to await database dot list documents and list them from the database with the database ID and the collection ID that we pass. But then we can provide an array to specify which movies we want to get. Specifically, we want to limit the query to only show 5 movies. We don't need any more. And we can do it in a descending order. So query.order descending, sorted by count. So the ones that have the highest count will appear at the start. And finally, simply return result.documents. This is it. This is enough for us to fetch those movies on the homepage. So let's head back over to app.jsx and let's create yet another state for our movies. This time we'll create trending movies. So another state, trending movies, set trending movies at the start equal to an empty array as always. And I know that this app is not super simple, not something that you might consider your first app. It has many states, many different hooks, functions, API calls, and even databases. But I really wanted you to have a real experience of what building with React is really all about. This is how real apps look like, not just a single use state and then some UI. Typically, it does get messy, like with what we have right now. So with that in mind, let's create another function right below fetch movies, and let's call it const load trending movies, which will be equal to an asynchronous function where we have a try and catch block. In the catch, we get the error, and we can say something like error fetching trending movies, and we can also set the error message to error fetching trending movies, so we know if something goes wrong. Oh, but no, this wouldn't be good, because currently we're checking if an error message exists, and if it does, we're not even showing a regular movie list. So if the trending movies are not working, this would actually break our entire application's functionality, and we don't want that. So you see, you gotta be careful with that conditional rendering. So in this case, I will not set this error message here. I will simply console log it. And in the try, we can simply fetch the trending movies by saying const movies is equal to await get trending movies. Make sure to import it at the top coming from AppRight.js. And then once you have it there, we can simply say set trending movies to be equal to movies. Or not equal, you pass it into the setter function. So what do we do with those movies? Well, first of all, we have to actually use this function because right now it is fully unused. So what do you think? What would be the best place to call this load trending movies? Maybe within a use effect, right? Here we're fetching movies. Might make sense to load the trending movies too, but not really. Because if you do this, then trending movies will be refetched every single time that our current user searches for something. And that'll cause too many necessary API calls. So instead, we'll leave this use effect as it is with its own dependency array. And check this out, we'll create yet another use effect. This time with an empty dependency array, which means that it'll only get called at the start. Finally, now that we've done that, we can head over above our current all movies section, remove this margin top from the H2 because now we'll implement a whole another section right below the header. I'll check if trending movies.length is greater than 0, meaning if trending movies exist, then render another section. That'll have a class name equal to trending. And within it, render an H2 where we can say something like trending movies. There we go. Here it is. And then below it, we can render a UL, an unordered list. And within it, we can map over the trending movies by saying trending movies.map, where we get each individual movie, and we can also get its index. And then for each movie, we want to immediately return an LI, which is a list item. And don't forget, since we're mapping over it, we have to give it a key equal to movie.$ID, because now it's coming from the database, and typically databases start their IDs with something like $ or underscore. And there we can render a p tag and render the index plus 1, because indices start at 0, but this time we want to start from 1. And you can see that now we get 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. But let's actually show something next to those numbers, like an image with a source equal to movie.poster_URL with an alt tag of something like movie.title. If you save this, you should be able to see different posters appear right here. And it looks like I searched for Avengers a few more times than what I did for Venom. So if a couple more users search for Venom, let's see what happens. That was 1. Maybe I can delete it and then search for another. And now if I reload the page for the trending movies to be reinitialized, you can see that Venom now gets the first place. Let's try to search for some other popular movies nowadays. Maybe The Gladiator. So if I do this and search for The Gladiator, we see it, and I'll search for it a couple more times just to see whether our trending movies will properly recognize it. I'll reload the page, and there we go. Now The Gladiator is on the 3rd place. And with that in mind, believe it or not, you've done it. I'll close this file and expand my browser fully. And there you have it, your own movie application with a trending movies functionality. Isn't this cool? Not only can you search for different movies, but you can also know what is popular within your app based on other people's searches. That was awesome to learn and implement, right? As an extra task for you at the end of this video, maybe you can implement loading and error states for the trending movies. Remember how I said that if we change the error message here, that the movies would not load? Well, that's because we need a whole another loading and error state for the trending movies. So right now we have the is loading as well as the error message for all of the movies. And then we have the search term. Maybe we can sort it a bit better. And a movie list and the trending movie list. But the better way to sort it would be to have the movie list right here, and then the error message, and then the is loading. But then for the trending movies, you can also implement the error message and is loading and properly render it on the screen depending on if something fails or the time it takes to load. Pretty cool little exercise, right? In any case, I hope you gained a lot from this video. And for some of you, things might not have yet fully clicked, but that's totally fine. Feel free to rewatch it and try it on your own without watching the video. There's no secret formula to becoming a great developer. I started the same way. When I learned something new and it didn't quite make sense, I'd retry it on my own and practice it over and over and over again. You can do the same and you'll start to see the results. Since we're very close to the end of this video, I just want to say that if you enjoyed my teaching style, and maybe you did since you're at the end, make sure to sign up to the waitlist or check out the upcoming React.js Pro course to dive deeper. YouTube is great, but on jsmastery.pro, I provide you with a bit more structure and exact path on what you have to learn next after you master JavaScript, React, Next.js, and so on. No matter where you're at in your journey, I'll provide you with the next step to become job ready. But on that note, there is one thing that will surely make you more job ready, and it's within this course, and that is the deployment of this great application. Not only have I taught you how to build it, but now you want to share it with others, right? It's a pretty cool app and you want to have it online and you want to show it to your friends, colleagues, or maybe even put it on your portfolio. To do that, you can head back over to your code, stop your terminal from running, and then run npm run build. This will generate an optimized production build of your application in about 800 milliseconds. Damn, these builders are getting fast. If you open up your File Explorer, you'll notice that now there's an additional folder here called dist, as in distro or distribution. So just click it and then open it in your Finder or File Explorer. It should look something like this. Once you do that, head back over to your Hostinger dashboard and head over to the project we created. Now might be the perfect time to use that domain that you chose. You can either do something like, JSM movie app, which is a bit specific. So you would get this domain specifically for this app, which is totally okay. You can see it's $0 for the first year. But what I would recommend is getting the domain name for your portfolio instead. So something like your first and last name, .dev or .com, like jsmadrian.dev, or .com is even better if it's available. With that domain, you would have one single place for your portfolio and you would be able to put many projects on there. So in this case, I can go with something like adrianjsmastery.com, click next, and once the domain is connected, you can head over to your project's dashboard, go to File Manager, head over into public HTML, delete the default PHP file, because here we're going to upload your website. So delete it, open up your Finder, go inside of it, and then simply copy everything and move it over to this public HTML. This contains the index.html file as well as all of the assets needed to run your React app. Once you do that, go back to your Hostinger dashboard. Make sure that the SSL certificate for the domain has been installed. Typically, it takes a couple of minutes from once you select your domain name. There we go, it's done. And then click on it right here. And check this out. We are now live under your specific domain name. You can find all of the popular movies as well as see what other people are searching for, or you can search for something yourself. Do we have any movies about JavaScript? Who knows? Well, not really. What about React? Well, this is good enough, I guess. Keanu running away from some kind of a chain reaction? That reminds me of working with Redux, which is kind of an advanced React state management library that was used back in the day. But in today's world, you don't have to worry about that because there's simpler and more advanced technologies to help you manage your state and bring your React game to the next level. For example, the best next way forward after learning React is to dive into Next.js, as Next.js is a framework that is built on top of React that allows you to turn your front-end React apps into full-stack apps with optimized performance. So if you're not sure what to do next, well, Next.js is the way to go. Do you think you need to invent the new Facebook to get hired? Not at all. You just have to prove that you can build professional and production-ready applications that solve real problems and that won't crash harder than your last relationship. So hi there, and welcome to a course in which I'll teach you how to build StoreIt, a storage management solution inspired by giants like Google Drive, Dropbox, and OneDrive, used by billions of users. But here's the kicker. You won't just slap together a bunch of features. You'll also learn a modern state-of-the-art tech stack along the way. Together, we'll create this project using the latest and greatest Next 15, which updates faster than you can keep up. So buckle up, because in this tutorial, you'll learn how to implement secure, passwordless OTP authentication, build a streamlined dashboard to track storage and recent uploads, manage multi-file uploads and different file types, rename, preview, download, delete, and even share access with others, use global search to find any file instantly, and design a responsive UI that works flawlessly on any device, and much more, covering the Next.js foundations, best practices, architecture, and top-notch performance. This isn't just another app. It's a step-by-step, hands-on experience, allowing you to showcase your essential job-ready skills. And if that doesn't get your adrenaline pumping, I don't know what will. But if you're ready, let's dive right in. If you visit the website, you'll be redirected to the auth pages since you don't have an account. You can log in or create a new account. Right after providing that account info, you'll be prompted to provide a one-time password. So let's head over back to our email, and there it is. Let me type it in, and I'm in. We have a beautiful screen that shows the storage usage, different categories of files, recent uploads on the right, navigation on the left, and a global search bar at the top that allows you to search any file you've uploaded lightning fast. There's also an upload button at the top right. Click it and you can upload any kind of file from documents, images, or media. You can also upload multiple files at the same time. Upon a successful upload, you'll see changes in storage usage and files being automatically categorized in different sections. Let's navigate to the specific file categories to see their dedicated space usage, filter them, or do the pagination. And the same thing goes for all the other categories of files. You can also perform different kinds of operations on each file. So let's rename this to something else or even check its details. If you click on it, you'll see this file in the preview. For PDFs, you will see a preview in the default browser PDF reviewer. Pretty cool, right? From the dropdown, you can also download these files and save them to your device or simply delete them. But that's not even the best part. You can actually share these files with others. That's right. Let's click Share, provide an email, open an account using that email, and there you go. The shared file is already there. You can do anything you want with it. If needed, you can also restrict the shared actions. And as always, the whole thing is completely mobile responsive, working on any device that you could have, even that teeny tiny Galaxy Z Fold. So think about it. This single project showcases everything a full-stack developer needs to know, from backend architecture, database design, and authentication flows, to file handling, user permissions, modern UI/UX principles, and even web vitals. Using Next.js, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, ShatCN, charts, and AppRight, an open source backend as a service that gives us complete control over our data with many self-hosting options and powerful APIs that some other alternatives don't offer. Now let's build something that actually matters. Not because it's revolutionary, but because it's exactly what the companies need. So without any further ado, let's dive right in. To get started building a great project, we'll start from bare beginnings. In this case, I'll be using WebStorm. It is a professional IDE that just recently became completely free for non-commercial use. While recording this application, some of the dependencies changed a bit. It's not a big difference from a feature perspective, but it's a difference in a way these things have to be written. The concept stays the same, it's just the setup syntax that differs a bit. Click on the Use This template at the top when you click the link down in the description, and then choose one option to move forward. For example, create a new repo or open it in CodeSpace. Once you do that, you can either continue working in CodeSpace or clone it on your machine. Everything stays the same moving forward. I provided all the needed dependencies in this template, so you don't have to install anything ahead of time. You can skip that part whenever I mention it. The rest will flow smoothly, so you can actually get started quickly and start learning what matters. From TS configs to Tailwind configurations, package JSONs containing different versions of dependencies we're using, to the public folder with the assets, and then finally the app folder within which we'll develop our code. In this case, I won't go too deep into what each one of these files does, but what I will do is leave a link down in the description covering the exact timestamp to my Next.js 15 crash course, which is released on YouTube for free, where I dive into a deep explanation of each one of these files and more in case you need a refresher on how Next.js applications work, considering that this application right here will also be a Next.js application. So I'll leave a link to this video down below. And I'll also leave a link down below to our ultimate Next.js course, the only course you need if you truly want to dive into the production level of writing Next.js code. And since you're watching this video, I think that's exactly what you want to do. Specifically talking about caching, different runtimes, client versus server rendering, different data fetching methods, and more. Just recently, I updated it to the latest versions, the best performance, detailed theoretical explanations, and even active lessons so that you can truly test your knowledge and try to do something before you watch a video lecture, which is not the case here on YouTube, as you can just sometimes follow along and it feels like you're watching Netflix. But in this case, you'll truly have to test your knowledge before you can watch the next lesson. And why am I saying all of this? Because from this point onward, I will assume that you have either watched the free Next.js 15 crash course, so I don't have to over-explain some things that I've already mentioned there, or the paid one, if you can afford it and you really want to learn how it works under the hood. So with that said, let's go ahead and run our application by running npm run dev, which will start the development server on localhost 3000. Command click it to open it up, and it'll look something like this. You'll get Next.js's boilerplate code. What you can notice is that the title will say Create Next App. So let me show you how you can update it to make more sense with what we are building. I'll head over to app and layout.tsx. As you can see, here we have our Next.js metadata that allows us to change our title. In this case, we can change it to store it. And for the description, we can say something like, store it, the only storage solution you need. Alongside that, we can also update our fonts. So in this case, instead of getting the Geist Sans, I'll go ahead and remove those two. And instead, I'll say const poppins is equal to poppins. I'll call it and provide the options object. And we can import the poppins font like this from next/font/Google. Within it, we can pass the subsets. In this case, that will be equal to Latin. We can also pass weight. We'll need all of the weights in this case, ranging from 100 all the way to 900. And finally, we can specify the variable that we'll use to define this font. It'll be --font-poppins. There we go. We can remove this import and place this right here at the top. And now we can use this font right here in the body. So let's head over to the class name and let's just use a singular font, which is going to be a class name of a template string, poppins.variable with font-poppins. And we can keep this anti-aliased class name as it typically helps to make some fonts appear more readable. Now the font will have changed and so did the title, but as you can see, the favicon remained the same. So let's get the new and updated one. And we'll get it from our Figma file, which means that the link to the complete design of this project will be down in the description. You can get it completely for free, so if you want to, you can maybe pause this video and sometimes try to build some of the things on your own and then see how I would approach them for the best solution. You would kind of be replicating what we're doing with active lessons within the Ultimate Next.js course. But it will be just a bit tougher, as in our active lessons, I actually explain each task in detail to guide you on how I would approach thinking about implementing a specific task, giving you some examples as well as resources and documentation pages that you can refer to, and finally a complete hint if you cannot manage to do it on your own, to try to do it but just with a bit of help. If you would be replicating all of that just from the design, it would be a bit tougher, but you can still do it. In any case, once you're into design, you will be able to find something that looks like this, where you have a logo, and then you can just export it. In this case, I'll go with a JPEG. Once you download it, head over to Favicon Generator, and I'll turn that image right here into an ICO, an icon file. You can do that by simply uploading this icon right here, and immediately it'll give you a Favicon version of that, which you can simply drag and drop into the app folder, which will ask you to override the existing one. So override it, and there we go. Now if we go back to the website, you can see that all of our website's metadata, such as the title of store it and then our favicon, nicely appear right here. That means that soon enough, we'll be able to start focusing on the code base. But before that, let's set up linting. To make sure that you follow all the best practices in your code base and keep your code clean, we'll go ahead and set up ESLint right here before we start writing any code to make sure that your code is clean and so that you can quickly find problems if they appear. Now, ESLint is a linter, but I'll also teach you how to hook it up with Prettier, which is an opinionated code formatter. Together, they'll do wonders, and just make sure that your code base is clean. So let's open up our terminal, and I'll create a new one so we can run some additional commands while our application is running. And I'll run npm install eslint-config-standard eslint-plugin-tailwind CSS, which will help us with adding Tailwind CSS classes a lot, and eslint-config-prettier. Finally, we'll need the prettier itself, which is an additional package, and all of these can be saved as dev dependencies. So just at the start, I'll say npm install --save-dev, which is going to save them as dev dependencies. And I noticed I have a typo right here, eslint plugin Tailwind CSS, fix it and press enter. It's going to install them in less than a second, which means that we can now head over to our eslint rc.json, which was generated for us by Next.js. And here we can make sure that all of the rules of the packages and plugins we just installed are being followed by adding them to the extents list. So we can say next core web vitals, Then we can say next TypeScript. We have standard. And we can also add a plugin, Tailwind CSS /recommended. And finally, we have the prettier package as well. Now, if you're using WebStorm, you might press Command-Shift-P and then search for prettier. Go to Preferences and turn on Manual Prettier Configuration, which is going to take it right here from your node modules. And you can run, reformat, and run on save. Okay, great. And you can repeat the same thing with ESLint by searching for it, turning on the manual configuration, point it to your node modules, and run the save on fix. And if you're in VS Code, you might need to create a new folder called .vscode, and within it, a settings.json file, which is going to have some kind of a setting that says editor, code actions on save, source, fix all ESLint explicit, which will make sure to turn on the ESLint configuration on save. And this is also something that we dive a bit deeper into within our Next.js course, where we have a completely separated video on ESLint and prettier setup with all the configurations. With that said, we can test whether it works by heading over to page.tsx and make any kind of change to a file, like adding a space, and then save the file. You'll notice that immediately it'll make some small changes with the class names to fix some ESLint rules. Later on, you can notice that it'll be doing many more things, like fixing some spacing within your application and just making sure that everything looks consistent whenever you save a file. Now, let's clean this page up because we don't need anything within it. This is going to be our home page. So I'll only have one div, within which I'll have an h1 that'll say store it, the only storage solution you need. I'll also give it a class name equal to text-3xl, just so we can nicely see it in the browser. There we go. This is looking good. With this in place, we are ready to implement our design system. We'll do that by figuring out some of the specific elements of the theme of our application. In the style guide, you'll see some of the elements, such as different headings, brand colors, and more, which we'll be able to copy and put into our Tailwind CSS config. So let's do that next. Setting up a Tailwind CSS theme is something that we have to do for every application independently, because no matter how many of the applications nowadays follow a specific boilerplate structure, still, the designs of all of them have some differences. For example, take a look at this Dev Overflow application that we have with this nice light and dark mode, and then compare it with our much brighter Store It application. If anything, they have different fonts and different brand colors. So the main question is how to extract these values from these style guidelines to be able to use them within the application. This is something we go into a lot of depth within our Ultimate Next.js course, but let me give you a feel for that right here as well. First things first, you want to find a style guide, or if you don't have it, you can extract some colors right here from the application. There we go. You can see that this one uses FA7275, but in this case, we thankfully have the style guide, so we can go right here and we can copy this color. Next, you can head over to tailwind.config.ts. And by the way, I just used a Command or Control P keyword, which allows me to very quickly move to different files. I don't have to open it and then go there. I just press Command P, start typing, and I'm immediately within the file. That's just a little pro tip. So how would you go ahead and extend your theme to match your application's colors? Well, we can go Theme, Extend Colors, and I'll add a new object called Brand, and I'll provide a default color for the brand. You can provide a default by simply entering a default keyword, and you can paste the color that you just copied. And I'm also going to provide a variation of that color, which we can get by saying brand-100, and that's going to be hash EA6365. After that, we can add all of these other colors as well. For example, you can see this green one right here. Well, let's just copy it, go back and then go below the brand and then say green. And you can simply paste it right here. You get the idea, right? And how would you go ahead and add these colors right here? Now you will need to repeat this for other colors, and some might even be hiding within the design, such as this one right here. Now, just so you don't have to manually search for all of these colors, in the description of this video, you can find the complete tailwind.config.ts file, where I took some time to extract all of these colors from the Figma I provided. Now, if you scroll down, you'll be able to notice that there is one package which we don't currently have, which is Tailwind CSS Animate, which we'll use for some very simple spin animations on loading logos. So let's go ahead and install it by opening our second terminal and running npm i-save-dev, and we can paste Tailwind CSS Animate and press enter. Once you do that, your application will be back to a functional state. Now let's head back over to our homepage and let's see if we can use this color. I'll type text-brand-100, or you can just say text-brand to get the default one, and immediately you can see that it works. Now, sometimes you might use a series of different classes to position an element properly. Like, let's say something that you would always do, display of flex, items-center, and justify-center. You'll see this always. And in this case, we have to add the h-screen for this div to take the full height of the screen. If you do that, this will nicely center the text. We can also change the background color to something like amber 100, and we can make this text bold by saying font-bold. And there we go. Now you can see this in the middle of the screen. But what would happen if across many different components, you had to position things in the middle of the screen? You would have to copy this entire class name and then paste it across all the other pages. And if there's a change, maybe you want to give it a border, you would have to make that change across all files. So to make sure that doesn't happen, we'll head over to our globals.css, where we currently have some predefined code given to us by the Next.js CLI. In this case, I'll remove it. We are importing the Tailwind utilities, and I'll give it an @layer utilities, and here we can define some utility classes. What are utility classes? Well, they help us make our code more reusable. So if I head back over to our div and copy all of these classes, I can now write something like this: .center @apply, and I can paste all of those classes right here. Then going back to page, check this out. I'll just simply say class name center. If I do that, this page still works perfectly, and my code is looking much cleaner because now I'm not cluttering it with all of the other class names which have to be reused. Rather, if I need to see what they're about, I can go into our globals. The combination of the Tailwind CSS config and this globals.css file is what makes the styling so much more seamless, especially when working in big applications. As you can see here, in a lot of cases, we'll simply have h1 bold or h1 XL, and we need to be able to reuse those classes just like we reuse the colors in the config. So in our case, going back to the style guide, we'll want to create a class for this specific heading. We can click into it to see what it is, but we also already have some information here. In any case, this is a heading 1 with a weight of 700, and it has this specific color. So in your utilities, you would do something like this, .h1, @apply, text-34 pixels, leading -42 pixels, and a font-bold. And how do I know about those? Well, because I can see that right here, 34 pixels, leading 42, and it is obviously bold. Now you can create different variations. For example, an H5 would be 16 pixels of text. It would have a leading of 24, and it would be semi-bold. Going back to our application, now I can use it right here by simply saying H1, and it looks great. Now that you know what kind of role the tailwind.config.ts and the globals.css files play into styling of our application, and considering that Tailwind config is already done, we can now finish the globals. In the GitHub README of this project, you can head over to the code snippets, find the globals.css, and paste it right here. As you'll notice, we have a lot of these reusable classes that are going to make the styling of our application a bit easier. I mean, how often do we have to use a primary button? Or how often do we have to center a div? Once you apply that global, make sure that it is imported within the globals.css, and immediately ESLint will let you know that we no longer have this center class name, which is great, but now we'll have some other ones, like flex-center and h-screen. And we're back at where we started, but now with a completely finished style guide for our project. Next, let's focus on the first thing that a user sees when they visit the application. It's not the dashboard, but the authentication. In this case, it's going to be the login and registration screen. Before we go ahead and start creating the authentication, we have to be really smart in how we're planning on architecting it. As a matter of fact, you have to do that before starting to code anything. Nowadays, AI can also code UIs, but it's about how you approach creating some of these pages that matters, how you architect them. So in this case, let's try to compare those two pages. We have the login and we have the registration. As you'll see on the login, we have some different fields, such as the email and the password. I don't think we'll need a username there. But on the create account, we'll need all of these fields, like the username, email, password, confirm password, and more. So we have to figure out which things will be repeated and which things will change. In this case, we know that the entire left side will be repeated, as well as some of the parts on the right side, such as the buttons. So what does that mean for a Next.js application? How will we approach that when it comes to creating different layouts and the routing for those pages? Next.js allows us to create something known as group routes, which you can create by creating a new folder and wrapping its name within parentheses, something like auth. Within auth, we can create two new routes, which are going to be different folders that are going to have the name of sign-in as well as sign-up. And within those, we can create new page.tsx files. Within each one of these, run rafce, which will create a new React arrow function component. This one we can call sign-in, and we can repeat the same procedure within the other one by creating a new page.tsx, paste it, and rename it to sign-up. Now, if you've done it correctly, you might want to go to auth and then sign in. But you'll quickly notice that this is a 404. That's because when you wrap a folder's name in parentheses, it doesn't create a route. It's just a route group, which means that it will not be counted when navigating through different URLs. So to get to the sign in, you just have to say /sign in, and immediately you'll be redirected to the sign in page. But what creating route groups also allows us to do is to add a new special file called layout.tsx that allows you to show some shared UI or functionality across all of the pages within the route group. So create a new rafce, call it layout, and since it's a layout, it needs to have access to the children. So I'll get children through props, and then I'll define children as React node. Immediately within it, we can render those children, but now we can further style this div by giving it a class name equal to flex and min-h-screen. Within it, we can create a section. So let's create it right here. And within that section, we can create another div that'll contain the image, which we can import from next image and give it a source of /favicon.ico. We can also give it an alt tag equal to logo and a width of about 16, a height of 16, and a class name equal to h-auto. You can see that Prettier will automatically restructure this for us. And I just remembered that we don't even have to use the // we can just start with /favicon. And below it, we can render a div that'll have a class name equal to space-y-5 and text-white, inside of which we can render an h1 with a class name equal to h1 that's going to say manage your files the best way. Below it, we can have a p tag that'll have a class name equal to body-1, and it can say something like, this is a place where you can store all your documents. And you'll want to give this section a class name of bg brand, as well as a padding of 10 to give it some breathing room. That's going to make it look like this. And I think you can already start seeing where I'm going with this. The left side, which is rendered within the layout, will be shared across both the sign-in and the sign-up. How do I know that? Well, we can change the text within the page to say sign in, and we can change the text within the sign-up to say sign up. And then you know that this is our layout. So now, if we are on the sign-in, you can see it right here on the right side. But if I change the URL and go to the sign-up page, you can see that now it says sign up. So let's go ahead and finish the layout so we can focus on the right side, which means showcasing the forms of our application. But for the time being, we just want to get this nice looking logo, as well as this great looking 3D illustration. To get it, you can go to Figma, and then you can export this file right here. For example, you can export this entire icon, which contains the storage text, by going to Export and then saying Export Logo. And you can do the same thing by exporting this illustration as well. Once you do that, you can head over into your public and delete all of the current SVGs within the public folder, and then drag and drop the file that you just downloaded into your public folder. We can rename the logo to simply say logo, and we can rename the second one to simply say illustration. And now we can use them right here by replacing this favicon to simply say /logo.png. Let's give it a width of 224 and height of 82. And we can go below this div containing the text and render another image that'll have a source equal to /illustration.png. Let's give it an alt tag equal to files, a width of 342, and a height of 342 as well, alongside a class name of transition-all. What are we going to transition? Well, on hover, we want to rotate by 2. And on hover, we also want to scale it a bit to 105. So if we save this and go back, you can see this nice looking illustration. And if you hover over it, it rotates and scales a bit. So it looks great. But as you can see, this illustration looks a bit low res to me. So what you can do is you can get it with a higher resolution, like 3x or more. But just so you don't have to manually download each one of these icons, and you can see there's going to be a lot, such as these files ones, images, video, and so on. Not to mention these ones on the sidebar, as well as the upload icons, logout, these ones right here for different views, and so much more. Just to make the process of downloading all of these a bit simpler, I went ahead and downloaded them for you. So the only thing you have to do is delete the current public folder, download and unzip the new one from the repository's README down below, and then drag and drop it right here in the root of your application. It's going to contain all of the assets, icons, images, and more. In this case, we'll just have to rename the two files that we used, because here we're using a bit of a clearer name. So the logo is going to be under assets, icons, logo-full.svg. SVGs are much higher quality than PNGs. And for the illustration, we can get it by going to assets, images, files.png. Now, if you go back, this is looking much crisper. Let's play with the UI a bit by giving this section a class name of hidden, w-1/2, so it's going to take 50% of the screen, items-center, justify-center, on large devices flex. So what does this mean? It means that typically it'll be hidden, but once we reach larger devices or higher, we want to show it. And on extra large devices, we want it to take 2/5 of the screen instead of 1/2. Also, notice how ESLint saved me right here, saying that justy-center doesn't exist. This is going to be justify center. Let's also give this div a class name of flex, max-h-800 pixels, max-w of 430 pixels, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, justify-center, and space-y-12 for some extra spacing on top and bottom. There we go. Now the left side is looking much better. But what about the right side? Well, let's create another section right below this section. And this section will have a class name equal to flex, flex-1, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, items-center. This one will have a BG white because it's on the other side, padding of 4, and padding Y of 10 for top and bottom. On large devices, justify center. On large devices, padding of 10. And on large devices, padding Y of 0. Within it, we want to display a div, and that div will have a class name of margin bottom of 16, and on large devices, hidden. Within it, we want to display an image, and this image will have a source equal to /assets /icons /logo full brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 224, and a height of 82, with a class name equal to h-auto, w-200 pixels, and on large devices, w of 250 pixels. Finally, we want to put this children within this second section, right below this div containing the image. If we do that, you can notice that we have nicely centered the sign up page, as well as the content on the left. Now, if we head over to the sign in page, you can notice that it doesn't look as good, even though it's using the same layout. Let's check it out right here. We have the sign in page and the sign up page, and the layout right in the auth. What I'll go ahead and do is reload the terminal by pressing Ctrl+C to stop it, and then rerun npm run dev. Now I'll reload the page, and you can see the changes took effect. Sometimes you might need to reload your application if something seems weird, because we have done everything correctly. We have modified the layout, which should result in changing all of the files or all of the pages within the auth route group. So now we are ready to focus on the right side, implementing the auth form. To get started creating our auth form, let's head over to our File Explorer and create a new folder outside of the app folder, and I'll call it Components. Within Components, we can create a new file called auth.form.tsx. Run rafce, and now we can import it within the sign-in page. We can do that by simply immediately returning it here by saying auth form, coming from components auth form, which is going to be a self-closing component. And to make it reusable, we'll pass it a single prop called type is equal to sign in, like this. Now we can do the same exact thing on the sign up. So let's copy this and move it over to sign up. If you don't have opening and closing brace, then that means that we're having an immediate return. So we're immediately returning just the auth form. And that's the only thing we have to return from both of these pages. Now, right now, as you can see, the auth form is complaining because we're not accepting the proper type. So let's head over into the auth form and let's start implementing it. First things first, I'll accept and destructure the type prop, which is going to be type of a type. And we can declare it right here above by saying type form type is equal to either sign in or sign up. And now we can just say that this type will be of a type form type. Perfect. And now we are ready to start implementing a form which we'll reuse for both of these pages. To implement it, we'll use ShatCN, a beautifully designed component library that allows you to copy and paste code into your apps. Specifically, we'll search for form, and it says right here that we'll be using React Hook Form and Zod because forms are tricky. They're one of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. So in this case, they'll use the form component in a wrapper around the React Hook Form library, which is going to just make it so much easier for us to develop the forms. Here they go a bit over the anatomy, give an example, but what we're interested in is the installation process. So let's go ahead and follow this together. I'll put this side by side to my code editor, right next to my IDE, and now I can zoom it out a bit and we can follow the installation process. First things first, we have to install ShatCN because this right here is just making sure to add this ShatCN component into it. But if I head back to ui.shatcn.com and click Get Started, head over to installation for Next.js, you can see that we need to run npx ShatCN add latest init. So let's copy this command and paste it right here. Once you do that, it's going to ask us whether you want to install the installer. And after that, it's going to ask you a couple of questions. Which style would you like to use? In this case, I'll proceed with New York. We're going to use a neutral color, and we don't need to use CSS variables. So in this case, I can switch over to no. Now it says it looks like you're using React 19, and some packages may fail to install due to peer dependency issues. It's asking us whether we want to use force or use legacy peer depths. In this case, I'll just press enter to use force, and it's going to install them. We can see what this exactly did if we head over to the package.json and check the versions of dependencies. These have remained the same, React 19, and I think it's just going to work. So let's head back to the installation of the actual form, and let's copy this command that will allow us to add the form to our application. And once again, it's asking us how we would like to proceed. I'm going to say use force. And it's going to add a form, button, and a label. Now, how ShadCN works is completely different to all of the other libraries, such as Material UI or Bootstrap, where by installing it, you get all of the components immediately within your code. But by using ShadCN, a new UI folder gets created, and you can only use the components that you manually decide to install and use. In this case, we're using a form component. So it brought all of this code to you, so you can actually modify it if you want to, but you won't really need to, because we're just going to use what they provide to us and then style it further by using Tailwind CSS. So now that we have installed it, we can continue with some of the additional setup. Next, we have to define the schema of your application. So let's copy the next code block right here and paste it at the top. Here we make it a use client because this is a form after all, and we define the form schema. After that, we have to copy the ZOD resolvers and use form as another pair of imports. And then we have to define this profile form. In this case, I'll just copy what goes inside of the form and paste it within our auth form. That's going to be the form definition as well as the onSubmit function. After that, we need to get more imports. So these are going to be imports for inputs, forms, and buttons. And I'm going to put them right here at the top. And we then have to get the actual UI of the form. So I'll copy it and I'll paste it right here under the return. If I do that and save it, ESLint will automatically position everything. And I'll take a second to explain how all of this works. First of all, it looks like the input hasn't been installed by ShadCN. So we can easily install it by saying npx ShadCN add latest add input. After that, we can see that it got installed. And we have our form schema, which right now contains only the username. Then we define our form by using the use form coming from React Hook Form library. And we say that it'll be of a type form schema, meaning that we'll use the username. And we also set the default values. Finally, we define a submit handler, which we can use the arrow function to do so. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function that accepts the values, and then for now simply console logs them. Finally, right below, we return the form with a single form field. So if we go back to our application, specifically to the sign-in page, you should be able to see a beautiful looking input. Of course, if you go to desktop devices, you'll be able to see that it looks even better. But on mobile, we remove this left side because we don't have any space and just store it on top. Now let's modify this form field to make sense in our case, to turn this into an auth form. First things first, I'll wrap this form into an empty React fragment and I'll close it with it as well, because later on we'll have our OTP verification happening right here. For the time being, I can simply comment it out, but later on we'll add it back in, which is why we need to turn this into a React fragment. Now we have this form here, and let's give it a class name equal to auth-form. This will give it a full width. Right within the form, we can create an h1, and this h1 will check if the type is sign up. So we can say type is sign in, then it'll say sign in, else it'll say sign up. We can also give it a class name equal to form-title. Now let's go below, and we have a form field. This form field will only show if we're on the sign up. So we can say if type is triple equal to sign-up. In that case, render this form field. And of course, we'll have to properly close it right here if that is not the case. So since we're on the sign in, we don't have any fields right now. But if I head over to sign up, you can see that we still don't have anything. Why is that? Well, let's head over to the sign up page. And it looks like I forgot to change the type. So this perfectly illustrates how we can use props to modify how a reusable component should look like. Now, what will this first form field be about? It'll be a full name field where we return a form item And within a form item, we have a div element with a class name equal to shad form item, within which we display a form label. And that form label will simply say full name. Next, right below it, we have a form control with the input. In this case, we don't have a description. So it'll look something like this: form label and form control with the input within the div, and then form message right below. Let's style this label a bit by giving it a class name equal to shad-form-label. And let's go into the input and give it a placeholder equal to enter your full name. And we can give it a class name equal to shad-input. Finally, we can give this form message a class name equal to shad-form-message. That happens if there is some kind of an error. We can nicely show it below. Now let's duplicate this form field by copying it, and let's paste it below this check for the sign up. The second one will be displayed either way. So we can change it to email. Next, we can change the label to email as well. We can change the placeholder of the input to say enter your email, and that's it. The rest will be the same. Since we'll use OTP verification, we don't even need a password field. OTP verifications are more secure. You'll see how that works very soon. Now below this form item, we can render a button with a type of submit. It'll also have a class name equal to form-submit-button. And within it, we'll check if type is equal to sign in, then it'll say sign in, else it'll say sign up. And there we go, we have our beautiful button. We can also have some kind of a loading state. So I'll go up and I'll create a new use state field right at the top of the component by using the use state snippet. I'll call it is loading, set is loading, at the start set to false. And I like how my WebStorm immediately tells me that this false actually stands for the initial state. Now if I go down, below this text, still inside the button, if is loading is true, then I'll render a Next.js image that'll have a source of /assets/icons/loader.svg, an alt tag of loader, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name of margin left of 2 to divide it from the text, and animate-spin. So if I simulate loading by turning this default variable to true, you should be able to see how that looks like. There we go, sign up. And at the same time, we can also disable that button because we cannot click it again if it's loading. So we can give it a disabled property, and it'll be disabled if is loading is true. Now let's go below the button, and there I'll check if we have an error message. So if error message is true, then I'll render a p tag that'll render an asterisk and then error message. And we can give it a class name equal to error-message. Of course, this error message is a new state which we have to create, which we'll use to track the state. So I'll use a new use state snippet to quickly spin it up. I'll call it error message and set error message at the start equal to an empty string. Now, if we go down, we can go below this error message and we can render a div. This div will have a class name equal to body-2 flex and justify-center. Within it, I'll render a p tag that'll check if type is sign in, then it's gonna say don't have an account, else it'll say already have an account like this. Of course, we have to give it a class name of text-light-100 to make it a bit muted. And then below this p tag, I'll render a link component coming from next link. I'll give it an href, and if the type is triple equal to sign in, then it'll point to sign up, else it'll point to sign in. So basically the other one. I'll also give it a class name equal to margin left of 1, font-medium, and text-brand. The link can say if type is sign in, then sign up, else sign in. But it looks like I imported the wrong link component. This link should actually be a default import, and it should be coming from next/link. There we go. So now we can see the text, and check this out. If you click it, we can now move between those two different pages. This is looking great. I'll remove the form description since we don't use it. And let's head back down. Looks like this animate spin, I misspelled it. Nice how ESLint caught that for me. That was supposed to be animate spin. And we can continue right below. Now that we have implemented the UI of the form, we have to look into making it functional. Because right now, you can see that our names have some kind of errors, saying that email is not assignable to type username. And that's because all of this is so neatly hooked up to our use form, the default values, and the form schema. So let's actually modify it to reflect our use case. Right here at the top, I'll say const auth form schema is equal to, and then given the form type of this form, which is going to be of a type form type, I can return different things. So I'll return a z.object, which stands for Zod, that'll have an email field, and we'll have the email field always. So that's going to be z.string and .email. But we can also sometimes add a full name, and the full name will only be there if the form type is triple equal to sign up. In that case, we can have a z.string .min to .max50, else z.null. So what this means is that this auth form schema will be different given the type of form we're on. So let's actually pass it right here by saying const form schema is equal to auth form schema, which we call, and then pass the correct type to it. We also need to modify the default values. So for default values, I'll say full name is an empty string, and I'll also say email is an empty string as well. And we can delete the previous form schema. And now we can see what error do we have here. It seems like there's an error with this input saying it's not assignable to null. Yep, so in this case, instead of using the .null, we'll use the .string and then .optional on it. There we go. That makes more sense, and now our input isn't complaining. So now if you click sign up, you can see that it gives you a required field and an error for both of these. That is exactly what we wanted. Same thing for detailed validation. String must contain at least 2 characters, or this has to be a valid email. I mean, implementing this validation is just super easy using Zod validation. Now, what error do we have here? A component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is definitely something we can look into, but I don't think it's even happening anymore, so I think we're good. And as I said, we can now switch between both of these forms. Now the question is, are we getting those values right here once we submit? Let's give it a shot. If I go to inspect element and I open up the console and I clear it, I'll try to enter my name, Adrian, and my email, and I'll click sign up and take a look. We get an email and the full name right here in the object. And that means that we are ready to sign the user up, or in this case, actually create a user in the database. And of course, I don't even have to mention that this application looks so much better on desktop devices. This is great. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and implement our backend system next, so we can actually create user accounts, store those users in the database, and allow them to attach their files to their store management solution. To develop our backend, we'll use AppRight. It allows you to build entire backends within minutes and scale effortlessly using their open source platform. Of course, even though it says you can do it within minutes, don't be fooled, this is not some kind of a plug-and-play no-code backend system. Rather, you have complete control over your auth, databases, functions, storage, and more. For this project, we'll use the database functionalities, authentication to authenticate our users, and finally storage to keep track of our files. Now, I like using AppRight because it is simple to set up, and most importantly, if you take a look at their pricing, you'll notice that with the free plan, you get unlimited projects which are never paused, and this is what is super important. Some other tools allow you to use their software for a specific period of time, but then they pause your projects. Here you can have unlimited that are never paused, and you get more than enough bandwidth, storage, executions, and everything else to be able to run your project. If your project doesn't get tens or even hundreds of thousands of users, you'll most likely never have to upgrade to a pro tier. But even if you do, I've got you covered. By clicking the link down in the description, you'll be getting $50 worth of free credits if you do decide to upgrade. So with that said, Click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then sign in with GitHub. Once you do that, you can create a new organization or just choose personal projects and apply credits if you need to. And you'll be able to apply the credits if you actually do decide to upgrade. In this case, I'll just head over to my dashboard and create a new project. Call it JSM_ and then give it a name. I'll use StoreIt. You'll have to do something else. Click Next. I'll choose Frankfurt as it's closest to me. And there we go. Our project has been created. Oh, this is pretty cool. The weekly database backups are now available. I'll choose a platform, in this case web, and we'll have to enter the name of the web app. So I'll just say StoreIt web. And for the host name, I'll just put asterisk so everything works for now. Next, AppRight is going to guide us through the installation process. For now, you can skip these optional steps as we're going to do everything together. Let's start by copying our environment variables. I'll put my browser side by side by the editor, and I'll create a new .env.local file within which we can store our environment variables. First things first, let's create a next_public_AppRight_project and make that equal to this ID that we just copied. Right below it, let's head over to databases, and then let's create a new database. I'll give it a name of general and create. We can also copy this ID right here by giving it a next_public_AppRight_database and set it equal to the ID that we just copied. Within this database, we can create two different collections. Let's create a first one, which is going to be called users, and let's copy its ID as well. We can add it to our envs by saying next_public_AppRight_users_collection is equal to this ID here. And while we're here, let's immediately add some attributes that each one of our users will have. Head over to the Attributes tab and click Create Attribute. Let's start with a string. And let me actually expand the browser and give it a key of full name. Size of 255, no need for the default, and let's make it required. Let's create another one, this time of a type email. It's going to be called email, and it'll also be required. After that, we can create a new avatar, which is going to be of a type string, and we don't have to enter the size, and we don't have to make it required. I'll just click create. Oh, but that says that we have to add it, so I'll choose the maximum number for the size. Remove the comma from here and click create. Finally, let's add another string of account ID of a size 255 and make it required. And click create. After that, go to settings, head over to permissions, click any, and make sure that all boxes are checked. This is going to give us the right permissions to be able to update the users in this collection. Now we can repeat this for another collection. So let's go back to our database and create a second collection, which is going to be called files. Once you create it, you can copy its ID and duplicate this one right here and rename it to Next Public Files Collection and paste the new ID. Once you do that, we can also add some attributes, such as a name. Each file can have its own name. Let's enter a size of 255 and make it required. After that, we have to give it a URL, and the URL will be of a type URL. So let's call it URL and make it required as well. Next, we can choose a type of the file, which is going to be of a type enum. So let's search for enum. Let's call it type, and different elements that it can have are going to be document, image, and just to create new ones, just press space or add a comma, video, and audio, and other. Make it required and click create. After that, let's add a bucket field. So this is where we're going to be storing that file. Let's choose 255 and make it required. After that, let's add another one, which is going to be a string of account ID of 255, and it'll be required. After that, let's create a relationship. So that's the last thing right here. It's going to be a two-way relationship related to the collection of users, and the relation will be many to one, which means that files can only contain one user, while users can belong to many files. The attribute key right here doesn't have to be users, it can be owner, so who owns the file. And on deleting document, set it to null, and click create. Finally, we can also keep track of the file extension, so let's say extension of size 255, Don't have to make it required. Finally, we can keep track of an integer, which is going to be the size of the file. We don't have to make it required. And finally, we can share that file with some people. So let's create a new string called users. And here we'll actually create an array of users. So click create, and you can choose any kind of size. I'll enter the same max value that we have right here and click create. And I believe that's it. We just have to go to settings, head over to permissions, and choose any and tick all the boxes. That way we won't have any problems with permissions. And finally, we have to head over to storage, which is the last icon right here, and create a new bucket. Let's call it file storage. Click create, and you'll get the ID of that bucket. Once you get it, let's collapse it. And let's create a new next_public _ AppRight _ bucket is equal to this ID right here. Great. And believe it or not, that's it when it comes to the AppRight setup. Now we can focus on integrating AppRight within our code to then store our users, data, and files. So let's do that by installing a Node AppRight package, this one right here. It'll initialize your SDK with the AppRight Server API endpoint and project ID that we just created, so you can very quickly perform any kind of actions or requests through SDK calls. I'll show you how that works, but first we have to install it. So let's go open up the terminal and run npm install node-appright --save. And this is a common problem since we're using the latest versions of Next.js. To fix it, head over to package.json and check our versions. We're using the latest versions of Next.js, but React is under RC versions. But it's still possible that some other packages might not yet work with the latest versions of React. So to fix that, we have to add a new object called overrides. And in overrides, we can specify that all packages have to use a version of React that is defined in the dependencies. And we can do that by saying $React. And we can repeat the same thing for React DOM. If you do that, let's try running the same command one more time. npm install node-appright. And as you can see, now it worked like a charm. Now, just so we don't have to recall these environment variables every time by their name, what we can do is create a new file in the lib folder, or rather a new folder called AppRight. And within it, we can create a new file called config.ts. And inside of this file, we can import all the envs and then export them immediately for easier access. We can do that by saying export const AppRight config is equal to, and now here we can pass over all the links. Endpoint URL is equal to process.env.next_public _AppRight _endpoint. And we can add an exclamation mark at the end so TypeScript knows that we know that the variable exists there. So let's actually make sure that it is indeed there. We can go over to env local, and it looks like we're missing the endpoint. So let's add it by saying next_public _AppRight _endpoint, which is going to be equal to https://cloud.appright.io/v1. Now let's repeat the process for all of the other variables, such as project ID is process.env.next_public_AppRight project. Next, we have a database ID equal to process.env.next_public_AppRight database. And now that I look at it, the easier way to approach this would be just to copy all of the names. So let's copy them, paste them here and divide them by commas, and then add the proper names right here at the left side. So it can be something like users collection ID is going to correspond to the AppRight users collection. Next, we have the files collection ID, which is going to correspond to files. And last, we have a bucket ID, which is going to correspond to the AppRight bucket. We can also add exclamation marks at the end, so we tell TypeScript that we know that the variable is indeed here because we know that it is coming from process.env. Right below it, we can also add the final variable called secret key, which is going to be equal to process.env.next AppRight _ key, exclamation mark. As you can see, we don't have the keyword public in front of it because this will not be publicly available on the front end, only on the backend server actions. Great. With that said, we now have this file which we can use to initialize the AppRight Node SDK. Now scroll down and head over to Integrations and click API Keys. Create a new API key and let's give it a name, Store It. And I'll set the expiration date to never. Once you do that, you can select all scopes and click Create. As soon as you do that, you'll get your secret key. So copy it and let's add it right here to our environment variables as next _ AppRight _ secret and make it equal to the key that you just copied. Now we are finally ready to start setting up our AppRight config. Within the AppRight folder in the lib folder, create a new file called index.ts. This is where we can put our setup. In our case, we'll be using Node AppRight SDK, so we can make sure that all of our services work on the server side. To use Node AppRight, we first have to create an AppRight client. So let's do it by saying export const create session client is equal to an async function, inside of which we can declare our client and set it equal to new client, which we can import from Node AppRight. And then on it, we can call a .setEndpoint, which we can set to AppRight config, coming from config.ts, .endpoint, URL, and we can call a .setProject, which we can set to AppRight config, .project ID. This client will be used to initialize instances and services, like databases and accounts, ensuring that they stay connected to the same AppRight project. There are two possible ways to create a client: create an admin client and create a session client. In this case, we're creating a session client, as you can see by the name of this function. This client will be linked to a specific user session, letting users access their data and perform actions they're allowed to, such as when logged in users can manage their own data, like view or update their profile. On the other hand, the second function, export const create admin client, which is equal to an async function, this one, on the other hand, is much more powerful. This one creates a client instance with admin level permissions to manage your entire AppRight project. We're gonna only use it on the server when we need to do things like create users, manage databases, or handle tasks that need a higher level of access. This should never be exposed to the users directly. And you might be asking, why are we gonna create a new client for each request? Well, the reason is because sharing the same connection between requests can lead to security issues like exposing someone else's data or session. So always create a new client connection for each request to keep data safe and secure. Now let's continue setting up our session client by creating a new session variable equal to, in this case, I will await cookies coming from next headers. And then outside of that, I'll call a .get AppRight-session. Next, we can check if no session, so if the session doesn't exist, or if there is no session.value, we want to simply throw a new error that's going to say no session. If there is a session, we will say client.setSession and we'll set it as session.value. Finally, we want to return two different getters. Return get account, which will simply return a new account coming from AppRight, to which we pass the client. And we can create one to get databases, which will return new databases, which we have to import from AppRight. So get databases. As you can see, all of these are coming from Node AppRight. Make sure to add a comma right here. And this is our create session client. Now we can do a very similar thing for our admin client. So what I'll do is I'll copy the entire code within create session client and I'll paste it within create admin client. I'll keep everything the same, but I'll remove everything that has something to do with the session. And after we set the endpoint and set the project, we want to set the key that will allow us to perform admin actions, which we have under AppRight config.secret key. Finally, we return get account, get databases, but in this case, we can also get storage, and within it, we can return a new storage to which we can pass the client. And finally, we can also do get avatars, where we can return new avatars and also pass the client. Make sure to import the avatars coming from Node AppRight, and same thing for storage. Make sure to import it from Node AppRight. There we go. Now we're looking good. We have functions that allow us to create admin clients and session clients that will then allow us to use all of these functionalities, which we're exposing right here. Account and databases for the session client, as well as everything else for the admin client. So with that in mind, let's create our first server action that will allow us to sign our users up. I'll head over to lib and create a new folder called actions. And within it, I'll create a new file called user.actions.ts. And here we'll focus on the create account flow. That flow will look something like this. So I'll just put it here as a comment, just so we know what we're working on. We first want to make sure that our user enters their full name and email. Then we need to check if the user already exists using the email, which we will use to identify whether we need to create a new user document or not. After that, we send the OTP, which is a one-time password, to the user's email. Step 4 is to have a secret key for creating a session. Step 5 is to create a new user document if the user is a new user. Step 6 is to return the user's account ID, and finally verify the OTP to authenticate the login. So let's create a new server action called const create account is equal to an async function that will accept a full name and email, which we will destructure, of a type full name string and email of a type string. And we can open up a function block. That's going to look something like this. Now, I just remembered that we have to call this on the server side, which means that we have to give this function a use server directive, just like this, to make sure that this code never gets run on the client, because otherwise we might expose our secret key. In the same way, another file that should never be exposed is our index.ts within the lib folder. Here, we also have to make this a use server only file. So good thing that I remembered to do that. Now let's create this create account function, or server action, should I say. First things first, we want to get access to the potentially existing user by saying const existing user is equal to await get user by email, to which we pass our email. Now, this get user by email function is something that I will teach you how to create. It'll be a helper function, which we can create just above the create account. Const get user by email, which accepts one parameter of email of a type string, and let's turn it into a functional component. And within it, we can get access to the databases by saying equal await create admin client. Okay, so we want to get access to the admin client permissions over the database, and we have to make it async because we're using await here. Below it, we'll say const result is equal to await databases dot list documents, and specifically we need to tell it which documents we want to get. So we'll get the documents from the database with the ID of AppRight config database ID, and from the user collection, which we can get by saying AppRight config that user collection ID. And we have to write a query, which is something like query coming from AppRight dot equal email is the email we're searching for. And I think we need to put it within an array. Once we do that, if we have the result, we can then say if result dot total is greater than 0, then we can return the result dot documents 0, else we can return null because we cannot find a user. And now within create account, we have this nice helper function allowing us to fetch the existing user. Now, if we have an existing user, We can then get its account ID by saying const account ID is equal to await send email OTP to this specific email. Once again, this is another function that we have to create. Const send email OTP, one-time password, which is an async function that accepts an email. And that's going to be an email of a type string. And here we can once again get access to the account functionalities by calling it from the create admin client. We can open up a try and catch block that's going to look something like this. In the catch, we get the error. And in the try, we can try to get access to the session by saying const session is equal to await account.create email token. To it, we can pass a unique user ID by saying id.unique, and this is coming from AppRight. And the second parameter is the email we want to connect it with. That's going to give us access to the session, so we can return the session.user ID. And in the catch, we can simply handle that error. So instead of simply console logging it, I'll actually create another helper function, const handle error, where we have access to the error of a type unknown, and we have a second parameter of message of a type string. And here we can simply console.log the error and the message, and I can simply throw that error. So now we can call this handle error function and simply pass the error to it, and then some kind of a meaningful message like failed to send email OTP. And don't forget to import this ID coming from AppRight, specifically Node AppRight. So let's get it right here. Query and ID coming from Node AppRight. And I think I can remove this comment right now because you know what we're doing. I'll repeat it one more time. We're trying to get the user by email. Then we will send it a new OTP verification to make sure that the user who entered that email is actually the user under that email. After that, we will get its account ID and we'll make a check. If there is no account ID, we're going to simply throw a new error, failed to send an OTP. And finally, we have to have a case where there is no existing user. We can get access to the databases functionality because we'll have to create a new document in the database. So we can say await databases.create document. First, we have to say where in which database we want to create it. So that's apprightconfig.id. Then we have to say to which collection we want to add it to. That's going to be the user collection ID. Then we have to give the ID of this new document we want to create. That's ID unique. And then we have to pass the actual data, which is going to be the full name. It'll be email. It'll contain an avatar, which is going to be just a random placeholder avatar logo. So if you search for avatar image, we can find a random placeholder one. Yeah, I think something like this will be good. So I will simply copy its image address and I'll paste it right here as a string. And finally, after avatar, we want to make sure to give this user an account ID. Finally, we can go below this create document and below this if, where we're checking for the existing user, and we can return parse stringify, and then to it, we can pass an object containing the account ID of this new user. But what even is this parse stringify? Well, this is going to be a simple utility function, which we can create in the utils file. It's going to look something like this. Export const parse stringify, which is going to accept a value of an object. For now, I'll set it to unknown, and it's going to return json.parse of json.stringify of that value. Whenever passing large payloads through server actions, we first have to stringify and then parse that value. So that's the reason why we're doing this. And we'll be doing that many times. So instead of simply saying JSON parse JSON stringify every time, we can use this function, parse stringify, which we can now import from utils. Great. And that is our create account server action. Oh, I just noticed one thing. I misspelled existing. You can see even WebStorm is pointing this to me. Typo in Word existing. And now it's giving me a couple of options to rename it to existing. There we go. That's much better. Now let's export this create account function so we can use it within our form. I'll head over to authform.tsx and remember where we left off, right here under the on submit. So here, once we start submitting, we want to set is loading to be true because we're doing some action. And then we want to try to create a new user by saying const user is equal to create account, which is now coming from our server actions. And to it, we have to pass the full name and email. Full name will be equal to values.fullname and email will be equal to values.email. If we don't have a full name, we can just set it as an empty string, which is going to be the case when we're trying to log in. So we can set it as empty string right here. Now let's create a new use state snippet and I'll call it account ID and set account ID at the start equal to null. And right where we have the user, we can call set account ID and set it to user.account ID. But we only want to perform this if we're on the sign up functionality. So let's actually open up a new try and catch block. And in the try, I'll call this functionality that I just added. And in the catch, I'll simply set an error message to something like failed to create an account, please try again. And we can also have a finally, in which case we're going to simply stop the loading no matter what happened. So we can say set is loading to false. And as soon as we start submitting, we can reset the error messages. So the error message is an empty string. Now in this case, it looks like it's saying that user.accountID does not exist on type promise, which means that we have to await the functionality of create account. So let's add the await keyword right here. And this should be enough for us to test the process of creating an account. So let me enter my name right here and let me enter my email and I'll click sign up. There we go. We saw loading. And even though it appears like nothing happened, I believe the request has been sent. And would you look at that? Hello, enter the following verification code to securely sign in to JSM Store It account 330792. But now a better question is, where the heck will we enter that password? We don't have an OTP modal. This is the thing I'm talking about. So in the next lesson, let's focus on creating this modal so we can finally perform a first action that would connect our UI, the front end, with the server side, allowing us to create an account. To get started creating our OTP modal, let's head over to components. And within it, let's create a new file called otpmodal.tsx. While you're in there, run rafce to quickly spin up a new React functional component. And let's import it just so we can see it. But the better question is, where are we going to use this OTP modal? Well, it only has to be used on the sign up page. And specifically, the sign up page itself refers to the auth form. So we're going to put it right here at the bottom of the auth form. I think we have already left a comment for ourselves right here. Specifically, we'll only do it if an account ID exists. So if account ID exists, that means that the user has tried to verify themselves, and then we can show an OTP modal. So let's render it properly. OTP modal coming from components modal. And to it, we can pass the email coming from form.getValues. And I'll pass the email. And finally, the account ID is equal to account ID. We'll use these props within the OTP modal to make sure to verify our user properly. So now we don't have any kind of an OTP right here because the account ID is set to false. But for the time being, just so we can see what we're developing, I'll render this if it's true, so the OTP modal appears in the bottom. Of course, right now, the OTP modal is not a modal quite yet. It is just a piece of text, but the goal for this lesson is to turn it into a modal. And to do that, we'll use ShadCN's alert dialog that when you click it, it'll show some kind of a modal. So with that in mind, we can follow the installation by heading over to our terminal and then pasting npx chatcn add latest add alert dialog. And you can just press enter to use force. And now we can copy its usage. So right here at the top, we have the imports. And then right within the JSX, I can actually render the alert dialog. And that's it. That's how you create a dialog. Can we see it in action? Well, click open, and there we go. It's super easy to do things with chatcn. But it's going to be even easier because we're going to pair this modal with an input OTP, accessible one-time password component with copy and paste functionality. So now you can simply type in your keyword and that's it. To install it, we can once again just run a command. And I just noticed that we didn't continue with the rest of the questions chatcn asked me. So I'm just going to press Y for yes. And I'll run npx chatcn add latest add input OTP. Again, we'll have to answer 2 of the same questions. It's quite likely that by the time you're watching this video, you won't even have to do that. But now, as you can see right here, for this to work, we have to add some things to our Tailwind config. So if we head over to our Tailwind config and search for keyframes, you can see that I already added this beforehand. So we should be good. And after that, we can just import it and use it. So let's do just that. Right at the top, I'll copy all of the imports. And right here, I'll copy the input OTP. So where are we going to use it? Well, we're going to use it below the alert dialog header. So here, the alert dialog header ends, and then right here above the alert dialog footer. So I'll simply paste what I copied, and that's it. If I go back, you can see something that looks like an OTP modal. Of course, we're going to style it further and make it look so much better. So let's do that. Starting from the top, we have the alert dialog, but in this case, I want to manually manage its state by creating a new use state field. So I'll say use state, and I'll call it is open. Set is open. At the start, set to true, because once we have the account ID, we want to make sure that it is already visible. Next, we have another state, which is going to be the value of the one-time password. So I'll call it password, set password, at the start set to an empty string. And finally, we have the loading state. So I'll create a new use state field with is loading, set is loading, at the start set to false. Of course, a form wouldn't be a form if we didn't have a submit handler. So I'll say const handle submit is equal to an async function that accepts an event, which is going to be of a type react.mouse event, specifically an event on an HTML button element, just like this. And make sure to import React from React. And then at the start, we can prevent the default because you already know the default behavior of the form. When you submit it, it reloads. We don't want to do that. Next, we want to set its loading value to true. And then we want to open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we have an error where we simply want to console.log the error. Or we can do something like, failed to verify OTP. There we go. At the end, we'll set is loading to false. Whatever happened, we are no longer performing any kind of OTP action. And in the try, this is where the magic happens. This is where we want to call an API to verify the OTP. So we'll do this very soon, just after we complete the UI that would actually allow us to do so. And also, you know how some users might not do it on time when they get the first email. So we're going to also create a function that would handle resend OTP. So in that case, if they don't manage to do it on time, or if the first email is for whatever reason not there, in that case, we can just resend the email. So I'll just say call API to resend OTP. Great. And now we can focus on the UI. On this alert dialog, we can pass the open state, which is going to be equal to is open. And on open change will be set to set is open. That's going to make it always open because is open is always true. Next, in this case, we don't need the alert dialog trigger here. It'll be triggered programmatically once the user clicks the submit button. After that, we have the alert dialog content with a class name of shad alert dialog. Next, we have alert dialog header with a class name of relative, flex, and justify dash center. Next, there's an alert dialog title, to which I'll give a class name of h2 and text dash center. And we're going to say something like enter your OTP, one-time password. Below the text, we can also render an image. And this image will have a source of /assets /icons /close-dark.svg with an alt tag of close, a width of about 20, a height of about 20, an on click of set is open to false, so we want to close the modal, and a class name equal to OTP close button. If I save this, you can see a little close button at the top right, which would close the form. Next, let's mess with the description a bit by giving it a class name equal to subtitle-2, text-center, and text-light 100. And here we can say something like, we've sent a code to, we can open up a span, and then say email. And this email, of course, is coming from props because we have passed them into our OTP modal from the auth form component. So let's destructure them. I'll get the account ID as well as the email. And these will be of a type. Account ID is of a type string. And email is of a type string as well. Okay, that is great. Now we can say we've sent a code to, and in this case, we actually cannot see an email. That's because we're still testing the modal. Typically, you would never see the modal as soon as you open the sign up page at the moment when the user hasn't yet entered their email. But in this case, we can see it because we're testing it. But later on, the email will always be there as it'll be picked up from the form. So we're okay here. Also, we can escape the apostrophe sign right here by using this combination of letters. And for this span, let's give it a class name of padding left of 1 to divide it a bit from the left, and text-brand. Just to show you how that would look like, it's something like contact@jsmastery.pro. There we go. That's going to be very nice. For now, I'm going to leave it dynamic, so once the user is actually filling it out, we can nicely show it. Next, we have the input OTP with a max length of 6, with the value of password, and then on change, we simply want to call set password. We have an input OTP group to which I'll give a class name of shad-OTP, and then I will remove the second group and the separator because we want to show all 6 in the single group, just like this. Now, as you can see, that's gonna kind of separate them a bit, but we want to make them appear more together. So I'll hold the Alt key on my keyboard and select these different lines, and then I can type the same thing in all 6 lines, such as a class name of shad-OTP-slot. And if I save it, you can see that now they have gotten a look that is more on brand and better matches our design. This is beautiful. And again, the fact that we can just use ShadCN here to develop these very nice and very functional looking components for something that would typically take us hours to develop is just out of this world. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Now we can go to the alert dialog footer, and within it, we can create a new div that'll have a class name equal to flex w-full flex-call and a gap of 4. Within it, we can render an alert dialog action, which is this one right here. And I'll give it an on-click property, which is going to call the handle submit functionality. And it'll have a class name of shad-submit-btn with an h of 12. And a type is equal to button. If we do that, now you can see a nice continue. And in this case, we don't even need the cancel because we already have the close on the top. There we go. It can say something like submit, and within it, we can render a self-closing Next.js image with a source of /assets /icons /loader.svg with an alt tag of loader, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name equal to margin left of 2 to divide it a bit from the submit text, and animate-spin. And we can save it. And now we can see the spinning thing, but we'll only show this when it's loading. So we can say is loading, and if that is the case, only then do we display this image. Finally, for clumsy users that didn't get the first email or it ended up in spam, we can go below the alert dialog action and create another div. And this div will say something like didn't get a code ? We can create a new button that'll have a type equal to button, a variant equal to link, a class name equal to padding left of 1 and text-brand, and finally an on-click property of handle resend OTP. And then we can say something like click to resend. Of course, we have to import the button from / components, and we can escape the apostrophe character right here by using this keyword. Also, we don't have to call this function immediately. We can just make it a function declaration. Okay, this is looking good, but let's style it a bit better by giving this div a class name equal to subtitle -2, margin top of 2, text-center, and text-light -100. And if I save it, this is looking much better. We have a beautiful OTP modal that looks great on mobile, but also looks great on desktop. I would dare to say even better. So with that in mind, we are ready to submit our OTP form to actually try to verify the action on the server, okay? So let's implement the handle submit functionality, inside of which we have to call the verify secret server action. So let's create it under actions, user actions, and below all of these, send email OTP and everything, we're going to create a new one, export const verify secret, which is going to be equal to an async function that accepts an account ID and the password. And we have to define the types. Account ID is of a type string, and the password is of a type string as well. And finally, we can open up a function block right here and get access to AppRight account functionalities by saying const account is equal to await create admin client, which we can call like this. As a matter of fact, let's put this into a try and catch block just to make sure that something doesn't go wrong. So this will go into the try, and in the catch, we can have a catch where we call a handle error failed to verify OTP. So once we do have the client, we want to generate a new session for that client by saying const session is equal to await account.create session, and to it we can pass the account ID and the password. Finally, we want to set that session to a cookie, so we can say await cookies coming from Next.js, which we can call .set, and we want to set an AppRight -session to session.secret, and we want to pass additional options such as a path of / HTTP only set to true, same site set to strict, and finally secure set to true. These are all some precautions we have to make when generating a session and setting it to cookies. Finally, we can return parse stringify, and then we want to simply pass an object with this session ID being equal to session.$ID. There we go. So now we have a function called verify secret, which we can call within our OTP modal. We can do that by saying const session ID is equal to await verify secret, to which we can pass an object containing the account ID and the password. Once we have it, we can check if session ID exists, and if it does, we can use the Next.js's router functionality by declaring it above. Const router is equal to use router, coming from next navigation, not next router. Be careful about that. And we can simply say if session ID router dot push, where do we want to push? To /, meaning just go to the home page. And let's properly spell the router. And let's make sure we're properly mounting it. Const router is equal to use router. And as you can see, we have an error. Next router was not mounted properly, which is not really a descriptive error enough. but it's enough for me to notice that I forgot to pass a use client at the top. Considering that we're using forms and hooks and routers and more, it has to be a use client component. I'll also remove these unused variables or imports coming from chat.cn. I'll check my import. So that's import use router coming from Next. Oh, it looks like it imported it from router after all. And I said to import it from navigation. There we go. We fixed it now. And we are ready to verify the session and navigate to the homepage. And while we're here, before we try it out, let's also implement the handle resend OTP. If we go to user actions, I think we had something similar. We had send email OTP. Yep, it's right here. So we can just use it. Let's go back to the OTP and let's say await send email OTP. And to it, I think we just need to pass an object containing the email. And let's make sure to properly import it. OTP. Oh, it looks like it doesn't want to import it. It should be coming from user actions. So I'll just put it here. Oh, but it looks like we didn't export it. So if I go back to user actions, we have to say export const send email OTP. Before we were using it just in the create account to immediately send it. But if somebody wants us to resend it, then we have to run export and then import it from here and use it there. So with that in mind, let's actually give it a go. I'll go here and I'll say something like Adrian JS Mastery, and I'll enter my email, contact@jsmastery.pro, and click sign up. Immediately after that, it looks like something has happened, but the OTP modal didn't pop up. Let's see why is that. If I head over to the auth form, that's because we are currently setting the auth form always to be true, but we should only activate it once the account ID is actually clicked. And the account ID actually gets updated right here on the create account. So if I try it one more time, you'll still notice that it fails. So let me actually expand this and open up the inspect element and the console and click it again. And you'll see we don't really get anything right here. We do get a 200 from in our network tab, but other than that, not much more is happening. It might be because I tried to use this email before. So let me reload the page and I'll try it once again and click sign up. There we go. Now it appears. Since we made the change in the auth form right here where I specified account ID, I actually had to reload the browser because the change was on the client side. Now go to your email and you should see a couple of emails because I clicked a few times, but you should go for the latest one right here, which is this one. I will copy it and you can manually type it, but what you can do is just paste it. So I'll paste it and click submit. And there we go. We got redirected to the /route or the homepage. And what does that mean? Well, if you check the OTP modal, we would only get there if we don't fail the try block, so we didn't get this error, and only if the session ID exists. So that means that we have successfully generated a user session. And if you head over to inspect and go to application and go to cookies, localhost, you should notice the AppRight session right here. But I noticed something that is not quite good. The value of that session actually seems to be empty. Interesting. So this is definitely something that we need to further investigate. But for the time being, since we don't even have the logout option, we cannot go back to test out the login. We can only do that manually by changing the URL. But I think now is the right time to develop the layout of our actual application. And that includes the navigation bar, as well as this beautiful sidebar with different links. And at the bottom, we have more info about the user. So when we try to fetch that, we'll see if the session has indeed been created or not. And then also at the top right, we have a logout button so we can continue testing the auth. But for the time being, let's focus on the homepage layout. To get started with creating our layout, we'll follow a similar process like we did for our authentication routes. Remember how we had a route group within which we had the layout and then the two pages that share that layout? We'll do the same thing for the home pages. So let's create a new route group, which is going to be a folder whose name starts with parentheses, which is root for the route group. And within it, we can create a new layout header.tsx file. This layout will be a React functional component, and as with any layout, it'll accept children, which will be of a type React node. It'll render a single main tag, since we're showing all the main content within it, with a class name equal to flex and h-screen. And then within it, we will render a sidebar. Below the sidebar, we'll render a section that'll have a class name equal to flex, h-full, flex-1, and flex-call, inside of which we'll render the mobile navigation, as well as a header. And finally, within it, we'll have a div with a class name equal to main-content, inside of which we'll render the children. If I save this, you'll notice that the look and feel of our primary homepage didn't change. That's because we have to move this page right here from the app folder to the root folder. If you do that and reload, you'll notice that now it'll have space for the sidebar, as well as the mobile navigation in the header, and the content will appear right here in the middle. Now let's create these components: the sidebar, the mobile navigation, and the header. We can do that by creating all of these as new files within the components folder. First one called sidebar.tsx, within which I can run rafce. The second one can be called mobile navigation.tsx, inside of which we can run rafce. And finally, the third one can be called header.tsx, inside of which we can run rafce. Now we can import and use all of these three components, such as sidebar, which we can import from components sidebar. Next, we can get the mobile navigation, so let's make sure to import it properly as well. And finally, we can render the header, which is going to be another self-closing component, which we're going to import from components header. There we go. You can see everything is still working exactly as it did before. So what do you say that we start with the header, since it's going to be most prominent right here at the top? Let's dive into the header component, and let's start implementing it by turning it into an HTML5 semantic header tag with a class name equal to header. Within it, we can render just a keyword that says search. Later on, we'll implement a real global search out of this. That's going to be quite an exciting lesson, so stay tuned, because it'll allow us to search across all the files, all the pages, all the content in our database. Below it, we'll have a div with a class name equal to header-wrapper. And within it, we can render our file uploader component. More on that soon. This will be a button that allows us to upload the files. And within it, we can have a form. This form will render a button. This button will be of a type is equal to submit and a class name equal to sign out button. And now within that button, we can render an image. And this image will have a source of /assets, /icons, /logout.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a class name of W-6. If I save it, it's almost as if we cannot see this header appear anyway, because we're on mobile, right? So we can only see the mobile navigation. But if we expand a bit, you can start seeing the header on tablet or desktop devices. So now we have the search, the file uploader, and the logout button. While we're here, we can also create what are soon going to become the components for search and file upload in the similar fashion we created these three. So I'll create a new component called search.tsx, run rafce, and I'll do the same thing with the file uploader by creating a new file uploader.tsx file, inside of which we can run rafce. So now we can simply import and render both of these components, the search coming from components search, and the file uploader coming from components search as well. Nothing has changed, but now we can dive into these components and implement them one by one. But with that in mind, we now have something that at least looks like the final layout. Well, maybe not yet. After we implement the sidebar and the mobile nav, it'll look a bit better, but at least it resembles the UI that we'll soon have. So to make it look much nicer, let's implement the sidebar. For the sidebar, we'll have to keep it at least a tablet width, which is going to look something like this. And as a matter of fact, since the sidebar is on the left side, I'm going to switch the position of my code editor and the browser. That way we can see it while we're implementing it. So let me head over to the sidebar component and let's implement it by using an HTML5 semantic aside tag, which means that this is going to be a side navbar. And we can give it a class name equal to sidebar. Within it, let's render a link coming from next link with an href of /, meaning pointing just to home. And within that link, we can render an image that's going to be a Next.js image tag with the source of /assets /icons /logo -full -brand.svg with an alt tag of logo. And we'll have to give it a width of about 160 and height of about 50 with a class name of typically hidden with an auto height, so h-auto, and it'll be visible on larger devices, so LG block. Once we do that, you can see we cannot see it yet because we're not on a large device, but if I expand a bit more to get to the large screen, you can see it's right here. Great, so I can extend my code editor because the only thing we care about is the sidebar for now, which we can visually see because it's on the left side. But below this image, I'll render another image, and this one will be logo, but for smaller screen sizes. So we can see source is equal to /assets /icons /logo -brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 52, a height of 52, and a class name of LG hidden. So we're doing the exact opposite as before. So now if I go here and collapse it, you can see this smaller one right here. Looking great. Now let's create a navbar right here below the link. That's going to be a nav tag with a class name equal to sidebar-nav. And within it, I'll display a UL, an unordered list. It's going to have a class name equal to flex. And I have to properly spell the class name here. It's going to have a flex-1, flex-col, and a gap of 6. Within it, we need to display our nav items. Now, we could manually create an array here and then create a couple of objects where we have name and then we have a path, but this would simply clutter our view because we would have to have all of the objects right here. What I prefer to do instead is to create a constants file that looks something like this. You can create a new constants folder right here in the root of our directory, and within it, you can create a new index.ts file. And there, we can define all of the things that we might use across some places, like export const nav items is equal to an array where we have the name of each link, such as in this case, dashboard. Each link also could have maybe an icon, which in the dashboard case will be assets, icons, dashboard.svg. And it also needs to have a URL to which it will point to, which is just going to be / because our home is our dashboard. And that looks something like this. So now you need to duplicate it and create it for all other pages, such as documents, images, media, and others. So we can display the different links right here. Of course, I'm referring to the links from the design, documents, images, media, and others. Feel free to take the time to write some of these routes, icons, and names, but just to save you some time, in the description down below, you can find the GitHub README where you can find the code snippets, and one of them will be the constants index.ts file. So here, I just provide you with all the links, no logic here, just some code that's easily copyable. Great. So once you have it, we can use it within the sidebar to map over it. So let's say nav items coming from constants dot map, where we get each individual item. And for each one, we want to open up a code block and then figure out whether it's active or not. So we can say it's active if path name is triple equal to the item.url. And this path name refers to the path name we're currently on. And to figure that out, we have to use the use path name functionality from Next.js by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from next. Once we do that, we can now compare it, and we have to turn it into a client component because we have used a hook. And sidebar should be client anyway, because we'll use redirects and actually route people to different links. So now that we know which link is active, we can actually return a link. So we can say return a link component, which of course has to be imported from Next. And we can give it an href equal to item.url. And as a matter of fact, let's actually destructure those properties like the URL and so on from the item. So we have the URL, we have the name, and we have the icon. So now instead of saying path name is equal to item.url, we can just say URL. Same thing here for URL. And active is actually pretty short, so we can just use this equation instead of setting it to a new variable, which would allow us to just have an immediate return of a link, just by wrapping it in a parenthesis instead of in a function block. So that's how immediate returns work. Next, within this link, we can render an li that'll render an image with a source of icon, an alt tag of name, a width of 24, a height of 24, and that's it. And below it, we can render a p tag that'll render the name. If I save this, you can see something that resembles our URL structure. Let's give each link a key since we're mapping over them, and a key will simply be the name since each name is different. Let's also give it a class name on large devices, wfull. Let's also style the li by giving it a class name equal to. We can use the cn property from shadcn, and within it, we can give it a sidebar -nav -item. And then as the second parameter, we can say only if path name is equal to URL. In that case, give it a shad active class. Let's properly name this path name, and let's specify an end sign here. So only if this is true, which we have to wrap in parentheses right now, then give it a shad active. And now you can see this is looking a bit better. Let's also style the image by giving it a class name equal to. We'll once again use the cn right here, and every image will have a nav icon property, but only if path name is triple equal to URL, then we'll also give it a nav icon active. And let's properly spell class name here. And now you can see that it turns white when it's active, but it's gray otherwise. Let's also style the p tag by giving it a class name of typically hidden, but on large devices, block, meaning visible. So check this out. If we're on desktop devices, we have enough space for the sidebar, but if we collapse it to tablet, check this out. So nicely collapses. And this is the homepage, the dashboard. We have the files, images, videos, and others. Everything makes so much sense. Beautiful. Now let's head below this UL and below the nav, and let's create a new image. This image will have a source of /assets /images /files-2.png. For the alt tag, let's say logo. For the width, let's do 506. For the height, let's do 418. And let's give it a class name of w-full. And we can close it right here. This is just a nice looking files icon. And it's going to create some separation to show our user details. So just below the image, let's render a div with a class name equal to sidebar-user-info. Within it, render an image with a source of, and we can use the same placeholder image that we already used once. I'll try searching for it by searching for placeholder. No, maybe it was avatar. Yep, this one from Pixabay. Since it's a long name, I can actually put it into constants. So go ahead and copy it. Head over to the constants folder and index.ts. And let's just create this new const avatar placeholder URL and make it equal to this one right here. And don't forget to export it. And now I can use the same one right here in user actions, avatar placeholder URL, and we can use it in the sidebar. That's going to be source avatar placeholder URL. The alt tag will be avatar. The width will be 44. The height will be 44. And a class name will be sidebar user avatar. I've decided to use static avatars right here because this app is not really user-based like social media applications where you have to change your avatar every now and then. Here, what we care about the most is what's inside of our account, which are the files we upload. Now, you'll notice that our app will break saying that cdn.pixabay.com or whatever other source of the image you chose will not be accessible right here. So you have to head over to next.config.ts and you'll have to specify images, remote patterns, and within it, provide an array of an object where you specify a protocol of HTTPS, and then below it, you provide a host name of cdn.pixabay.com. And later on, once we want to read additional images, we'll also need to add AppRight. So let's do it right now. Protocol HTTPS and cloud.appright.io. Now, if we reload, you can see that now we can see the image and we have a placeholder icon right here. I might actually decide to change it later on because this one looks a bit too default, but that's okay for now. What I care about much more though is going to be the user details. So let's create a div that'll typically be hidden. So it'll have a class name of hidden, but on large devices, it'll be visible. So it'll have a class name of LG block. Within it, we can display a p tag with a class name of subtitle -2 and capitalize. And we can render the full name. But the question is, where's this full name coming from? And I mean, same things goes for the email. So if we render a p with a class name of caption and try to render the email, we don't yet have access to these things. Remember what I said before? These need to come from the session. So where are we going to get access to this session? I don't want to get access to it right here within the sidebar because we'll have to use it in other places too. So let's head to the central place where we'll need to use it. And that's going to be in the layout root because this place supplies both the sidebar, the mobile nav, the header, as well as all the other pages. So here we have to try fetching the current user, but we can only fetch it if we create a server action that allows us to do so. So for now, our app is broken, I know, but let's head over to user.actions.ts. And below verify secret, we can create a new function that will allow us to fetch the current user. So let's say export const get current user is equal to an async function. We have to get access to databases as well as the account, which is equal to await create session client. Then we want to get the result by saying const result is equal to await account.get. And then we want to extract the user from the database by saying const user is equal to await databases dot list documents. And here we have to specify from which database we want to get it, from which collection we want to get it, and what is the query to fetch it. So conveniently enough, my code editor autofilled it for me. First, we want to provide it the AppRight config.database ID. Then we want to provide it the user collection ID. And finally, we want to write a query where we are looking for a result $ID that matches the account.id. And this doesn't have to be in an array. It can just be like this. That should give us access to the user. And then we can check if a user exists, or if user.total is lower than or equal to 0, then we can return null. But else we can return parse stringify user.documents 0, which should bring us back the currently active user. So now we can use this server action right within our layout by saying const current user is equal to await get current user. And don't forget to make this function async since we're using await. And also, if there is no current user, in that case, we can return a redirect coming from next navigation, and we want to point the user to /sign-in. Make sure that this redirect is coming from next navigation and not whatever it imported right here. So I'm going to say redirect. So I'll import it by saying import redirect from next navigation. There we go. And now we can reload and see what's happening. On the server, we are getting server error, no session. And this is coming from create session client. So that's in the user.actions.ts, specifically from the create session client. That's this function right here that is saying that right now we don't have the AppRight session created, which is exactly what I assumed when I checked the cookies, because we saw that the cookie value wasn't actually added. So let me head back over to sign up functionality right here in the sign up page, and we'll have to head over to the auth form. In the auth form, when we're creating a user, we're calling this server action, and that server action creates an admin client. And to set up the admin client, we're using these specific envs. So let's check if we set them up right. We have the endpoint URL, which points to AppRight endpoint, project ID, which points to AppRight project, and I believe we used a secret key, which points to AppRight key. So now I have to compare them with our envs, which I'll do side by side. Starting with the endpoint URL, we call it next public AppRight endpoint. That's correct. Next, we have the AppRight project. And finally, it looks like I misspelled the secret key. Here I called it AppRight key, and here I'm calling it AppRight secret. So let me actually fix it by renaming my env to say next AppRight key. There we go. So now this env should be good, and we should actually successfully be creating a session. I'll go to inspect element and go to the application tab, and I will completely clear the cookies, as well as the local storage and the session storage. Then I'll head over to sign-up and make sure to delete all the existing users by heading over to auth and then clicking on them, heading all the way down and then deleting them, just to make sure that we have a clean and empty slate. There we go. Now that that is deleted, let's also clear up our database by heading over to databases and then users, and simply select all three of these users and simply delete them. Now we can try creating a new user. I'll call it Adrian JS Mastery, and I'll use my contact at jsmastery.pro email, and I'll click sign up. There we go. An OTP has been sent. I'll make sure to copy it, and I'll paste it right here and click submit. Immediately, we are redirected back to localhost, which is a good sign, but right now we're not getting that session not found error. Right now, we are exactly where we left off in the sidebar. Remember, if I head back over here, we were trying to console log two different things, the full name and the email, even though we knew that we have to extract them from somewhere. So this entire time, we have been trying to log our user in and get the active session so that we can extract the full name and the email from the session. Our sidebar is being called within the root layout. So let's head over to root layout, which is this one right here. And remember, here we're trying to access the current user by calling this server action, which should give us all the information about the currently active user. And then once we get it, we are ready to pass it over to the sidebar. So let's do just that by passing the full name is equal to current user dot full name. Let's also pass the avatar image equal to current user dot avatar. And now that I think about it, we're just simply saying full name is equal to something that same thing. Same thing here. So instead of doing that, let's simply spread the entire current user, which is going to look something like this: object dot current user. Now we can head into the sidebar and we can accept all of these props we're passing in, such as a full name. We can also get the avatar and we can get the email. And those can be of a type props, which we can define right here. Interface props is equal to full name is of a type string, avatar is of a type string, and email is of a type string as well. And now, as you can see, we're back here and we're successfully rendering the full name and the email right there. And while we're here, we can also render the user avatar by simply rendering the avatar. It's not like anything will change because we're still using this demo placeholder avatar, which we can later on switch with some kind of a more interesting avatar image. But again, I mean, just check this out. Now we are successfully logged in. We know which user is logged in, And we have a left sidebar that will soon allow us to navigate to other pages. Soon enough, we'll also head back over to complete our header with its search, file uploader, and the functionality for the logout button, which so far hasn't been implemented yet. But next, let's focus on the mobile navigation. What happens if I collapse my screen to a mobile size? Well, as you can see, we have no space left for the left sidebar. So that means that I can head over to the mobile navigation component and I can collapse it a bit just so we can see our browser. So let's implement the mobile navigation next. To develop our mobile navbar, we'll need to use another ShadCN component, specifically a ShadCN sheet, which is a dialog component that extends to complement the main content of the screen, something that looks like this. So let's go ahead and install it by running this command in our terminal, npx ShadCN add latest add sheet, press Y and install all the dependencies. Let's copy its usage right here at the top, and let's copy the rendering part. I'll simply first wrap it in a header, so let's create a header component. Within it, I'll create an image coming from next image with a source of /assets /icons /logo-full-brand.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of 120, a height of 52, and a class name equal to h-auto. And right below it, we can render the sheet that we just copied. So let me save it and check this out. Now we have a logo that says open, and then it opens up right here. Looking great. Let's also give this header a class name equal to mobile-header. That's gonna position the logo on the left side and the open button on the right side. And now we can focus on working with this sheet. First of all, I'll create a new use state field. I'll call it open and set open at the start set to false. Since we'll also have navigation items within it, we also need to know the path name. So I'll say const path name is equal to use path name. And of course, we need to import it from next navigation. Now moving down to the sheet, we can pass it different props, such as open is equal to open, and on open change is equal to set open. So that's going to modify this state variable. Sheet trigger is not going to simply say open. Rather, it'll be an image that's going to have a source of /assets /icons /menu.svg with an alt tag of search, a width of 30, and a height of 30. If you save that, we have to properly import the use path name right here at the top. Or should I say we have properly imported it, but instead we have to turn it into a use client. So let's use client and we're good. And now we can see that this looks much better than a text that says open. We have an actual burger menu right here. Right below the sheet trigger, let's style the sheet content by giving it a class name equal to shad-sheet h-screen and padding x of 3. Next, we can remove the sheet header. We don't need it in this case, but within our sheet title, I'll create a new div that'll have a class name equal to header-user, and I'll render an image with a source of avatar, an alt tag of avatar, a width of 44, a height of 44, and a class name equal to header-user-avatar. Of course, we're not yet passing this avatar into here, and we're also not passing the full name and everything else that we need from our user. So let's go ahead and pass it. Remember, we're calling this right from the root layout, same way in which we're calling the sidebar. So let's simply spread all the information about the current user into the mobile navigation as well. Next, we can simply destructure all of those fields by getting the owner ID. I believe we have access to that. Account ID, full name, avatar, and email. And this is going to be equal to props. And now we can define those props right here by saying interface props. And we're going to have an owner ID of a type string. meaning who owns a specific file, an account ID of string, full name, avatar, and email, all strings. So now, if you open it up, you can see an actual avatar image. And if we go down, right below the avatar, we can render a div. And this div will have a class name of, on small devices, this will be hidden, but on large devices, it'll be block, meaning shown. Within it, we can render a p tag that'll render the full name, and we can also give it a class name equal to subtitle-2 and capitalize. There we go. This is looking great. And right below it, we can also render another p tag that'll have a class name equal to caption, and it'll render the email. So if I fix this and save it, this is looking great. Now we can go 2 divs down and we can install a ShatCN separator component. So that's simply separator. I think this is the simplest component to use. You just simply say separator, import it from components UI separator, and save it. You can also give it a class name of margin bottom of 4 and BG light 200 over 20. And as you can see, this created some separation from the top content and the content below. Now we can exit the sheet title, and right below it, we can delete this entire sheet description, and I'll create a nav. That stands for navigation bar. That'll have a class name equal to mobile-nav. And within it, we can create a new UL, an unordered list, that'll have a class name equal to mobile-nav-list. And within it, we can map over our nav items. So let's say nav items coming from constants. Remember, this is a list of different URLs that we have within our application that we have created earlier. And now we can map over them almost in the same exact way of how we have done it in the navigation bar. So if I open up the sidebar, we can copy this part where we have nav items.map. So let me copy it. And now I'll paste it right here. There we go. Of course, it'll require some fixes because we're doing mobile here instead of desktop. First, we have an href with a name URL and LGW full. Then we have a list item with mobile nav items. So let's fix this CN class. There we go. That's going to change the layout. Then we have the image where it says nav icon and nav icon active. This is looking good to me. And finally, we have a p tag, which is not going to be hidden in this case, because even though we're on mobile, we have enough space to show it. So this is looking great to me. Now we can head down right here below this nav and create another separator. We'll do it exactly as we have done the last one with a class name of margin Y of 5 to create some space on top and bottom, and BG light of 200 over 20. Now we can create another div right below the separator that'll have a class name equal to flex dash call, justify dash between, a gap of 5, and a padding bottom of 5. And within it, we will render a file uploader. So soon enough, we'll be able to upload the files from here. And right below it, we're going to have a button to sign out. Since this one is similar to the one in the header, I will simply go ahead and copy this button, go back here, and render it right below the file uploader. Button type submit with a class name of mobile-sign-out-button. It'll have an on click, which soon enough we'll be able to use the real logout functionality. For now, I'll make it an empty callback function, and it'll have an icon that's going to say logout. We can just remove this W6 for the width. And there we go. We have a beautiful button, and we can also add a text, a p tag that simply says logout right here below. And while we're here, let's also use the file uploader component we created before. That's just file uploader. Nothing will change right now because it's still just an empty piece of text. But once we start implementing the file uploader on desktop, this one right here, it'll also automatically work for the one in the mobile navbar. Now that we've implemented the mobile navbar, we are finally ready to implement the functionality for the logout, both on mobile and on desktop. And once we implement that, we'll also have to finalize our authentication. specifically the login part of the auth, because right now we have only implemented register. So let's do that next. To implement our logout functionality, I want to introduce you to a new tool from AppRight called the Assistant that will allow you to implement different features, APIs, and more by generating some code for you, specifically helping you with the queries and optimizations. So how can you use it? It's super simple. Just head back over to your dashboard, press Ctrl or Command K, and then just say Ask the AI. And now you can ask it any kind of question, like how to implement an OTP login form. And check this out. It's going to figure out that you need to create a new AppRight client by getting all of these environment variables, initiate the OTP authentication by creating a magic session URL, and then you have the form, and finally you have to handle the form submission to create a session, which is exactly what we have done. Of course, you'll have to tweak it to match your code base, but what I loved most about it is that it actually creates sources for you so you can very quickly refer to these different links that make it happen. In this case, I'm wondering, how can we log the user out? So I'm going to say, how can I log my user out? So to log a user out, you can use AppRight.delete session. This is exactly what I wanted. It helps us specify the client, and then it has a function that deletes a session. This is all that I needed. So I'll copy this part, delete the current session, and I'll head back over to user.actions.ts, and I'll say export const sign out user is equal to an async function where we have a try and catch block. And in the try, we'll try to delete the session. Of course, this account is coming right here at the top by saying await create session client. Then we can await account.delete session, and we don't need to use the .then since we're using async await. After we delete the session, we want to delete it from the cookies too. So we can say in parentheses await cookies and then .delete, and specifically want to delete the AppRight session. Finally, let's add a catch block. Within catch, we're getting the error, and then we can call the handle error saying fail to sign out user. And finally, we have a finally block, no pun intended, which can simply redirect our user. So let's redirect the user to sign in. Now it looks like I forgot to apply a semicolon here. If I do apply it, this is going to be good because these are two distinct lines of code. So with that in mind, now we have the sign out user functionality, and let's head over to our mobile navigation to just add it to this on click. It's going to be simple. You just make this function an async function, and then you await sign out user, and you call it like so. Now remember, we are going to also implement it within our header right here where we click the logout button. But in this case, it'll be just a tiny bit different. See, our header component is not a client component. It is a server component. And for that reason, you cannot really use client-side functionalities like button clicks or form submissions, or redirects for that matter. So that's why we'll use new React 19 functionality by passing an action to a form that will allow you to perform a server-side functionality for what seems to be a client-side thing. We can do it by creating a new async function and then opening a new block of code, adding the use server directive. So that means that the code below this code will be rendered on the server. And we can call the await sign out user like so. Now, if you head back and if you click logout, you can see that we've been successfully logged out from our application, and we can soon start implementing the sign in functionality. But just before we do that, remember that ugly avatar icon that I decided to use? Well, let's just fix it so that the new users that are coming to our platform have a bit nicer avatar images. I'll go ahead and choose this guy right here. Seems to be working well with our 3D theme. So I'll simply copy the image address. You can choose any other avatar you want. Or what I would even like you to do is implement another modal where you allow your users to choose from multiple different avatars. Or this is pretty cool, you can use AppRight's avatars functionality that will allow you to generate an avatar image based on the letters of their first and last name. That's also pretty cool. But in this case, I'll go back and I'll go where we are creating the user, which is going to be in user actions. And we're creating the user somewhere here. There we go. And I'll simply want to update the avatar placeholder ID from this Pixabay one to this new one coming from FreePic. And I already know that we'll have to head over to config Next.js, and we'll have to add another remote pattern right here to tell Next.js that it's fine to render an image from this source. Great. Now I'll go ahead and create a new account. Let me use the same name as before, but this time I'll use a different email. There we go. We now have to verify it. And immediately after verification, we're back. We have to configure it. That's imagefreepic.com, which we have to add to our next.config.ts. I reloaded and we're good. Yep, this is looking more like it. Until I do the official face reveal, I'm more than okay with this. Now let's log out one final time and let's implement the sign in functionality. I'll try to ask the AppRight assistant one more time by pressing Command K and then ask the AI. And I'll say, how can I implement a Next.js server action that will sign in the user using OTP? Let's see what it says. Okay, it does everything we've done before. Create admin client, create the OTP sign-in server action. Yep, this is looking pretty good, I gotta say. It's using the cookies, it's using the Next.js redirects, the create admin client, and more. It's creating a session, setting the cookies. Yep, this is looking great. In this case, we have already created the form and we have created a server action that will help us send out the OTP verification. So let's just do it manually by heading over to user actions. I'll head below the sign out user and export const, a new one, sign in user, which is going to be equal to an async function that accepts an email of the user we're trying to sign in. And that email is, of course, of a type string. We want to open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we're going to get the error and simply handle that error by console logging it. And in the try, we'll extract the existing user if it exists. So I'm going to say const existing user is equal to await get user by email, and then we pass the email. And then if a user exists, we send the one-time password to their email by saying if existing user, then await, send email OTP to this email, and immediately return parse stringify the account ID from that existing user. Else, if it doesn't exist, we can just return parse stringify, and I'll return something like account ID is equal to null. And I'll also return an error that we can then use by saying something like user not found. And now we can use it within our form. So let's head over to our auth form, head over to where we're creating the account, and we want to make a check right here, right before we say where the user is coming from, and right before we make a decision whether we want to create or sign in. So I'm actually gonna add a new ternary operator, is sign up. And if it is sign up, I'll call this await functionality right here to create an account. Else, I'll call await sign in user, and to it, I'll pass the email equal to values.email coming from the form. And this is sign up is gonna be true if our type of the form that we're passing as props is equal to sign-up. I'm referring to this type right here. And let's make sure that we're properly closing it. Let's see. This function is ending all the way here. So I think I should have put my second part here. There we go. That's better. You can also use an if this seems a bit too overwhelming with these ternaries. So using an if by saying something like let user is null, and then if type is sign up, in that case, you can use this block of code, else you can do another block of code. But that requires an additional variable assignment. So in this case, I'm fine with just saying this. User create sign in, perfect. So let's give it a go by going right here, entering my email. Let's do JavaScript mastery00@gmail.com. The OTP will come to your email. And once you verify it, you'll be right in. Great job on implementing the full authentication with all 3 parts done. Sign out, sign in, and register. Next, we can focus on uploading some files. To get started with the file uploader component, you can see it right here on mobile devices in the right sidebar. So let's head over to the file uploader component.tsx. Once you're there, let's install a new package called React Drop Zone, which is a simple React hook to create an HTML5 compliant drag and drop zone for files. You know how you can pull the file and then you can drag and drop it into a website? Well, that's exactly what React Drop Zone does. So let's copy the installation command and paste it right here. npm install -- save react - drop zone. And then we can copy its usage. So let's copy it and let's paste it right here at the top of the file uploader file. In this case, we're not going to declare the my drop zone component, so we can delete it. But instead of that, we can copy everything from within it and then put it within the file uploader component itself, right here. So here we have the on drop, as well as some of the special functionalities coming from the use drop zone hook. And of course, since we're using a hook, that means that this has to be a use client component. Or you can use the wrapper component called drop zone, but in this case, I'm okay with using it like this. Now they explain some additional functionalities, how we can get the files that you input and more, but I'll explain all of that to you as I teach you how to use this component. Now you can see drag and drop some files here, or click to select files. And if you click it, it'll actually open up a file explorer. So let's first do the UI for the file uploader so we know where we can place our files. To do that, we have this div with a class name equal to cursor - pointer. Next, we have the input, and right below that input, we can render a button. This button will come from components. It'll have a type is equal to button, and it'll have a class name equal to CN coming from utils. We're gonna always give it a class name of uploader - button. And after that, we're gonna pass it some additional class names, which we can get through props. So right here at the top, where we have the file uploader props, we can accept the owner ID, which will soon pass, so we know who is uploading the files, the account ID, as well as the class name. And we can define the props right here. So that's gonna be interface props is equal to owner ID of a type string, account ID of a type string, and class name of a type string optional. So now we have this button, and within that button, we can render an image with a source of /assets /icons /upload.svg with an alt tag of upload, a width of about 24, a height of about 24, and I think that's it. If I save it, you can see how now it has the upload icon, and we can also render a piece of text, a paragraph that's gonna say upload. There we go. Now it's super clear. Below the button, we can check whether some files exist. And the question is, how can we know where the files are, the files that we're trying to upload? We have to keep track of them using the state. So right here at the top, we can say use state snippet. Let's call it files, set files, and at the start, it'll be equal to an empty array. But in this case, we'll specify the type to be a file array, like this. So an array of files. Right now, we have some kind of a warning, but don't worry about that. If we go down right here, below the button, we can make a check and see if files.length is greater than 0. In that case, we can render a UL, which is an unordered list, but let's make sure to properly close it right here. So files.length is greater than 0. Then we open and close the UL. That UL will have a class name equal to uploader dash preview dash list. And within it, we can render an H4, that's H4, not H3, with a class name equal to H4, text-light-100, and it's gonna say uploading. So to know which files are we trying to upload. And then below it, we can say files.map, and we can map over the files by first getting the file and then getting the index of that file. And then for each one, we can basically open up a new function block, and we need to figure out what is the type of that file. Is it an image or is it a video? So I'll try to destructure const type as well as the extension of that file by calling a new function which we can create called getFileType, to which we need to pass the file name. Now, this is a function that we have to create. It's going to be a special function coming from utilities or utils. So let's head over to utils.ts, and currently it's pretty empty. We need to create some kind of a function and export it called getFileType, which accepts a string of file name, and then it should return basically the name, and then it should return the type as well as the extension of this file. And this is the type of code that I like to use ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot for. I'll do something like this. I'll select it, and in this case, I'll open up a new Copilot block. I'll ask it to create a function or implement the functionality for this function to take in a file name and return a type and an extension. Let's see what GitHub Copilot comes up with. Okay, check this out. So it's getting the extension by splitting the file name by using the separator of the dot and then popping the first thing. So it's only going to keep the extension. Then it opens up the type and it opens up a switch case. If it's one of the most popular image formats like JPEG or PNG or GIF, then it says the type as image. For MP4 and others, it sets it to video. For MP3 audio, for PDF, doc, and docx, document, and so on. Finally, it returns the type and the extension. This is looking good to me, so I will gladly accept it. And as I said, you can use ChatGPT or any other AI editor. They're perfect for implementing utility functions such as this one. But just to make sure that you can 100% follow along, I'll provide you with the complete utils file linked to the README of this project's codebase. So simply copy it and override this one right here. You'll notice that it has a collection of these other utility functions, like get file type params. Is it documents? Is it image? Is it media? Or this one that will return the usage summary for each of the categories, like the documents, images, and more. Or the one that we just created that gets the file type based on different extensions, and then it just returns that type and the extension. We do a similar thing for the icons right here. Get file icon. Based on the extension, we can return a specific asset so we know exactly of which type the file is. With that in mind, we can now go back here and we can call the getFileType functionality coming from utils, to which we pass the file name. And once we get it, we can return an li, which is a list item, with a key equal to a template string of file.name and then dash index. So this way we can make it fully unique, and we can give it a class name is equal to uploader dash preview dash item. If we do that, we cannot see anything yet because we haven't yet uploaded any files. But if I type test in there, we should be able to see something for each file that we upload. So back on my desktop, I'll choose one of the screenshots that I have right here, and we should be able to see something, but not yet. That's because we're not setting the file to the state on drop. We can do that by turning this callback function into an async function, specify the type of the accepted files to be a file array like this, and then within it, we can simply set files and set it equal to accepted files. If I save this and try to upload it one more time, you can see we have this little pop-up at the bottom that says uploading test. But other than that, not a lot is happening. So let's continue creating this li list. Within this li, let's create a div, and this div will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 3. And within it, we want to render a special component called thumbnail. So this will be a component that will render the preview of the image we're trying to upload, okay? So let's actually create it as a new component in the components folder. I'll call it thumbnail.tsx, run rafce, and then I'll go back and import it right here, thumbnail. Of course, to this thumbnail, we have to pass some props, such as the type is equal to type, extension is equal to extension, and finally the URL is equal to convert file to URL, and then we pass in the file we're trying to convert. This is another one of the utility functions, which takes the URL object and calls the create object URL of a specific file. So now we can go into the thumbnail and we can accept those props. We can accept the type, the extension, and the URL, which by default can be set to string if nothing else is passed. We can set this over to props for the type, and we can declare the interface props of type string, extension string, and URL string. Now we can return a figure. It's a special HTML5 component typically used for use cases such as thumbnails. Within it, we can render an image from Next.js with a source of. Now here, we want to check whether it is an image. So we can do that at the top by saying const isImage is equal to, and now if type is triple equal to image, then it'll be an image, and if extension is not equal to SVG, because SVG is harder to show right here as a thumbnail. So if it is an image and extension is not SVG, then we know that it's an image. So we can say if is image, then we simply give it a URL. Else we need to get the file icon, which is a function from utils, to which we pass the extension as well as the type. And then we are going to pass just a generic image. Like for video, it's going to be a camera icon. For the alt tag, we can give it a thumbnail. We can give it a width of about 100, a height about 100. We can give it a class name equal to, let's make it CN for class names. Let's give it a class name of size of 8, object-contain. And then we can also give it image class name, which is a special prop that we can pass, image class name, or just a typical class name if it's not an image, so class name. We also have to define those two, so image class name will be optional of a type string and class name optional of a type string. I have to properly close this image. And finally, if it is image, we'll also give it the thumbnail -image property. Hopefully this makes sense. So we always give it size 8 object contain. We also pass some additional images from props if there are any. And then if it is an image, we also pass the thumbnail image class name. In the same way, we can style the figure by giving it a class name of CN. And then we can give it a property of thumbnail and pass all the additional class names if there are any. So as you can see right now, it says uploading, and then we have a little thumbnail of the image that I was trying to upload. This is like an upload modal, looking good. Of course, it doesn't look as good on mobile devices, but trust me, we're getting there. Now below this thumbnail, let's create a div, and that div will have a class name equal to preview -item -name, and it'll simply render the file.name. Let's also render another image right here and give it a source equal to /assets /icons /file-loader.gif. So this will be the actual loader that we want to show. Let's make sure we're properly pointing to it. It's assets icons file loader.gif. We have to give it a width of about 80, a height of about 26. So let's do that. And an alt tag of loader. If you save it and open it up and try to upload a file like this screenshot of a YouTube thumbnail, you can see that now this is looking pretty good. We have the full name and we also have some kind of a loader right here showing the upload process. Let's go 2 divs down and let's render one more image, which is going to be an image that will allow us to remove that upload. So let's give it a source of /assets /icons /remove.svg with a width of about 24, a height of about 24, an alt tag of remove, and on click, we can call a function that's going to take in the event. So it's going to be called handle remove file, and it'll take the event as the first parameter and then the file.name as the second one. So let's go ahead and create this function right here at the top. Const handle remove file takes in the event, specifically react.mouse event of HTML image element mouse event, and then the file name, which is going to be of a type string. That's going to look something like this. And then first things first, it needs to stop the propagation. So once we click on it, we don't want to click any more below this modal. We want to simply stop the propagation. We only want to do what this function is doing. And then we want to set the files to get the previous files, okay? Because we're modifying the state using the previous state. And whenever you are doing that, you actually have to have a callback function within the state changer. And in this case, we can call the prev files dot filter, and we want to filter the file where file.name is not equal to file name. Okay, so basically what we're doing here is we're keeping all the other files in the list that we're trying to upload, but we will only remove the one that we click on. So if you have multiple, like let's say these two, if you click on one, it deletes that one, and then you delete the other one. Great. Let's also remove this React right here, and let's just import the mouse event as a type from React. And I think we need to get the HTML image element as well. So let's do it properly. Event. And then within it, we also need to add a comma and specify that this is also a mouse event. Because even though we're clicking on an image element, this also is a mouse event like this. And I will add react.mouse event up front. So let's simply make sure to import React from React. There we go. This is good now. So now let's head back down. And once you upload files, as you have seen, it's going to say uploading. And of course, this definitely looks better on desktop devices. And we have some kind of a modal that allows you to upload files and then see the upload process happen immediately over here. Now, of course, this is fake uploading it. It's not doing a real upload. And that's because this functionality right here on drop simply sets the state, which then triggers the loading. But we're not yet uploading them anywhere. For that, we have to create a new set of server actions. So let's head over to lib actions and create a new file called file.actions.ts. And within it, we can export const our first file action called upload file, which will take a file of a type file and it'll open up a new function block. Let's not forget that this will be an asynchronous function. And let's also make sure to add the use server directive at the top so we can ensure that these are only getting called on the server. Alongside the file, we'll also pass additional things such as owner ID to know who is creating that file. And actually, I won't define the types right here. I'll define them for the entire object. So we first have to destructure these props. So we have the file, we have the owner ID, the account ID, and finally the path, which we want to use for revalidation. And we can define the type of this to be upload file props. Now, what you can do is you can define an interface of upload file props right here as what we have been doing so far. What you can also do is create a new file in the root of your application and call it index.d.ts, and then declare this interface of upload file props right here. That way, if you declare it within this index.dts, which some people also like to put within a special folder, which we can call types, and then you can drag and drop this index.d.ts within the types. It allows you to have global types for your entire application. So right here, you can maybe say that file is of a type file. You can also say that owner ID will be of a type string, account ID string, and path string. Now, if you go back, you'll see that even if you don't export this upload file props from this file, and if you command click, you will be able to go here. So your editor knows this is the right interface. The problem is that sometimes ESLint doesn't know the TypeScript magic that we're doing with this index.dts, so you still have to export this as an interface and then import it right here as a regular type. If you do that, ESLint will not complain and it'll say, hey, just go ahead and use this file, but now I know that it is a string. So this is how we will be declaring some of the other types in our application, especially some longer ones. And just so we don't have to type them all by hand, you can find the complete index.d.ts in the README of this project. So if you go there, you can paste it and you can copy it here. For example, you can see the upload file props, which we just wrote ourselves, is here as well. So now let's continue working on the upload file functionality. First things first, we have to get access to the storage and databases functionality from AppRight. So let's say const destructure the storage and databases, and that's going to be equal to await create admin client, as we learned so far. We can open up a new try and catch block that's going to look something like this. In the catch, we get an error, and we can simply call the handle error utility function. I think we declared it in our previous actions file. So that's going to be user.actions.ts. And we can copy the handle error functionality from here. It is right here, pretty simple function. So let's copy it and paste it here. And we're going to pass in the handle error and a message saying failed to upload files. And now a better question is, what happens within the try block? Well, here we try to read the file. So we can say const input file is equal to input file dot from buffer, and to it we pass the file as well as the file dot name. This file is basically a blob that this input file coming from node AppRight file functionality, it's going to read from it and it's going to upload it to their servers. So we can then use that file. How do we do that? By saying const bucket file is equal to await storage dot create file, to which we need to pass the ID of the bucket. So that's going to be AppRight config dot bucket ID. Then we need to pass the ID of this new file we're creating, for which you can use the ID dot unique functionality. And finally, we need to pass the file itself, which is the input file. So that's going to end up looking something like this. We pass the file through props, then we read it from the buffer, from the blob right here, to turn it into an input file. And then we call AppRight storage.create file. We specify the name of the bucket, and bucket simply means where are we going to store this file. Give it an ID and specify which file are we trying to upload. Then we get the file within the bucket. Once we have it, we have to be very precise about the information of this file. So let's say const file document is equal to an object where we first have to specify the type of that document. It's going to be something like get file type. This is a utility function we have created before, to which we can pass the bucket file dot name and then call the dot type on it. Then we have the name of this file, which is going to be bucket file dot name. Then we have a URL, and here we can use another utility function called construct file URL, to which we can pass the bucket file dot $ID. Next, we need to get the extension, which we can get by using the get file type, which is another utility function, to which we have to pass the bucket file dot name and then call the dot extension outside of the parentheses. Then the size, which is going to be the bucket file dot size, original, then the owner, which is going to be the owner ID, then the account ID, then specify the users that have access to that file, which at the start is set to an empty array, and then give it a bucket file ID, which is going to be bucket file dot $ID. So why are we doing this? We're doing this so that once we store the file, we actually have access to some metadata about that file. So we can show an icon by knowing that it's an image or a video. Then we can know how to access it. We know which extension does it have. We know its name, we know its type, we know its size. All of that metadata we want attached to that file. So to store the file itself, we're using AppRight's storage functionality. But to store the metadata, we'll use AppRight's databases functionality. So let's say const new file is equal to await databases dot create document. Here we have to say to which database ID we want to create it. That's going to be AppRight config dot database ID. Then we have to specify within which collection we want to create it. In this case, it's going to be the files collection. We have to give it an ID and we have to give it the actual file which we want to store. On this, we can also call a .catch with an async error functionality in case something goes wrong. So that's going to look something like this, async error of a type unknown, where we can await storage .delete file. We have to be very precise with this because if something goes wrong with creating the database document, then that means that we should not store a file in the storage as well. So we want to delete it. So storage.delete file, from which bucket we want to delete it. That's going to be AppRight config .bucket ID. And then also which file do we want to delete? That's going to be bucket file $ID. And we can also call the handle error. So let's call it right here, handle error, to which we pass the error and say failed to create file document. Finally, once we finish, if we finish successfully, we want to call a revalidate path and pass the path. So if we're uploading from the home page, we want to revalidate home page. If we're uploading from documents, we want to revalidate documents so we can show the new refreshed data. And finally, we want to return parse stringify, which is a utility function, and to it, we want to pass a new file. And this should properly upload our files to AppRight's databases and AppRight's storage solutions. Great. So let's try to use this upload file server action within the file uploader. So right after setting the files, I want to say const upload promises. And I'll explain exactly why I called it like this. That's because we're uploading multiple files. So I can say is equal to accepted files dot map. Not always are we trying to upload multiple files, but if we are, we want to do it one by one and make sure that all of them fit our requirements. So we're going to map over an async function where inside of each one, we get access to a file, and for each one, we open up a function block. There, I have an if statement where I want to check if file.size is greater than max file size coming from constants. We simply want to set files by getting access to the previous files because we're modifying the files based on the current state of the files by saying prev files.filter and filter the one where f.name is not equal to file.name. Why are we doing this? We're doing it to clear the files that don't match the max file size criteria or that are bigger than what is allowed. In our case, that is 50 megabytes. Now, still within the if, we can go in and return a toast component. This toast will come right here at the top by saying const toast, which we can destructure, is equal to use toast. And I just noticed that we didn't yet implement toasts. A toast is a succinct message that is displayed temporarily. It looks something like this. So to implement it, we have to run npx shatcn add latest add toast. So we can do it right here. Let's say y, and let's just press enter for these questions that it's asking us. Next, it wants us to add the toaster component to the root layout. So let's do just that. I'll head over to root layout. I'll import it right here at the top, toaster, and I'll render it right here above the ending main tag here. Next, we have to use it by importing the useToast from hooks useToast. We can do that right here. Then we get access to the toast, and finally we can use it like this. So within the if, I'll say return toast, and instead of saying scheduled catch-up, in this case we can do something like toast that has a description equal to a p tag with a class name equal to body-2 and text-white. Within it, we can render a span with a class name equal to font-semi-bold. So let's end it. Here, within that span, we can render the file name. And after the span, we can say is too large. Max file size is 50 megabytes. And we can give it a class name equal to error-toast. So now if the file is too large, we will simply return this toast saying, hey, you cannot actually upload that. And we can actually already test that out. But first, let's remove this drag and drop some files. We don't need that since we have the upload button. So I'll go here and remove the text that says upload files. There we go. That's this one right here. Save it. Now we have just a button. I'll click it and I'll choose a video. This is one of the videos for the Ultimate Next.js course that I'm recording at the moment. So let's try to upload it. It's definitely larger than 50 megabytes. And it says ask a question form edited is too large, max file size is 50 megabytes. But if we try to upload a screenshot, that actually works like a charm. Great. So now we can continue with the rest of the setup in case the file is not too large. So right after this if statement, we're going to return the upload file functionality, which is actually a server action, which we created, to which we need to pass the file, the owner ID, the account ID, and finally the path, which we want to revalidate. And that path is going to come by using the use path name. So we can say const path is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And let's properly pass it right here by saying path. And on this, we can call a dot then. So once we get the uploaded file, for each uploaded file, we can see if it has been uploaded successfully. So if is uploaded file, then we want to actually remove it from the bottom right corner where we're showing the file upload process by once again getting the set files and getting the previous files and then filtering out the file that has been uploaded. I know we have a lot of these filters, but trust me, that's how you do it in enterprise applications as well. Sometimes the code does look a bit clunky. It looks like it's being repeated. It looks like there's a lot of filters, but that's just the logic that we need to carry out the functionality that we want to achieve. And finally, why did we call it upload promises? Well, that's because we can have multiple uploads running at the same time. So right here, where we have the dependencies, we can say that we don't have to recall this unless the owner ID, the account ID, or the path don't change. These are the dependencies for the use callback that we have at the top. And use callback, just make sure that we don't have to rerun this code every time. Only rerun it if these things change. And now finally, right here, I think we need to be within the use callback of the onDrop. We can say await promise that all upload promises. So we want to await the upload process of all the files. In this case, we don't need to get access to this isDragActive from useDropZone. And I actually think we're good. I actually think that this will now implement the upload functionality. We have all the necessary checks. We're removing the files from the list if we click on the X. So let's give it a shot. I'll try to upload a screenshot, this one right here, of a thumbnail of our React.js crash course. It says uploading, and we get an error. That's good. At least something happened. We have coded a lot of stuff, so it's normal that an error happens. In this case, it says invalid document structure, missing required attribute bucket field. And this is happening on line 45 of File Actions.ts. So if I head over to File Actions.ts, line 45, it points to where we're trying to create a new document. We're using await, so let's just make sure that this is an asynchronous function, and it is. And specifically, it is saying missing required attribute bucket field. So let me hover over the create document. It looks like it accepts the database ID, the collection ID, the document ID, and then the data, but I don't see the mentions of a bucket field under create document. Buckets are typically mentioned under create file right here. But maybe we're looking at it the other way around. Maybe the error is not within our code, because here it says bucket file ID, but our error is saying that we're missing bucket field, which is something entirely different. And that makes me think that we might have made an error right here within our AppRight project, where we were setting up the database structure, specifically the structure of our files. So if we head here and go to attributes, you can see that I called it a bucket field and made it required, but actually it should be a bucket file ID. So let's update this, reload the page, and let's try to re-upload another file. In this case, I'll upload a screenshot of the error we've been having just to reminisce of it once we actually fix it. It says uploading, and we get another error saying account ID is now missing. That's also happening here, and we're passing it to the upload file as one of the props. Let's see if that's being passed properly from the file uploader. If we go here, we can see that where we're calling the upload file, we are passing the account ID, which is of a type string. So this makes me think that we're passing it properly. And are we passing it to the file uploader? That is another question. So let's head over to where we're calling the file uploader. That's going to be within our header, I believe. So let's head over into the header component. And as you can see, we're not passing the necessary props that will make the file uploader work. So let's first do that. And that's going to be the last step needed to make this work. We need to pass the owner ID and the account ID. But you can see that even our header doesn't have access to those. So let's head over to the root layout and let's pass the necessary props to the header component. I gotta say, we are doing just a bit of prop drilling right here because we're going 2 levels deep with passing props, but I will still consider this to be fine in this case. So let's pass the user ID equal to current user dot $ID. And let's also pass the account ID equal to current user dot account ID. Now we can head over to the header and we can accept those 2 new props. That's going to be a user ID as well as an account ID. And those 2 will be of a type. User ID is of a type string and account ID is of a type string as well. And now we can pass them over to the file uploader by saying owner ID, so who owns this file, that's going to be equal to the user ID. And we have the account ID, which is going to be equal to the account ID. And I know that we're calling the file uploader from another file. I think it's going to be mobile navigation. So right here, we also have to pass the necessary props. But in this case, our mobile navigation, I do think already has access to the owner ID and the account ID. Let's see if that is the case where we're calling it right here. We're spreading all the information about the current user. So in that case, we won't have the user ID, but we will have the current user $ID for the owner ID. So I can destructure the $ID and account ID is as it is. But in this case, we can rename the $ID to owner ID. It's going to make it a bit easier to refer to later on. And we need to define it right here within the props. Now let's pass them over to our file uploader. That's going to be owner ID equal to owner ID and account ID equal to account ID. If we do that, we're good. Our file uploader is getting all the necessary props And in this case, I have to thank AppRight because we made the field required, so it let us know that we're not actually passing all the necessary fields. But now we can try to upload this one more time. It says uploading, and it actually disappeared very quickly though, which made me think that it actually uploaded the file to the database. So if I head back over to AppRight, go to databases, files, and then documents, we can see a new document has been added with the name of screenshot, a URL where it has been uploaded to a storage bucket with a type of image, a bucket file ID, account ID, owner, which is a relationship to the user, the extension of PNG, the size, and everything else. And if you head over to storage, file storage, you can see a single screenshot that has been added. And it's actually this error screenshot that thankfully has been resolved. But you can see that we actually have a URL that allows us to access it. So that means that our file upload functionality has now been completed. And just for good measure, let's also see if it works from the mobile menu. So if I head over here and click upload, I'll try to upload some other screenshot, and it looks like it went through. Great. Now, it's possible that if you try to upload a bit of a larger file, it didn't work for you, even though the maximum size is 50 megabytes. That's because Next.js payload by default has only 4 megabytes limit. So we can close all the currently open files, and we can head over to Next.config.ts, and we need to add a new object right here called experimental, open it up, and we need to set the server actions, specifically the body size limit, to, let's do something like 100 megabytes, just to make sure that we're not blocked by Next.js. So now both of our limits, AppRight's is set to 50 for free projects, and Next.js's is set to 100. So we should be good. Next, we'll have to render all of these different pages, such as documents, images, media, others, and more, that will allow us to fetch the files we just uploaded and then show them on the screen. That's the whole point of this application anyway, right? To be able to upload, store, and then retrieve the files. But feel free to take a bit of a pause now, because this lesson has been a long one. The functionality for implementing the upload has been, well, let's say detailed with this file uploader component. And then even the upload file actions haven't been super simple to make. We had to mess with the storage and database, create a new file, and then also create a new document in the database to store all of that files as metadata. While we're here, I just noticed that we have one issue regarding the upload file props coming from types. Let's see why is that. In this case, we're importing this. As I said, typically when you declare interfaces, you don't even have to import them. But then even though our TypeScript knows how to find this interface because it is declared as a TypeScript interface, you can see that ESLint is simply not okay with that. So what we could do is suppress this no undefined line so that even ESLint is fine with it. And this is actually a good solution. What you can do is you can suppress this ESLint warning for the entire file by copying this no undef, heading over to eslint.rc.json, going after the extents and adding the rules functionality. And within the rules, you can say no undef, and you can simply set it to off. This way, it will not mark that as an error. So if you go back, we're good. TypeScript knows what it is. Everybody's happy. Great. With that said, we have successfully implemented the file upload functionality. Next, let's focus on adding the routing for these different pages so we can actually show the files that we have created. To start implementing dynamic routing to render different routes for different file types, let's head over to our File Explorer, go within the App folder, and let's create a new dynamic route within the root folder. I'll call it New, and let's open up the dynamic segment, which you can do with an opening and closing square bracket, and let's call it Type. And within this dynamic type path, we can render a new page.tsx. Within it, run rafce, and we're just returning page right here. Now, a better question is, how can we extract the exact type of the page we're on? Right now, if I head over to Documents, you can see that it simply says page still, If we go to images, it still says page, even though the URL changes. So let's do that by extracting it from params. We can destructure the params at the top and say that it is equal to search param props. Then we can say const type is equal to. Now, in new versions of Next.js, you have to await params. So let's say await params and then question mark dot type. We can also add as string right here, so our TypeScript is not complaining. And since we're using await, we have to turn this function into an asynchronous function. That's going to look something like this. And if we don't have a type, by default, it can be an empty string. So now, instead of rendering just a page, let's render a div with a class name equal to page-container. Within it, let's render a new section that'll have a class name equal to w-full. And within it, we can render an h1 with a class name equal to h1 and capitalize. And here, let's render the type. So now check this out. Documents basically says documents. Dashboard still is different because that's just the home route. It has to be different from all of the other type routes. But images, media, others, we can switch between them immediately. Now we can see the powers of the left side sidebar, how the active class changes based on the URL, and the page changes as well. In simple words, we have just created a dynamic route. And a dynamic route is where the path changes based on the URL instead of being static. This is handy when you want to create multiple pages that follow the same structure. Like in our case, where we have the same structure for video, audio, others, images, and so on, at least the layout is the same. But in our case, the file type, document, video, audio, others, actually changes and displays some different kind of data. So now let's continue developing it. Right below the h1, I want to render a div that'll have a class name equal to total size section. And within it, we want to render a p tag with a class name equal to body-1. And right within it, we can say total, and then render a span with a class name equal to h5. That's going to simply render the total size. But of course, this total size has to come from somewhere. We have to somehow fetch it. So for now, I'll simply say 0 megabytes. Let's fix this class name and let's save it. There we go, total 0 megabytes. Right below that, we can create a new div, which we'll use for sorting. So here, we can give it a class name equal to sort-container. And within it, we can render a p tag with a class name equal to body-1. And typically hidden, but on small devices block and text-light 200, within which we can say sort by, and then below it, we can render a new sorting component. So let's create a new component within the components folder, and let's call it sort.tsx, run refce, and then import it right here, where it says sort, coming from components. If you now save this, you can see a little sort by sort right here, but very soon we'll turn this sort into an actual sort that allows you to sort by name, file size, type, and more. But for now, let's actually display our types because it doesn't make any sense to sort them if we cannot even see them. So for that reason, let's go below this section and let's try to dynamically render the files. To do that, we first need to know which files are we trying to fetch. In other words, we have to write a query that will allow us to fetch the files. So let's head over to File Actions, and below the upload file, we can now create a new one, export const get files, which is equal to an async function, and we can get started creating it. Within it, we can get access to AppRight's databases functionality by saying const databases is equal to await create admin client, like so. And then we can open up a try and catch block. Within the catch, we get the error. And in case something goes wrong, we just handle that error like a boss. So let's just pass over the error and say failed to get files. Within it, we can form the query to get the files. Not all the files, but rather files based on many different criteria. One of which, and maybe the most important of which, is the user that is currently logged in. So we only need to show the files that they have access to. So we can say const current user is equal to await get current user. And below that, we can check if there is no current user. So if no current user, then we simply throw a new error saying something like user not found. Now that we have the user, let's form all the different queries to query our files by saying const queries is equal to a call of the create queries function, to which we can pass the current user. So let's create this new helper function called create queries. We can do it right here at the top, const create queries that accepts in a current user and then starts forming the queries, which is basically equal to an array of multiple different AppRight queries, such as query coming from AppRight.or, and then within it, a query.equal, where the owner property is equal to an array of current user $ID. And then we can duplicate this and check whether the current ID is within the user's array of a specific file. That would also be okay, or in this case, it would be their email, not the user ID, because the access to that file has been shared with them. So that's also a completely valid way in which we want to get access to a specific file. Now that we have those queries, we can simply return the queries, and later on, we can further extend them by looking at search, sort, limits, and more. But for now, I'm fine with just having those queries. And the current user will be of a type models.document. This models, of course, coming from AppRight. So you can import it from Node AppRight. And now we get access to those queries right here. So let's actually make a call to the database. We can do that by saying const files is equal to await databases.list documents. We first have to tell it from which database we want to list the documents from. And that's going to be apprightconfig.database.id. Next, we have to tell it from which collection. In this case, it's going to be from the files collection. And finally, we pass in all the queries that we want to use to query the files. And here, I need to say list documents. There we go. Let's properly close it. And we're going to simply return, parse stringify the files that we have gathered. Now, let's head back over to the page and let's try to make a call to this server action by saying const files is equal to await get files, which is coming from lib file actions. And to it, we can pass our current user. So let's put it in an object. If we're destructuring it, just call it like this. It doesn't need any parameters for now. And then try using it right here below by saying if files.length is greater than 0, then render a section, else render a p tag saying no files uploaded. That's going to have a class name of empty-list. And if you do that, we get an error saying invalid query, cannot query equal on attribute users because it is an array. So if I head back to file actions, and if we look into the queries that we wrote, you'll notice that for the users, we have to say contains and not equal because two arrays can never be the same. So if we switch this over to contains, you can now see no files uploaded for documents. Same thing for media and others, but what about images? It also says no files uploaded. That's not good because we know that we have uploaded some images before. So let's quickly check our query where we're fetching the files, and let's console log different parts that go into the list documents, such as console log the current user, and let's also console log the queries that we have. And finally, let's console log the files themselves by saying console log files. Now, if we save it and reload the page, and open up the terminal. Let's see what do we have here. We get back the current user and its account ID, as well as the $ ID. I think we're using specifically the account ID right here in the query. Yep, current user dot $ID. Here it is. And current user dot email. Let's see if we have that. Yep, we have that too. Next, let's see whether we have access to the queries. Yep, queries look good to me. Method is OR with the values equal to the owner ID, or if it contains our email address. And finally, we get back 2 files which are counted as documents. Oh yeah, that is true. The files are actually within the documents array. So if I head back, this is not going to be files.length. It's going to be files.total is greater than 0. And if you do that, the no files will disappear, which means that we can try to render some of the files right here. So let's actually render a class name on this section equal to file list. And within it, let's map over files.documents.map, where we get each individual file of a type models.document. And for each document, we can return an h1 with a class name equal to h1. And let's make it simply render the file dot, I think it has a title, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if that is the case. Oh, we got a warning that we need to have a key prop. That's right. So each h1 has to have a key equal to file dot $ID. There we go. And it might not be title. Let's see what do we have under a file. Let's try to render its ID for now, the $ID. At least we know that has to be there. And take a look at this. For images, we have 1 and it appears to be 2. And for all these types, we have 2 right now because we're doing the same fetch for all of them. So it doesn't matter on which page we're on, at least not right now, but later on, based on the page URL, we can change this. So let's try to render the file.name. And you can see that we have 2 different screenshots. This is perfect. It means that we're successfully fetching the documents from the database. Of course, it would be much better if we could actually show that as a nice card, give a preview of a thumbnail, and allow the user to see this image. This on its own is not super useful. So let's create a new component called card.tsx, run rafce, and let's import it here instead of this h1. So that's going to be now a card component. Make sure to give it a key equal to file.$ID, and then pass a prop file is equal to file. So now within this card, we can access all of the properties related to each file so we can create a proper file card. Let's destructure those properties just to be where we were. Each file is of a type file models.document. Make sure that the models is coming from AppRight. And now we can render a file.name for each file. There we go. We have 2 different screenshots, but now let's turn this into this. Much more beautiful cards for each different type of a file. It can be a video, it can be audio, it can be an image, and so much more. So let's do that in the next lesson. To start creating our file card, let's turn this div into a link because each file will actually be clickable and it can lead you to the details or open up the modal for that card. Of course, a link has to have an href, and in this case, it'll be equal to file.url. And we're going to also give it a target equal to _blank, so it opens up in a new screen and doesn't close our existing window. We can also give it a class name equal to file-card. There we go. Now it looks more like a card. Right within that link, let's render a div, and that div will have a class name equal to flex and justify dash between. Right within it, we can render a thumbnail component, which we created not that long ago. It needs a type equal to file.type, as well as the extension equal to file.extension. And we can close it right here. You can notice that we'll get some errors and some broken images. So to fix it, let's also give it a URL equal to file.url. Let's give it a class name equal to size 20. That's to make it important to make sure that our classes are getting applied. And let's give it an image class name equal to important size 11. If we do that, it'll make them a bit bigger and it'll make the errors go away. But now, why is this image not actually showing? It is saying the current user is not authorized to perform the current action. That happens if I click on it. But if I reload, yep, the images don't seem to be showing. And that's because we're getting a 401 from AppRight Cloud. We can look into fixing that later, but for now, let's deal with the rest of the card. I'll go right here below the thumbnail and create another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, items-end, and justify-between. Within this one, later on, we'll have the actions dropdown component, which will show some kind of a dropdown that gives us additional actions that we can perform on this file, such as rename it and do all kinds of other stuff. But for now, let's simply keep it as a piece of text. Below it, let's add a p tag that'll have a class name equal to body-1, and it'll call convert file size, and we can pass to it the file.size. This way, instead of getting a large number, we're getting something that looks a bit more reasonable. Like a typical file size would be a huge number in bytes, but here we pass it the bytes, and then we get a reasonable number in kilobytes, megabytes, or gigabytes. Now we can go 2 divs down and then create another div right below it that's going to have a class name equal to file-card-details. Within it, we can have a p tag within which we can render the file name. So let me actually use this name right here within the p tag, and I'll give it a class name equal to subtitle-2 line-clamp-1. This ensures that it doesn't take more than a single line. After that, we can go below the p tag and render a new component called formatted date time. It'll be a self-closing component, so let's go ahead and create it within the components folder and call it formatted date time .tsx, run RAFCE, and then simply import it right here. It's going to simply say formatted date and time. And to it, you want to pass a prop of date, which is going to be file.$created at, as well as some additional class names, like class name is equal to body-2 and text-light-100. And now we can accept those props within the formatted date and time. It's going to be date and class name of a type. Date is a string, and class name will be optional, also of a type string. And what this will be is a simple p tag that'll call the format date time and pass in the date, and we can give it a class name equal to CN, which stands for class names, body-1 and text-light-200 always, and then sometimes also apply the additional class names that come through props. That's going to look something like this. So now we can see 5th of November, 8:56 a.m., 8:58 a.m. right here. Great. So that is our formatted date and time. And below it, we can have another p tag that'll say by, and then render the file.owner.full name. And we can further style it by giving it a class name of caption, line-clamp-1, and text-light-200. Now it's a little smaller right here, but it still looks good. So besides this image not actually showing, we have successfully completed this card UI. And it's not only that the image is not showing. If you click on it, that's supposed to open the image, but we get a 401, which means unauthorized. And this means that the fix could only be in one place. And that is within the AppRight's dashboard. If you go to the project, head over to storage, file storage, settings, and then right here, go to permissions, add an any role, and turn on all the permissions for that role. And click update. Another cool thing about AppRight file storage is that it allows you to have a certain file security enabled so that users can access it only if they have access to bucket permissions. You can configure whether or not the files inside the bucket should be scanned by the AppRight antivirus, and you can also choose a compression algorithm. There's a lot of stuff that you can do, such as choosing a loud file extension, basically letting us know that choosing AppRight for the file storage application was the correct choice. So going back, now that we have re-established our permissions, we can reload and take a look at this. We can see the thumbnails right here, and if you click on it, we can see the full image. Of course, I should have used some better looking images, but the most important thing right now is that we can actually see the images, see the files that we uploaded, and even access them within their full definition online. As you can see, the URL is pointing to cloud.appright.io v1 storage bucket, and then to the ID of that file. Great, so that means that we're almost done with this file card, but now we have to implement the actions dropdown. That's this thing right here. So let's go ahead and create a new component for the action dropdown. I'll call it action dropdown.tsx, run rafce, and then I'll import it right here instead of this piece of text. That's just action dropdown. And it's going to be a self-closing component to which we can pass the file equal to file. So let's head into that action dropdown and let's go ahead and implement it together in the next lesson. Let's implement our action dropdown. It should look something like this. Once you click on it, it should open up some kind of a combination between the chat.cn dialog and a dropdown menu component. So let's implement it by heading over to chat.cn, and specifically, I'll go over to the dialog component. Yep, this dialog right here. I believe we have already installed it, so we can just go ahead and copy all the imports that we'll need, and then we can copy its usage. Right here, I'll paste it in the action dropdown. Oh, it looks like we haven't actually installed it. So let's go ahead and do that by copying this command and running npx chat.cn add latest add dialog and press enter to install it. And the second component we need is a drop-down menu. So search for drop-down menu. It looks like this. So go ahead and install it by running npx chat.cn add latest add drop-down dash menu. And then simply copy its imports as well as its usage right here. We can put it right here instead of all of this content from the dialog. We simply need a dialog, and then within it, we'll immediately display a drop-down menu. So we can remove all the other imports from the dialog. And now if I head back and click open, this is what we get. So let's define some use states. In this case, we'll have a use state equal to is modal open, set is modal open at the start equal to false. And we'll also have another use state snippet called is dropdown open and set is dropdown open, which will at the start be set to false as well. Of course, if we want to use the use state, we have to turn this into a client component, which it definitely is. There we go. Now let's give this dialog a open property equal to is modal open, as well as the on open change equal to set is modal open. For the dropdown menu, let's give it the open property equal to is dropdown open. And for the on open change, let's actually give it set is dropdown open. Next, we have the dropdown menu trigger, which is going to have a class name equal to shad-no-focus. And within it, we can render a Next.js image tag with a source of /assets /icons /dots.svg with an alt tag of dots, a width of about 34, and a height of 34. There we go. So now this is looking closer to the design. Now let's focus on what happens after we click it, which is the drop-down menu content. We first have the drop-down menu label, which will have a class name equal to max-w-200 pixels and truncate in case the name is too long. And within it, we can render the file.name. Of course, we have to get access to the file through the props. So let's destructure the file that we passed over. And this file will be of a type. File is models.document, models coming from Node AppRight. So now we can see the file. Next, we want to render a separator, and then we want to render a couple of different menu items. And for that, we actually want to map over actions, drop down items, dot map, where we get each individual action item. And for each one, we automatically return a drop down menu item that has a key equal to action item dot value. And for now, it can just render the action item dot label. So we immediately got rename, details, share, download, and delete, which will be all of the different actions that we will support from within our application. Now, where are these actions coming from? Well, if you hold Control or Command and click on them, it'll lead you to our constants, where you can see that this is simply an array of different objects that have a label, icon, and a value. And we just list different functionalities, which I simply copied from the design right here. Now let's go ahead and style it so it looks better. First things first, each one of these drop-down menu items will have a class name equal to shad-dropdown-item, and it'll have an on-click property. So once we click it, we want to choose which action we have selected. So for that reason, we want to go here and create a new useState snippet for the chosen action. I'll call it action, set action, at the start set to null. And we can say that this action will be of a type, action type, coming from index.d.ts, or null, because at the start it is set to null. And now we can scroll down, and on click, we can set action to be equal to action item, just like so. We can also make a check and see if an array of rename or share or delete or details dot includes the action item dot value, then we're going to set isModal to open. That's going to look something like this. Why is that? That's because if we choose anything from here, we want to show a new modal that's going to allow us to perform additional actions that we specified, like rename opens up a rename modal, details opens up a details modal, delete opens up a modal that allows you to confirm your deletion. Same thing for share, it opens up a modal to ask you with which people you want to share it with. And the only thing that doesn't open up a new modal is download, as it automatically downloads it. So that's why we're doing this here. And it looks like I didn't properly close this array right here. I have to close it here. There we go, that's better. And then what do we actually show for each action item? It's not just the label, is it? Well, we want to make it into a link with an href of construct download URL, to which we can pass the file dot bucket file ID. And this construct download URL is coming from utils. It'll simply point to our AppRight endpoint and then construct the URL that contains this file by finding it in the files array, and then it'll also point to /download and pass the necessary project, so it knows exactly where that file is stored. We can also give this link a download property equal to file.name and a class name property equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 2. Now we cannot see anything just yet, but within this link, we can render an image. This image will render different icons for each one of these types of actions. So that's going to be action item dot icon. Alt tag will be equal to action item dot label. It'll have a width of about 30 and a height of about 30, and we can save it. Oh, it looks like action item is not defined, so we have to properly spell it. And now you can see those different icons which match our application's theme perfectly. But of course, next to the image, let's also render the action item label. There we go. This is looking great. But now we'll only show this link if we're trying to download something, because then we navigate to the download link, right? Else, we don't want to make it a link. So what I will do is I will add a new check right here and check if action item value is triple equal to download. In that case, I will show this link. Else, we can render a div that'll have the same class names as the link, and it'll actually render the same thing that is within the link, which is the image and the label. But it simply won't be a link, it'll be just a simple div. So now everything is looking the same, but if you click download, it'll actually immediately download the image, and you can see that it works wonderfully. There we go, that's great. But all the other links won't do anything for now, because what they have to do is open up a new modal. And that modal looks something like this. I mean, if you check this out, this is the modal for sharing, and we have a modal for renaming, as well as moving to trash and so much more. We'll make it super reusable. So let's actually focus on implementing that dialog or that modal that'll show up. We have a dialog here, but then within it, we're showing the menu. So sometimes we need to show this dialog content in form of a modal. And we can do that by saying const render dialog content is equal to an arrow function that looks like this, and then it can return some kind of a dialog content. So we can say dialog content coming from components UI dialog, and then we can say dialog. Now, when will we render this dialog content and where? We're going to render it at the bottom of this dialog we created right here, where we have the drop-down menu. Right below it, we'll call the render dialog content as a function. Immediately, we'll get some errors. Let's see what they're saying. They're saying that a dialog content requires a dialog title. Okay, that's not a problem. Let's just head over to chat.cn, search for dialog, and copy everything from within the dialog content. That's gonna look something like this. It has the content, the header, the title, description, and all that good stuff. And of course, we need to get the imports for the dialog as well, now that we're actually putting it to practice. So let me copy it right here and paste it. Now, if we go back and click rename, you can see that a new modal shows up. But now is our turn to style it properly. So let's give this dialog content a class name equal to shad-dialog and button. That's much better. Let's give the dialog header a class name of flex, flex-call, and a gap of 3. Let's give the dialog title a class name of text-center and text-light-100. And now it needs to render a label, specifically an action label. So what we can do is say if there is no action, we're going to simply return null, nothing. But if there is an active action, we can simply destructure the value and the label from that action. So we don't have to say action.label every time. We can simply render the label. There we go. Now the label says rename. We don't need a dialog description in this case, but below the title, we want to make different checks for different types of actions. So if a value is triple equal to rename, in that case, we want to render an input field that looks something like this, coming from components UI input. It'll have a type of text and a value equal to, and now the question is, where are we going to get the value from? Well, we're going to keep it all in the state. So right here at the top, we can create a new useState snippet and call it name, which is going to mean file name, at the start equal to file.name, because we already have the file name, but we might want to modify it. So now if we head down, we can pass the value equal to name. If you save that and click rename, you can see that the value is already populated, exactly what we want. Now we also have to somehow keep track of the change in that name. So we can say onChange is equal to, we get an event, and then we call the set name with e.target.value. So now if you decide to change it, you can freely change it like this, new file name. Of course, we need to be able to submit that somehow. So let's go below the dialog header. Let's create an array and say if an option is rename, delete, or share, if any one of these three are included, so that includes the value of the current action, then let's render a dialog footer as well. This dialog footer we'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, a gap of 3, and on medium devices, a flex of row, because we don't have enough space to show it in a column. And within it, of course, we'll render a button, a submit button, as well as a cancel button. So this first one can be a cancel, and the second one will be a submit. Within the submit, I'll render a p tag with a class name of capitalize, and there I will render the value, which simply means the action we're trying to perform, like rename. Also, next to that, we have to know whether we're currently loading. So I'll create a new use state, and I'll call it is loading, set is loading, at the start set to false. And then I can say if is loading, then render an image that's going to have a source of assets, icons, loader.svg with an alt tag of loader, a width of about 24, a height of about 24, and a class name of animate-spin. And we can close it. Here we go. That's looking good. I'll reload the page. There we go. Let's now give functionalities to these buttons. I'll create two new functions. One will be called const close all modals, which is going to be equal to a function that simply sets everything to false. Set is modal open, false. Set is dropdown open, false. Set action, we want to reset the action that was selected, so set it to null. Set name back to the original file.name. And later on here, we also want to reset the set emails that we're trying to share this account with in case the user didn't proceed with the sharing. This will be if we cancel the action. But if we don't cancel it, then we want to handle it. So we can create a new handle async function called handle actions, and we can call these on their appropriate buttons. So on the cancel button, we want to give it an on click equal to close all modals with a class name of modal-cancel-button. If we save it, now even if we change something and I click cancel, it closes it and the changes didn't take effect. Great. Now let's do the opposite with the second button by giving it an on click equal to handle actions. Or no, that should have been action singular because it can only do one at a time. So handle action. And we can also give it a class name equal to modal-submit-button. There we go. This is looking good. So now we have a fully functional modal that allows us to perform different actions. Or at least it properly showcases the action for the rename at the time being. So now that we have the UI to make this functionality work, let's implement the logic for the rename file functionality. Let's do it together in the next lesson. To implement the rename functionality, let's go back to our code and let's head over to file.actions.ts. We can scroll down and we can create a new function by saying const rename file is equal to an async function that accepts a couple of props, which we're going to destructure, such as the file ID, the name of the file, the extension, and the path to regenerate. All of these types are going to be of a type rename file props, and we can open up a function block. Now we have to implement it. To start implementing it, let's open up a function block. Let's get access to the databases coming from AppRight, which is equal to create admin client. Let's open up a try block as well as a catch block. And within the catch, we can handle the error by saying fail to rename the file. But within the try, we can try to form a new name. So const new name is equal to a template string of name.extension. And then we simply get the updated file by saying is equal to await databases.update document. So in this case, we're updating the metadata stored in the database and not the file within the storage. That's because we're handling files metadata within the database. So now we have to choose the database ID, then the collection ID, then the file ID which we want to update, and finally provide the data which we want to update. We want to update the name to the new name. And after that, we want to revalidate the path to point to this new path and return parse stringify the updated file. Now we can export this rename file and we can use it within our actions dropdown. If we head over to this handle action, we can first check if there is no action, then we simply want to return, not do anything. If we start doing anything, that means that we must start with the loading. I'm going to set the success status equal to false at the start, but we can change it later on. And then I want to create an object of all the different actions and the corresponding functionalities attached to those actions, such as a rename action. On rename, we want to call a callback function that calls this rename file function, to which we need to pass the file ID, name, extension, and everything else. So let's say file ID is equal to file.$ID. Then the name is equal to name, extension is equal to file.extension, and we pass in the path. That's going to look something like this. The path in this case has to come from use path, of course. So let's say const path is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. There we go. And now we're handling the action of a rename. Of course, for share, it's going to be an entirely different callback function that'll do a different thing. Same thing for delete. But for now, let's focus on rename. So we can modify the success status based on the return of the action. Bear with me, this will be a bit more complicated. We want to await actions, and then we want to access a specific action value, meaning if it's rename, then we want to just call the rename functionality. So we'll just call it like this. Finally, if we have a success, then we want to close all modals and set is loading to false. Now let's put the success as a let variable because we're modifying it right here. And let's also define the types right here, saying that action.value will be as key of type of actions. This way it knows that it can be only one of these three things: rename, share, or delete. And then we can call actions.rename, share, or delete. In this case, we're calling rename. So now if we go back to the browser and try to rename this error screenshot, we can do that by saying rename. Let's call it error screenshot and click rename, and it should call that server action. And you can see that it successfully renamed it. That's great. The second one is a screenshot of the React.js full course. So let's simply rename it to React full course. And that's it. Our rename functionality now works. Now, in a very similar manner, we'll implement all the other functionalities, like view details, which is going to be even simpler, or maybe move to trash, like this, or even the toughest one, which is going to be the share, where we'll be able to choose which users we want to share it with based on the email. So next, let's focus on this one right here, which is view file details, such as the file size, the owner, the last edit, and the format. To start implementing file details, head over to the components folder and create a new file called actions modal content.tsx and run RAFCE. We're going to use this actions modal content to create some helper components to display things within our action dropdown. So right within here, we won't have just a single default export called actions modal content. Instead, we'll have multiple smaller exports that are going to help us form the UI in the action dropdown. We can call the first one file details, like this. and export const file details. These file details will accept the actual file, which is going to be of a type. File is models.document, models coming from node AppRight. Now we can head back over to the action dropdown, head down to render dialog content, and so far we have covered the case where the value is equal to rename. But in this case, we want to make a check and see if value is equal to details. And if it is, we want to render a self-closing file details component like this, to which we can provide a file is equal to file. Now back within documents, if we head over and click details, you'll be able to see file details. So let me collapse the browser and head over into the file details component. Within here, we can first create an additional helper component, const image thumbnail, which is going to be a component for displaying file information. So let's pass it the file equal to file modules.document, and it can have an immediate return, meaning just parentheses, where it'll return a div with a class name equal to file-details-thumbnail, if we spell class name properly. And now we want to use it within the file details. So right here, I'm going to use an empty React fragment, and within it, I will display image thumbnail, to which I will pass the file, which is equal to file. Now I'll collapse this just so we can see the browser as well. And you can see what soon will become the image thumbnail. So let's actually render the thumbnail by rendering the thumbnail component, which we created not that long ago, to which we have to pass the file type. We also have to pass the file.extension. And finally, we have to provide the URL equal to file.url. And we can close it right here. If you do that, we can see a little thumbnail of the file. Below it, let's render a div that'll have a class name equal to flex-col and flex. And within it, I'll render a p tag that'll render a file.name. We can style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to subtitle-2 and margin bottom of 1. And below it, I want to render a formatted date and time, to which we're going to pass a file $created at property and a class name equal to caption. If I save this, you can now see a little timestamp appearing right here. And that's going to be it for our image thumbnail. But now we can continue adding more file details. So let's create an additional helper component called detail row. Const detail row is equal to a component that accepts a label and a value for that label. We can define those with different types, label of a type string and the value of a type string, and we can have an immediate return. We're going to return a div with a class name is equal to flex, a paragraph within which we'll render the label, and it'll have a class name equal to file-details-label, and I'll duplicate it below, change this to value, and then change the actual value of label to value. If I save this, we can now use this detail row, if I fix the spelling right here within our file details. So let's do just that. I'll call a single details row as a self-closing component, to which I'll pass the label equal to format, and then a colon, and a value equal to file.extension. If we save it, you can now see format PNG. If I duplicate it 1, 2, 3 more times, we can also provide a size equal to file dot, but of course we have to wrap it in convert file size, and then call file.size. There we go. The next one will be owner, so who is the owner of the file? That's going to be file.owner.full name. And finally, we can do something like last edit, which is going to be file $updated at. There we go. And we can also wrap this in format date and time. It's this function right here, to which we will pass the file updated. at. Of course, this format date and time has to be imported. So if we do that properly, and if we head over to details, you can see format PNG, size, owner, and last edit. We can compare it with the design, and it looks like it's quite similar, but the text is left aligned. So I have to left align these values, which we can do by wrapping these detail rows in a div and putting them all together, and giving this div a class name equal to space-y-4, padding x of 2, and padding top of 2 as well. This will at least give it some spacing, but to fully align it, we can give those two p tags a text-left property, which will align it on the left, and now this is looking much better. This is looking great to me. So right below the details action, we now want to deal with the share functionality. Yep, share is coming next, and it is one of the most exciting features of our application because it'll allow us to share the files with other accounts. So let's do that next. To implement the share functionality, let's add a new check right here and see if the value is equal to share. If that is the case, we can render a new component. Let's call it share input. Of course, this is a new component that we haven't created yet, so let's head over to the components folder and create a new share input.tsx, run RAFCE inside of there, and let's simply import it right here. Once you have it, this share input will have to know which file do we want to share. So let's pass over the file. Let's also create a new use state at the top, and let's call it emails and set emails at the start equal to an empty array. This is going to be an array of emails with which we want to share the file. And let's also create another function right here. I'll call it const handle remove user. And that's going to be a function that will remove the users from the sharing functionality if needed. So now let's pass those props over to this component right here. So if value is equal to share, and that's going to go below the details, then we can pass it over the on input change, which can be equal to set emails. And in the same way, we can also pass the on remove equal to handle remove user. And I just noticed that I messed up the value check for the details. It should have been triple equal sign. So only if it is details, then we show that modal. Still works, but now we can work on the share. There we go. So now let's head over into the share input. Let's implement the UI, and then we can focus on implementing the functionality. We already know which three props we want to get. We want to have the file, the on input change, and on remove, and these will be of an interface called props. So let's define the props right here by saying interface props, and it's going to have a file equal to models.document. It'll also have an on input change, which is going to be a react.dispatch. Specifically, it'll be a dispatch of react.setStateAction, which is going to set an array of strings. That's going to look like this. And finally, we have the on remove, which is going to accept an email which we want to remove of a type string, and it'll return void, meaning nothing. Now, right within this share input, we can actually use an image thumbnail, which we created in the action model content. This one right here. So I want to make sure to use it. So you know what? If we kept the details right here, we can also keep the share input here as well. So let me actually copy this part, the interface and the share input declaration. And then I will actually remove the share input file itself. And I'll put it within the actions modal content right here below the file details. And of course, we'll have to fix the import within the actions dropdown. So let's head over to actions dropdown. And let's fix the import. It's going to come from actions modal content. Of course, only after we actually export it by saying export const share input. Great. So now let's use this image thumbnail, which we have created just above. That's going to be image thumbnail, not the image, but rather image thumbnail, which is going to accept a file equal to file. That's going to look something like this. And let's make sure that it's actually taking account of the changes. If I head down and see where we have this share, it's pointing to the right one. I'll reload the page as well. Go over here to share, and now we can see the image thumbnail. This is great. So we know what we are sharing. Now, right below it, we can create a new div with a class name equal to share-wrapper. And within it, we can create a new p tag that's going to say share file with other users. And of course, we can style it further by giving it a class name equal to subtitle-2, padding left of 1, and text-light of 100. Next, right below it, I'll render an input. This input will come from components UI input, and to it, we can pass a type, which is equal to email, a placeholder equal to enter email address. On change, we can handle that event by saying on input change, and then we can use the e.target.value, but in this case, I will trim it, and I will also split it based on commas, because sometimes maybe somebody wants to add multiple emails right within a single input. Finally, I'll give it a class name equal to share-input-field. Okay, that's looking better. Right below it, let's create another div and give it a class name equal to padding top of 4. Another div within it with a class name of flex and justify dash between. And within it, we can render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to subtitle-2 and text-light-100 that's going to say share with. And then below it, we can duplicate that p tag. And then here we can say file.users.length users. So instead of saying share with users, I'm going to say shared with. And then here I'm going to show the number of users. And we can change this text-light-200 to denote it like this. Right below it, we want to map over the different users. So let's create a new UL, an unordered list. Below the div, it'll have a class name equal to padding top of 2. And here we can say file.users.map. And then for each user email, we can automatically return an li, which is a list item. For each list item, we can give it a key equal to email because they'll be unique with a class name of flex, items-center, justify-between, and a gap of 2 in between the elements within the list item. Then we can render a p tag with a class name of subtitle-2, and here we can display the email address. So now if we try to share it, I don't think we'll have anything there just yet because we cannot share it because we haven't yet implemented the share functionality, but that will be there soon. Below the p tag, we can present a button which will allow a person to remove the user from sharing. So let's give it an on click, which is going to call a callback function. And we're going to call the on remove functionality to which we can pass the email. This email is of a type string right here. And within the button, let's not just say remove, let's actually render an icon. So that's going to be an image that's going to have a source of assets, icons, remove.svg with an alt tag of remove. We can also give it a width of about 24, a height of 24, and a class name of remove-icon. So now later on, once we have the users here, you'll actually be able to remove them by tapping an X next to their email. But of course, now we actually have to implement the functionality to share the file with users whose emails we enter in here. First, we have a TypeScript error right here within our set state. That's because we haven't specified the type of this state, and we're going to say that it's going to be an array of strings, and then we should be good. So now let's actually implement the functionality to share our file. We can do that by heading over to file.actions.ts, and we're going to copy the entire rename file like this, and I'm going to paste it right below, but this time I will change the name to update file users. We're going to accept the file ID. This time we don't need the name, but rather we need the emails we're going to update it with, and we can get the path. And I'm going to change this over to update file users props. We once again get access to the database, but instead of trying to form the new name, we don't have to do that. We're simply trying to update the file by calling the databases.update document, to which we pass the database ID, so we know the file within which database to update. Then we let it know within which collection to update it, and finally the file ID. And then instead of changing the name, we want to change over the property of users and make it equal to emails of those users. That's going to look something like this. Finally, we revalidate path and pass over the updated file. So now if we head over back, we now have access to that server action. We also don't need this dialog description, so I can remove it. And what's going to happen is we're going to go here where we have the functionality for share. Remember, we already mapped all of our actions to specific actions that a user performs. So if the user is trying to press this button share, we want to call this new function we created. So here we can call the update file users. We're going to pass in an object containing file ID equal to file.$ID. That's going to look something like this. We want to pass over the emails, and we also want to pass over the path. So it's going to look something like this. So what do you say that we give it a shot? I'll enter my second email. I think I'm logged in with contact@jsmastery.pro. I'll share it with javascriptmastery00@gmail.com. It says share, and it looks like something has happened. And there we go, shared with JavaScript Mastery 00. There seems to be some kind of a problem with this image right here. But other than that, the file seems to have been shared. Let's just see what is the issue with this content right here. So if I head over to share input, go down, we have this assets icons remove. Let's just give this button a class name equal to share-remove-user, so it looks less like a button and more like an actual icon. Of course, now to truly test this out, we have to log in with the email that we shared the file with. So let's give it a go. Oh, it looks like there's a problem. I shared the file with myself. So that's actually very good, because now that makes us implement the remove share functionality, which we haven't done yet. It is right here in action dropdown, and it's called handle remove user. To remove it, we just have to make it into an async function that accepts the email we're trying to remove of a type string. And then we have to form the new updated emails array equal to emails.filter, where we get each individual email, and we just check whether that email is not equal to the email that we're trying to remove. Once we do that, we can say const success is equal to await update file users, which is the server action we created. We're going to pass it the file ID, the emails equal to updated emails, and the path. And if we have a success, so if success, in that case, we simply set the emails equal to updated emails. And let's not forget to close all modals. So let's give it a shot. I'll go here and remove it. And there we go. Looks like the user has been removed. Now, let me actually share it with my second account by clicking Share. There we go. I will log out so we can one more time see this great looking sign-in functionality. I'll sign up with Adrian second, and I'll use my other email. Let's give it a go. There we go. An enter OTP appears. I'll just paste it in and click Submit. Immediately, we're in. It doesn't yet appear on our homepage, but if we head over to Documents, you can see the file right here, and you can see it is created by Adrian.js Mastery. This is looking great to me. All of the other information about the file, as well as the ability to view a file and even download it, is allowed to me within my second account, even though I never had to do anything with it. Another user just shared it with me, which I think is one of the most important functionalities from Google Drive, Dropbox, or any other file storage solution, allowing you to share your file with others. And in this case, since you have access to it, you can even share it with other people. A great exercise for you would be to implement some admin privileges, so now that the file has been shared with you, you cannot actually remove the admin that created it. I actually wanted to leave this in as an additional functionality that you can implement. But with that said, the next part we can focus on is what happens after the share, and that's going to be the delete functionality. Download, share, details, and rename have been implemented. The delete functionality is the only one that remains. To implement the delete file functionality, we can check for the value of the action equal to delete, in which case we can trigger a delete modal. So let's say delete. And if that is the case, we can then render just a single p tag that's going to have a class name equal to delete-confirmation. And we can say something like, are you sure you want to delete? And then we can leave an empty space like this. After that, we can render a span that's going to have a class name equal to delete-file-name. And within it, we can render the file.name. And then we can put the question mark at the end. If we now try doing that by going over here and saying delete, you can see this, are you sure you want to delete error screenshot.png? And we can then choose cancel or delete. And of course, to implement the delete option, we actually have to create a new file.action, which will once again be very similar to the previous ones. So we can copy the update file users. We can paste it below. We can rename it to delete file. We need to get the file ID, which we want to delete. We need to get the bucket file ID as well, so we know where it's stored in the memory. And then we need to get the path. And this will be of a type delete file props. Now that we have that, we need to get access to the databases, but also the storage. So right here, we have to say storage is equal to await create admin client. First, we delete it from the database, and that means deleting the metadata of the file. So we can say deleted file is equal to await databases.delete document. In this case, we delete it from the database with this ID, from this collection, and then this file. In this case, we don't have to pass a fourth parameter because we only want to delete it. After that, if we delete it from the database, so if deleted file exists, in that case, we also want to delete it from the storage by saying await storage.delete file, and we want to delete the file from the AppRight bucket ID, and we want to delete the file with the bucket file ID. If we do that, we can revalidate the path and finally send over a object that has a status of success. So if we give that a go, we can actually import the delete file right here under our set of different actions, or we have the delete, and we can call the delete file, to which we can pass an object of the file ID equal to file.$ID. We can also pass the path But let's not forget to pass the bucket file ID equal to file.bucket file ID, because this time we actually have to delete it from the storage as well. So if we do that, let's try to delete this error screenshot. I'll go over and delete it and click delete. It seems like nothing has happened. That's because delete seems to be unused in this case. At least it says that it is an unused property, even though we're using the actions and then action value of, key of, type of actions. So we are actually accessing the delete property right here, which should be of a type promise of any. Let me reload the page here. Oh, and looks like the file got deleted. So let me actually log out and let me log into my second account. So that's gonna be the contact@jsmastery.pro, where we have another file. And let's log in. Let's head over to images. And it looks like we have no files over here. What about documents? Yep, no files here either. Interesting. Let's try to add a few more files. But actually, I'll take some time to find some good images to upload them, some good media as well, and maybe even some documents. So I'll pause the video. You can go ahead and find some of your files, or you can find some online as well, and then we can upload them together just so we have more files over here. I'll head over to Unsplash for some images. Let's go ahead and take this nice looking interior. I'll quickly download it. Let's also find some more, like this wall right here. Oh, maybe this dog as well. There's also this great site called Cover, where you can find some great video footage, which is completely free. Oh, it looks like they have music as well. But let's go with videos for now. And let's download any one that is below 50 megabytes. Most of these should be, I believe. Yep, there we go. 2 megabytes. I'll go ahead and download it. Let's get this coffee as well. Full HD. Just so we have some stuff to work with within our storage application. There we go. This one is cool as well. And you know what? Let's do music as well. I think I saw that they offer music. So if I head over here at the top, I'll click music and I'll download any ones from here. Just a couple. I'll get all of them in standard quality. And finally, we need some PDFs. And what better place to find some PDFs than under some of these YouTube videos? There's a great PDF guide for the Next.js crash course, which is actually a huge 200 and something page long ebook, which you can download. But I think that's a bit too large to upload it to our platform. So let's maybe go with something like this Git and GitHub guide, which you can download by going to resources. And then you can simply enter your name and email, and you can get it in your email immediately. There we go. Here it is. So let me download it and press download at the top. I believe now we have one of each. We have images, media, storage, and others. So let's go over to upload. I'll head over to my downloads and I will try to upload all of these at once. Let's see if that actually works. This is a real test for our application. I'll click open and check this out. It's uploading all of them at once. It even has the thumbnails for images. It has a video icon for videos. It has a music icon for music. And we even got one alert saying that the Next.js ebook was too good to be uploaded. Just kidding, it was too large. But as you can see, we had real-time alerts about all of these files. And now if you head over to documents, we can see all of them right here. If you head over to images, we can also see all of them. Media has all of them. And that's another issue, right? Because currently we're fetching all the files. But what we need to do is we need to sort them based on their type. So on media, we should only be showing media. On images, we should only be showing images, and so on. But damn, is it so good to be able to see a full library of files just like this. And I mean, check this out. If you want to open up this MP3, you just click it and the music just started playing. If you want to open up a PDF guide, check this out. It immediately opened it up within my browser. Or maybe you want to open up an image. Well, that works too. And of course, we can perform all of these different actions on every single one of these files. Let's try to actually remove one of these songs. I'll go with this Discover preview right here to see if the delete functionality works. So, are you sure you want to delete Discover preview? I'll click delete. And there we go. it was deleted immediately. Great work. Now we know that deletion is working. And the next thing we'll do is we'll fix up our get files. I think that's how we called it. Let's see where it is. There we go, get files, so that it can actually sort and filter files based on their type. Let's do that next. To fetch the files based on the file type, we first have to head over to the dynamic type page and notice that right now we're just extracting the type from the params, but we're not actually sharing it anywhere. If you see, this type variable is completely unused besides being right here in the title. So let's use this type and let's pass it over as a prop inside of an object to our get files. Next, we can get into the get files functionality and we can accept the type right here by destructuring it, getting the types, and making it equal to an array. So this is one important differentiation that I want to make, is that here we're just passing the type, but instead of that, let's do types, okay? Because sometimes we might want to show multiple types. So how are we going to filter it properly? Well, I created a quick utility function that'll help us do just that. We can say const types is equal to get file type params, and to it we can pass the type. And we can say as file type array, like this. If you look into the get file type params, you'll notice that for documents, it returns an array of documents. For images, it's images. For other, it is other. But for media, it includes both the video and audio. So now we can simply say types and then make it equal to types, like this. Let's head back over into get files and let's give it a prop type of get files props, like this. And now we can use those types to properly fetch the data. Right here, where we're calling the create queries, to that, we can pass the second parameter of types. And now in the create queries functionality, we can accept those types right here as the second parameter, which is going to be equal to an array of strings like this. And we can form an additional query based on the types. So I'll say if types.length is greater than 0, in that case, we want to push an additional queries by saying queries.push, query.equal, and we want to make it equal if a type is equal to the types that we are sharing over right here. So that's it. We have just added the type filtering by adding an additional query into the create queries, and we're now fetching the files based on that additional query right here. So let's save it. Let me reload the page and check this out. Now we have only images. If we head over to documents, we have a document. In media, we have both the video and audio, and in others, we don't have anything yet right now. So this is looking great, and this was pretty simple. But actually, this was just a first step into implementing our search. Yep, types will be connected with search as well. Why? Because we will do it all through this single file action. And you might be wondering how? Well, that's because we'll use search params to manage the URL query. Once we search something, we will append an additional question mark right here and then say something like query is equal to, let's take this small white dog example by saying query is equal to small, okay? And when I go here, we'll want to access this query and then based on it, filter the data. We can do that by extracting the search params right here from props by saying search params. And then we can say const search text is equal to, we want to await search params and then question mark dot query. And I want to say that this is as string, or it'll be an empty string at the start. Let's properly close this right here. And we can duplicate this search text with sort as well, because later on we'll also be adding sorts to this. So we can say query small, and then we can say and sort is latest, for example. So now we can extract those values, such as search text and sort, and we can pass them as additional parameters to the get files functionality. So alongside types, let's pass the search text, and let's also pass the sort. So now I can head over to get files, and I'll expand this just so we can see the search query right here at the top. There we go. Let's accept those additional parameters right here by getting the search text, which at the start can be set to an empty string if we don't have any other value. For the sort, we're going to give it a default value of $ created at -DESC, which stands for descending, and limit as well, in case we want to limit to a couple of files per page. Now that we have all of those props, we can actually pass it into form queries. So I'll pass it right here. After types, I'll pass the search text. After that, I'll pass the sort. And finally, I'll pass the limit. Now let's head into the create queries. And in the same way that we have pushed this additional query for the type, we can duplicate it 2 more times. And if we have search text, so if search text exists, which of course we have to get through props. So let's get it right here. Search text of a type string. Then we have sort of a type string. And finally, we have an optional limit of a type number. There we go. That's better. So if we have search text, then we push query dot contains, since we're searching for text, name contains the search text. What does that mean? Well, that means that we're comparing this small white dog photo with the query coming from here. And you can see it actually queried it. If I search for something like, I think we had red in the other title. There we go, white house, red roof, that works. And if I search for white, it should actually show both the dog and the house, which means that search works properly. And let's also add an additional query by limit. So if limit exists, then queries.push query.limit, and we can simply pass the limit right into it. So we can limit to a specific number of photos or files per page. We can also apply sorts by saying const, sort const, and then destructure the array of sort by and order by, and make that equal to sort.split. Okay, why are we splitting the sort? Well, that's because the sort will contain both the sort and the order in which we want to sort it. For example, we saw an example of that sort right here, where we use the default for the get file. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Created at, and then the actual order. So we want to sort it by the order of creation in a descending order. Once we get each one of these sorts, we can use the queries dot push. If order by is equal to ascending ASC, then we can return a query dot order ASC based on the sort by, and else we can return a query dot order DESC and based on the sort by. So that can be sorted by title or name or maybe created at or whatever else. Oh, after I change the sort, it looks like something has happened. It says attribute not found in schema white, referring to list documents right here. Interesting. Let me try to remove the sort from here, and still the same thing happens. If we open up the terminal, we can see it says invalid query, attribute not found in schema white. Interesting. Let's see why this might be. Let me check the order of parameters we're passing into create queries. We have current user, types, and then after that we have search, sort, limit. Okay, is that the same thing we're passing into it? Let's see. Search, sort, limit. Yep, this is looking good to me. We first generate the queries, and then based on different if statements, we push additional queries into it. Now it's referring to white, so it's referring to the query, which is equal to white in this case. Specifically, search text is currently set to white. So we're simply pushing the query where the query contains, specifically the variable of attribute name, contains the search text of white. I don't see why that would be a problem. And this only started happening after we added the sorts. If I remove the sorts, you can see that it works and we can see white dog and white house. So what actually broke it with these queries right here? Well, first, let's check whether we have a sort. So if sort exists, then we can do those additional things right here. If sort doesn't exist, let's not do anything with it. If there is no sort, it should be set to created at descending. Let's try to console log the queries to see if that gives us any more information. So I'll say console log queries. I'll reload the page and then scroll up. And there we go. Here are the queries. You can see that we have a contains query for the name of white, which is great. But then we have a method of order descending with the attribute of white. Interesting. Why is it picking the name, or in this case, the search text, when it comes to the sorts? Oh, I see why. I copied this and I forgot to change this sort right here to sort. Oh, that's my bad. Okay, as soon as I fixed it, the error is gone. And now I think we should be able to actually sort it as well. We'll test that later on once we implement the sort toggle. But in any case, we're good. And now we have complete functionality for sorting based on type, as well as based on search. But of course, our users are not going to really search through files through the URL bar. We want to implement this global search functionality right at the top. So let's close all of the currently open files and let's head over to search.tsx, which is a component that we created before and completely left alone. Now we want to come back to it and implement it. Let's go to this size right here so we can see it, and let's bring it to life. To implement the search, let's start with the UI. But for that to work, I'll move the browser to the left side because the search is right here to the left. And I'll move the code editor to the right. This should be more than enough space. Oh, I actually like it this way. Now let's give this div a class name equal to search. And within it, let's create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to search dash input dash wrapper. Right within that div, we can create an image, which will just be a search icon. So let's give it a source of /assets /icons /search.svg. Let's also give it an alt tag of search with a width of 24 and a height of 24 as well. That's just going to be a little search icon. But now we have to add an actual input coming from components UI input, and we have to create a new use state to manage it. So let's create a new use state, call it query, and set query at the start equal to an empty string. Since we're using use states, we have to turn this component into a use client component, just like this. And now we can pass it over to our input as a value. Value is equal to query. Placeholder is equal to search, ... Class name is equal to search dash input. And on change, we can call the event and then call the set query based on the event.target.value. So now we can actually type into it. But of course, the changes are not yet happening. And in this case, we actually want to do something special. We want to implement a global search, which will search across all the files, no matter on which page we're on. Even if we're in documents, it would be super simple to just query the documents, right? Based on the name. But this will act as the global search. So it'll show us all the files, no matter where we're at. So now that we can actually modify the state of the query through a search, let's actually implement the functionality that'll fetch the files. I'll create a new use effect. Of course, the use effect has a callback function and a dependency array. If left empty, this effect will only happen once at the start of the load of this component. And in this case, I want to check if a search query exists. What search query are we talking about? Well, that's going to be the one coming from params. So this is going to be a bit different than fetching the search query right here from the type. Here, we're just destructuring it and then saying await search params.query. But if we're in a client component, the process is a bit different. Here, you can get it through the use search params hook. So let's say const search params is equal to use search params coming from Next navigation. And then we can get the search string by saying const search string, or we can call it search query, is equal to search params dot get query. Or it can be set to an empty string if there is nothing there. So now we can say if a search query doesn't exist, then simply set query, our current state query, to an empty string as well. And this will change whenever the search query changes. This is just the first step. If there's nothing there, reset the input. But now let's create another use effect. And within this one, we want to fetch the files by saying const fetch files is equal to an asynchronous function. We can call it right here by saying fetch files. And how can we fetch the files? By saying const files is equal to await get files. So this is the same server action we called before. And to it, we can pass everything else. We can pass the search text equal to query. Finally, once we get the files, we want to actually set them to the state. So we can say use state, let's call it results, set results, at the start equal to an empty array, and the type of this will be models dot document, and specifically an array of model documents. And once we have the results, we also want to open up a new modal to show those results. So we can open up a new use state snippet, and let's call it open, set open at the start equal to false. So now that we get the files right here, we can say set results is equal to files.documents, and we can set open to be set to true. Okay, let's give it a shot. I'll create a new piece of UI right here where I want to check if open is set to true. In that case, I want to create a UL, an unordered list, with a class name of search-result, within which I will say results. Let's see if that works. The results immediately appear here. That's good, but is there something in there? Well, let's find out. We can do that by saying results.length is greater than 0. If it is, then we'll return the results.map, where we get each individual file, and for each file, we're going to return an li, a list item. And else, if we don't have any results, we can simply return a p tag with a class name equal to empty-result. That's going to say no results or no files found. Let's make sure to properly close everything. There we go. I think we're good. And now, what are we going to do for each li? Well, first, let's give it a key because we're mapping over it. So the key will be equal to file.$ID. And let's make it render just the file.name to see if the search is working. Would you look at that? We immediately get all the files because we currently have no search query. But now if I type something like, let's go with Vite, currently there's no way for us to modify that because it's never recalling this use effect. But if I recall it every time that we change the query, the state of the query, and now if I type Vite, you can see that it actually filters the correct files. But we do have an error saying that the final argument passed to the use effect changed size between renders. Interesting. So it means that the query got cleaned. But that should never be the case because it should always be a string. So yeah, I think we're good now. And you can see that this search is fully functional. I'll show you how we can improve it even further very soon. But for now, let's finish the UI of how we show each one of these, because just seeing a file name isn't really doing it justice. So let's give each li a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. Within an li, let's create another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, cursor dash pointer, items dash center, and a gap of 4. And within it, we can render a thumbnail with a type of file.type, extension equal to file.extension, URL equal to file.url, and a class name equal to size-9 and min-w-9. If I close it here, this should already look so much better because now we have great looking icons right here. Next, we can render this file name above within the div, but let's wrap it in a p tag. So let me provide an opening and closing p tag with a class name equal to subtitle-2, line-clamp-1, so it fits in a single row, and text-light-100. There we go. That's looking much, much better. Finally, right below this div, let's also render the formatted date and time, to which we can pass the date of file $created at. That's going to look something like this. Let's properly close it. And let's also pass it a class name of caption, line-clamp-1, and the text-light of 200. There we go. So now we can see at least the time. And on large devices, we can see even the date alongside the full title. This is looking amazing. And check this out. Even if I'm on images and I start typing something like, let's go MP4, we can see all the MP4s, or maybe even we can see cinematic. Yep, this works as well. Now, if we click on it, nothing really happens, does it? So let's add a new function right here, and let's call it const handle click item. Here, we're going to get a single prop or param called file of a type models.document. And on click, we want to set open is set to false. So we want to close the modal, and we want to set result equal to an empty array. And we want to push to the page containing that file. For that, we can use the router functionality. So I'll say const router is equal to use router. Let's make sure that we imported it from the right place. Next navigation. That's good. And now we can say router.push, and we want to go to /file.type. And if it is video, then we want to go to media. Else, we want to go to file.type, a string of S. Because if it's image, it's going to be images. If it's document, it's going to be documents, and so on. And then we want to give it a question mark. Query is equal to query. So we want to keep the search, but we want to navigate over to that specific page. So now that we have this handle click item, let's actually pass it over as a link click to the LI by saying on click, handle click item, and point to a specific file. Now, if I click living room furniture, it will close it and point me to the images so I can find it very easily. Same thing if I go to search, and if I search for some kind of a document, like a PDF, I click on it, it points me to documents so I can find it. Same thing goes for videos and so on. Oh, it looks like it didn't actually work with audios because it says audios. It should actually be just, I think, media or video. So in that case, we need to modify our query a bit, saying if file type is video or audio, right? Because in those both cases, it should go to media. So I'm just going to duplicate this query and say file type is video or file type is audio, okay? And I'll wrap that in a parenthesis. In both cases, it should actually go to media. And it does seem that it is working right now. That is great. Now we still have to properly close the search if there's nothing there. So we can say something like right here at the top of the fetch files, if there is no query, in that case, we can set the results to be equal to an empty array, and we can set open to false, and we can return router.push. And we want to push to the same path, but with no search query attached. So let's get the current path by saying const path is equal to use path name. And then we can push to path.replace search params .toString with an empty string like this. So we're going to simply nullify the search. If I reload and try searching for something, I'll try typing cinematic. You can see it shows. I click on it. I get redirected. That works. But if I clear the search, you can see all the other files and media, and everything works as expected. But now I want to show you a big optimization that we can make with this search. And that is implementing a concept known as debouncing. Why do we need the concept of debouncing? Let me show you. If I search for something like MP3, you see with every single keystroke, as I was typing, it made another request to the backend, to the database. And as a user continues to type, it's making a request for every single letter, which means that we're now overloading the database with these different requests. Instead of doing that, what if we could not make a single request until the user stops typing for a specific amount of time? Let's say maybe they continue typing and then they finish with the word white and we send a single request to the database. Yep, that's possible. We can do that by using the concept of debouncing. In our Ultimate Next.js 15 course, I dove deep into the concept of debouncing. I think it was right here on their homepage, implementing a local search bar. Check this out. Here, we're implementing a search bar to search through all of the questions of the Stack Overflow application. And we need to really make it optimized. So first, I show you how to implement it like we did in this case, but then we dive into implementing the delay debounce function from scratch, using callbacks and just making sure that we don't overload our database. As you can see, this lesson on implementing this little search is about 36 minutes long. So here, I make sure that we really go in depth with explanations and implementations. So feel free to check out the course on jsmastery.pro. But with that said, even here, I'll show you how to implement the debounce. In this case, we won't implement it from scratch. We'll use the use debounce hook, a widely used hook with more than 1.6 million weekly downloads. It is super simple to use. Let me show you. You can just run npm I use debounce -- save. So let me install it right here by running that exact command, npm I use -debounce. And after that, it is super simple to use. You just import use debounce from use debounce at the top. After that, you need to call the hook and give the name to your debounced value. So I'll do it something like this. I'll say const use debounce. We want to debounce the field of query with a delay of 300 milliseconds. This means that the action will be only fired if a user hasn't entered another keystroke in the next 300 milliseconds. And here we can call it debounced query. What I'll do now is simply replace the query with the debounced query in the useEffects dependency array. So we won't make a request whenever the query changes. We'll make a request whenever the debounced query changes, which will only happen every 300 milliseconds max. But again, it might happen much less frequently if the user continues typing within that 300 millisecond time frame. Let's do a quick check to see if debounced query.length is == 0. Then we want to reset everything. And since we're checking the length, we don't need the exclamation mark right here. And instead of passing the query to search text, we're going to pass a debounced query. Let's see if it's properly accepting it. Search text right here. And it looks like it's expecting types as well. So we can say types is an empty array because in this case, we're doing a global search. We don't care about filtering by types. We only care about searching. So if I go back, now, if I continue typing, you can see if I do it quickly, it will not make a single request. But as soon as I stop typing for a second, Only then will it make the request. So I can type out the entire word of white, and we only get the results after it has been typed out. That's it with the global search and filtering based on types as well. Everything works incredibly well. Now we have a very quick lesson next, which is implementing the sort component. The sort functionality is done, but now we just want to implement a quick sort that looks something like this, that allows you to filter by name or maybe even the date. So let's do that next. I'll close all the files and I'll drag my browser to the left. To get started implementing the sort component, let's first install the Chat.cn select component, which will be of a great help. This is basically exactly what we need. So let's install it by copying the installation command and pasting it right here. npx Chat.cn add latest, add select. Let's say Y and then press enter and it's gonna get installed. Once you do that, let's copy its imports. And let's do it within the sort.tsx component. We already created it, but we never implemented the logic. So let me copy this here, and let me also copy the usage of the select. I'll paste it right here, fix this little typo, save it. And now if I go back and reload, you can see that we have a theme selector. But a theme selector is not really what we want. Instead, we want to be able to sort it. Okay, so let's make slight modifications. Let me first access the router, meaning the routing functionality, by saying const router is equal to use router. And this use router is coming from Next navigation. Of course, if we're using the navigation, we have to turn this into a use client component. Then we can declare a function called handle sort, which is equal to a function that accepts a value of a type string, and then it can run the router.push. And we're going to push to, we first have to get the existing path by saying const path is equal to use path name coming from Next navigation. So we're going to start our URL with a path on which we're on, and then we're going to simply append to it a search param called sort, which will be equal to the value that we want to sort it with. Once we have that, let's give this select an on value change, and we can call the handle sort right here. And let's also give it a default value, which will be equal to sort types, which is going to come from constants 0.value. If you take a look into the sort types, you can see that we have basically, I think, 6 different types. That's going to be date created newest, oldest, name, ascending, descending, and then the size from highest to lowest. So once we have those, we can have a trigger to which we can pass the class name equal to sort-select. And we have a select value to which we can pass the placeholder equal to sort types 0.value. So now we can see it says created at descending as a placeholder value. After that, we have the select content to which we can pass a class name equal to sort-select-content. And then within it, we can map over all of the different select items. So let me simply say sort types dot map. And then for each different sorting option, we will simply return one of these select items. I can remove the other two. And we're going to, of course, change how this select item behaves by giving it a key equal to sort.label, because labels are unique. I'm going to give it a class name equal to shad-select-item. And most importantly, we have to dynamically render the value, which is going to be sort.value. And within the select item, we can render the sort.label so the user knows what they're selecting. If I do that, check this out. We have all of these different sorting options. And I actually want to expand my browser for this so you can see the full URL bar. I'll head over to documents, or no, maybe media, because we have the most media. And let's try to sort it. Here we have it by date created newest. And currently, the man strumming guitar is the last one based on date. So let's switch it to oldest. And it looks like nothing has happened. Oh, wait. Now it switched it. So it seems like the first switch didn't actually work. Interesting. Let's try one more time. I'll reload and select oldest, and then I'll go back and switch to newest, and that worked. It's a bit tricky to check the dates right now because they're all uploaded at a similar time. It might be a couple of milliseconds of a difference. But let's try switching it by name. So if I say name A to Z, we can see that it starts with the letter C, it moves to D, M, and P. So this is looking good. And if we do this one, it's actually going the other way around. What about the size? This should be easy to check. We have 5.7 at the top, 1.9 at the bottom. And if we switch it, that works. So let me actually reload and try to immediately switch it by the size. Yep, that works too. Okay, so I think we're good. We can also check for the images. Let me do it by size. Yep, that works. About created at works. Name works as well. Wonderful. Believe it or not, it was that easy to implement the sorting functionality on all of these different pages because we are reusing the same single sort component, and it doesn't have to do any extra logic besides simply modify the URL bar with the new sort, and then our file action for getting the files to which we automatically pass the sort does the rest by modifying the queries if a sort exists. Great work. But now that we have all of these things looking quite good, what's going to happen with the dashboard? We kind of left it on its own for the time being. To implement our dashboard, I prepared something quite special. See, within our Ultimate Next.js course, we often have something known as active lessons. These are lessons which we specifically craft beforehand and give you the task so you can develop something on your own. It doesn't just tell you what to build, but it goes into the why and specifically how you can approach it. It contains examples, resources, and heck, even a hint that is blurred out until you click it and decide that you need some help. So as you can see, they can get pretty big, and the Next.js course is full of them. You can see for the database creation model, we have an active lesson for creating each one of these models in the database, starting from the task to the how to the additional resources and then hints. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, first of all, because I'm proud of how well we created the Next.js course, but the second reason is to show you that I have prepared an active lesson for you to build this dashboard off the Stored project. Yep, there is a task, there is an example pointing to the Figma link, as well as all of the resources you might need and the implementation of how you can do it with the data fetching, chart components, and even additional hints you can check out if you get stuck. As you can see, it's pretty lengthy, so take your time, don't rush it, really give it a go, and trust the process. So in this case, we won't be doing it together. I want you to take what we have right now, the entire code base, see if you can figure out the bits and pieces of how it works, the file and folder structure, where you can add additional server actions if you need to, and where you would actually implement the dashboard. Of course, it would go into the root and then page, where we currently only have this homepage. Of course, the final repo containing the full code will be linked down below. But for now, I'll show you how it should look like. As you can see, it's going to be about a 100-line long page where we basically get all the files using the same server action we have created before, but we're using a little bit of an optimization here by using parallel data fetching. We're fetching both the total space as well as the files, and since one doesn't depend on the other, we can fetch them at the same time, effectively making the load time 2 times faster than it would usually be. Of course, to make this happen, we also have to create some additional actions, and that's basically one single action in the file actions file. So let's scroll to the bottom of it, where I hope you implemented it. Of course, your naming doesn't have to be the same as it is in my case, but basically I called it get total space used. And in this case, it uses the create session client, so we have to import it. And I switched this over right here, so there's no errors. And I believe this is it. Let's see what else do we need. We need to get a thumbnail from the components thumbnail, which we already created, but we also have to export it by adding the export to it. We have the formatted date and time, which we also already created, but forgot to export. And finally, we're using the actions dropdown, but I think in my version of the code base, I called it action dropdown. So we can just fix the naming right here and then import it right here at the bottom. And in our case, it's not a named import, it's a default import. So we can do it just like this. And finally, we have to install shadcn charts. So I'll say npx shadcn add latest, add chart, and immediately it'll be installed. And you can see that this red squiggly line will remain there because this chart component is not a shadcn component. It is actually an additional chart that we need to create that then uses the shadcn charts. So let's head over to the components and create the last component of the day. I'll call it chart.tsx, and you can find the code either in the active lesson, or if it's not there, it's gonna be in the final repo, chart.tsx. If you do that, let's close the files and reopen the homepage one more time. Oh, it looks like this red squiggly line didn't get removed, even though we're properly importing the chart from the chart page. Oh, I think it's gone, so I think we're good. And with that, if we go back here, check this out. We have the available storage, only 40 megabytes out of 2 gigabytes in total available. We can see how much of each specific file type we have, and we can also see a list of recent files uploaded. And we can immediately perform actions on all of them directly from the dashboard. Now this is looking like a real storage management solution. So how did you like it? I hope this active lesson gave you enough info for you to be able to build it on your own. But if not, I hope you were able to take some pieces of the puzzle of the full solution and then just put them all together. Let me know whether you'd like me to include more active lessons like this, or if this was too hard. And as I said before, if you enjoyed this active lesson and you want more hands-on practice, check out the Ultimate Next.js course. More than 50 interactive lessons available. And once again, if you experienced any issues while developing it, just make sure to go to the GitHub repo of this project and refer to it. Knowing how to read and use other people's code bases is crucial for growing as a developer. So if you can't do that effectively, you'll have to improve there. So even if you didn't complete it on your own successfully, make sure to patch it all together so it works like it does on my end right here. By putting this page.tsx together, as well as the chart component and file actions like get total space used. And with that said, we are ready to focus on the deployment. To get our project deployed, as with all the other great Next.js projects, we first have to push it over to GitHub. So head over to github.com and create a new repo. Let's call it something like Storage Management Solution, or you can call it Store It or whatever name you prefer. Create a repo. Now we'll have to follow these commands within our editor. So let's open up the terminal, stop it from running, and then run git init to initialize an empty repo within this project. Now, when I was deploying this project before, I encountered some errors. So I know how to fix them before they happen. So let me show you. The error I experienced was this one, saying route / couldn't be rendered statically because it used the cookies functionality. So that means that it requires dynamic server usage. So how would you go about fixing something like this? Well, the solution is pretty simple. Let's head over to layout.tsx of the root, and right at the top of that file, add a new export const dynamic and make it equal to force-dynamic. Now, why are we doing this? Well, that's because Next.js says that this page couldn't be rendered statically as it uses the cookies. That means that the page or component you're trying to render relies on data from cookies, which requires dynamic behavior. Static pages are pre-rendered at build time and cannot use runtime-specific features like the cookies, which are only available at request time. So setting this export const dynamic to force dynamic will make the page render on the server for each request, which is not the same as client-side rendering. Now, let's follow the next steps for pushing our repo to GitHub. I'll run git add dot to add all the files, git commit -m first commit, git branch -m main, git remote add origin, and then the link to this page. But it looks like I pushed before, so I'll have to actually change it to origin 1. And finally, git push u origin main. If you do that and go back to GitHub and reload, you can now see your code base appear right here. We needed to do that for Vercel to recognize it. As you can see, I'm using Vercel to host all of my projects, even our great course platform. But now head over to add a new project, and it should be right here at the top, added about 48 seconds ago. So just import it, storage management solution, and it's gonna ask you to add environment variables. So going back to our project and heading over to .env.local, there's a little trick that you can do, which is just copy everything from this file and then paste it in this first input. This will automatically populate all of the other key and value pairs. Once you do that, don't deploy it just yet. I remembered that we might have 1 or 2 TypeScript errors left, or even ESLint errors left, which are not really errors if you think about it, but they could potentially disallow us from building this project on Vercel, even though I'm trying to find some of them, and it looks like we've been paying very good attention to remove all of these TypeScript type errors and ESLint errors. So you know what? Let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we can just try to maybe suppress the warnings just so the build goes through. But who knows? Maybe we did a phenomenal job and the code base is squeaky clean. With that said, let's go ahead and deploy it. And fingers crossed, hope for the best. About 56 seconds have passed and we seem to have an error in the build log. Was I right? Yep, I was right. We did leave just some unused variables in the mobile navigation. But other than that, our code base was very well done. So what I will do is head over to mobile navigation to quickly remove those unused variables. As you can see, it's just 2 lines right here, which are not breaking anything. But again, TypeScript and ESLint don't like them. And I'll head over to next.config.ts and then say TypeScript. And then add ignore build errors to true. And I'll do the same thing for ESLint by saying ignore during builds is set to true. Now, if we make a push by saying git add dot git commit dash ignore build errors, and then git push, if you go back to Vercel, specifically to your projects, click on that project and go to deployments, you can see that another deployment is being built. Let's see how this one goes. And there we go. The build is built. You can see it also populated our favicon right here at the top. So head over to project and click visit at the top right. You'll be able to see that we have an application error. A server-side exception has occurred. And this seems to be happening on our homepage. And I'm actually super glad that this happened because I want to teach you how to debug it. Deployment errors are common and you need to know how to fix them. So if you head over to inspect element and go to the console, you'll notice that you have some kind of an error message. But let's see if it's useful. It says error, an error occurred in the server components render. The specific message is omitted in production builds to avoid leaking sensitive details. A digest property is included on this error instance, which may provide additional value about the nature of the error, but again, doesn't give us a lot of info. So how do you debug server errors if you no longer have a terminal? It's pretty simple. You head over to Vercel, you go to logs, and then right here, you can find more details about the error. In this case, we get an error no session coming from root page. So let's go ahead and console log the no session thing because it does appear to be something that we wrote. So if I search for no session, you can see that it only occurs a single time within our entire code base. So that's already a good sign. It occurs when we're trying to create a session client. But when are we trying to call this from the homepage? Let's see. If I head over to page root right here, and then you can see that we're not really calling that create client. But if you head over to the layout of the root, you'll notice that we're calling the get current user, the first thing ever. And right here within it, we're calling the create session client, which then throws an error in case there's no active session. which makes sense, right? Because we cannot have a session if a user hasn't logged in yet. So the only thing you have to do is wrap the get current user in a try and catch block like this. In the catch, we of course get access to the error, and we can maybe just console log the error. But we have to pull everything else into the try block. So we actually catch an error if we throw it from the create session client. And you can see here that we say if user total is lower than or equal to 0, return null, which is totally okay. So right here, we're going to return null, not throw an error. And then if we don't have a user, we will redirect to sign in. Now let's go ahead and push those changes to our repo by saying git add dot git commit dash fix deployment. That's a common one. And then finally git push. If you do that, you can head over to your deployment and let's wait for the new build to go through, and hopefully that fixes the issue. And there we go. Our deployment is live and ready. We already knew that's going to happen, but is it actually working? If I visit our storage management deploy solution and try to sign in with the email that I used before, or you can also create a new account, that's totally up to you, we should get an OTP verification model, which just arrived to my email inbox. It's 681565. Press enter or submit, and immediately we are redirected to our beautiful looking dashboard. I mean, this is just amazing. It's a very detailed application with a lot of moving parts. I truly hope you enjoyed the build. We got a chance to learn a lot about file management, while of course using the latest and greatest best practices from Next.js to make sure that all of this loads super quickly. So if you'd like this free course, imagine what we'll do in the ultimate Next.js course. I mean, here we're gonna dive into a lot of depth, teaching you how to use Next.js the right way. From hydration error fixes to stale data to even caching and different runtimes. There's a lot of stuff we'll cover. And of course, you'll improve your performance, dive deep into server and client components, use the latest React and Next.js features, and more. All with deep dive lessons, which are illustrated theory lessons that teach you the baseline. Then we build and deploy a very complex app. And then, as I told you, we have those active lessons, which really dive in depth, teaching you how you can create some stuff on your own. How many times has that budget travel hack left you broke in a hotel room with no Wi-Fi and a construction site for a view? Come on, admit it. Planning trips sounds fun until it's not. 50 tabs later, you're overwhelmed, frustrated, and somehow booked a 2-star stay next to a nightclub. Perfect. But what if you could solve that chaos, not just for yourself, but for thousands of people with one powerful app? Hey, I'm Adrian, and in today's video, we're building and deploying a full stack travel agency dashboard. Not just another static page, but a real product designed for travel businesses to plan and manage trips for their clients with AI and Stripe payment processing. And the star of the show, the admin dashboard, a polished travel agency back office where you can see user insights, trending trips, and sign-up analytics, browse all generated trips and customer profiles, use AI-powered trip generation to create new travel plans in seconds, and then view, edit, and manage those trip details on demand. And yeah, it's fully responsive, so you can also manage trips on the go. Now, by becoming JS Mastery Pro member, you can even upgrade this dashboard with a public-facing site for travelers, featuring a beautiful landing page with curated destinations, a paginated list of all trip packages, and a full trip details page with day-to-day itineraries, images, and pricing. And of course, to make it real, a Stripe checkout to finalize that trip. Throughout the project, you'll work with modern React.js, with React Router v7, the latest Tailwind CSS v4 for styling, Syncfusion, UI component suite used by Visa, Disney, McDonald's, Netflix, Starbucks, IBM, and even Apple. AppRight, an open source backend for all your app needs. Free Gemini AI for dynamic trip generation. Stripe integration for secure payments. TypeScript for clean, type-safe code. Sentry for error tracking and monitoring. And much, much more. from code architecture to clean code base structure. So if you're ready to go beyond basic tutorials and build something pitchable, polished, and portfolio worthy, this is the video you've been waiting for. Let's dive right in. To get started building our amazing travel agency dashboard application, we'll head over to Vite.dev, the build tool for the modern web. See, the application you'll build in this video is a dashboard, and React excels at dashboards, so technically here we don't have a need for Next.js. So in this case, I'll use React, and I'll quickly spin it up with Vite for instant service starts and out-of-the-box support for TypeScript and more. But with that said, if you want to follow along with Angular, Next.js, Vue, or any other technology you want, you're completely free to do that. I'll show the setup for the technologies I'm using, but later on when we're implementing the design, if you want to try out some other technologies, you're free to do that. Still, in this case, I want to make it work with Vite. So right here under Getting Started, scroll down to Scaffolding your first Vite project. We'll use npm and Vite add latest. So I'll copy this command and head over to my IDE. Throughout this course, I'll be using WebStorm, a super powerful JavaScript and TypeScript IDE that as of recently became completely free for non-commercial use. Before, you had to pay to use all of these great functionalities, but now you can use it for free. So throughout the video, if you see me use some cool features that pop up and they're maybe not available in your text editor, well, that must mean that they're built into WebStorm. So if you want to follow along with that as well, you can download it and start using it there. Once you're in, feel free to create a new folder already and then jump right into it. Within it, open up a new terminal and paste the Vite command we just copied. If you're not already within an empty folder, you'll want to add a travel app right here, which is the name of the application, so it actually creates a new folder. But because I already created a new empty folder, I'll just say npm create vite add latest / to set up the application in the current repository. And I'll say y to install the Vite installer. Now it'll ask us a couple of questions. I'll just say ignore files and continue. Choose our own framework. In this case, of course, we're continuing with React. And it's asking us to choose a variant of a React application. We have TypeScript, JavaScript, but we also have this new React Router v7. Yep, that's right. In this course, not only will you learn how to build your own React dashboard, but you'll learn how to route it using the newest version of React Router. So press enter and install the Create React Router installer. This took just a couple of seconds and it's asking me whether I want to initialize a new Git repository. And you know what? Let's go ahead and do that. So I'll say yes, initialize it. Install dependencies with npm. Yep, we could say yes to that as well. While our dependencies are getting installed, let's quickly set up our AppRight account. It's an open source tool we'll use to manage our backend. I'll leave the link down in the description, so go ahead and create a new account. As you can see, I'm using it for many projects already, but now go ahead and create a new project. You can call it Travel Agency Dashboard. Click Next, choose your region, and create. Perfect. And while we're at it, you can also set up Sentry. I recently partnered with them, so they decided to give you 50,000 errors to track. And trust me, you won't be able to break that much stuff soon. So simply create your account right here. Feel free to enter JS Mastery as the organization name. So let's go ahead and create a project with React. I'll call it Travel Agency and click Create. Perfect. We'll get back to this page later on. There we go. Git initialized, dependencies installed, and we are ready to run our application. If you didn't have a new folder before, you'll have to cd into this travel app you created, but in this case, we're already in. So I have all of my files right here. The only thing I have to do is just run npm run dev, which will spin up the application on localhost 5173. So back into the browser, if you open it, you should be able to see something that looks like this. You can go ahead and open up this React Router docs. It's pointing us here because I'm guessing this is something that is new to a lot of people. They've made some significant changes from v6 to v7, and I want to make sure that you understand exactly how everything works so you can not only make it work for this application, but every future application you're working on. We'll dive a bit deeper into this later on. For now, just keep it open. Let's take a second to clean up our file and folder structure. Currently, we have the folder called welcome here, which I will completely delete. I will also clean up our root home.tsx by simply running rafce within it, which will just spin up a new React functional component called home. If this shortcut didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have a React plugin installed. So just search for plugins or extensions and search for modern React snippets, which will allow you to very quickly spin up new React components. Great. Let's also head over into the app.css and remove everything besides the import of Tailwind CSS. We'll definitely need that. Now, since we'll be using Tailwind, we also want to add some Tailwind power-ups. So right within our terminal, I'll open up the second one. I'll call the first one dev environment, or we can call it just dev, and I'll call the second one terminal. So when we need to install some additional packages, we can do that right here, while we know that our development environment is still running. So let me run npm install clsx as well as tailwind-merge right here and press enter. These packages will allow us to use Tailwind a bit more responsibly, so we don't go ahead and override some styles without knowing it. And it also allows us to very easily add dynamic styles using Tailwind. This should leave you with a very simple, plain looking homepage. But keep in mind that our app is big, and I really do mean it. Throughout this course, we'll first build the admin dashboard that'll consist of this nice looking authentication page. We'll then switch over to building this dashboard, which has a lot of moving pieces, and then we'll continue with all of the other pages as well. The ability to add trips, see them right here, and even generate AI itineraries. The dashboard part of the application, where you can see the users, where you can create new trips and see them on the dashboard, will be released completely for free on YouTube. But in case you want to take it a step further and also build a public-facing website that works seamlessly with the dashboard we'll create, but this time for the users trying to book some trips, not for the admins trying to generate them. You can access it on jsmastery.pro, where you'll be able to watch this entire course, lesson by lesson, and for each lesson, have a lecture summary, a transcript, a branch including only the code for that specific lesson that shows you exactly what has been implemented up to that point, and even a quick quiz, making sure that you have properly adopted all of the knowledge within that specific lesson. Or if you maybe didn't and you got stuck, you can ask questions directly within that lesson and get immediate help. Oh, and I almost forgot. Alongside the public-facing website, we'll also integrate Stripe with your dashboard so that we can process payments and actually allow people to go on these trips. So if that sounds interesting, click the link down in the description. But with that said, even the content you're watching right now is far more than what you can find in other paid courses. This admin dashboard you'll develop will be enterprise ready, using the tech that the biggest companies in the industry use. So I'm super excited to share a bit more about that later on. But with that said, let's ensure that we have everything we need in order to develop this application. Everything from this nice looking background on the auth, even to the smallest detail, like this logout icon. I want to make sure that we have everything you need in order to develop this seamlessly and focus on improving your skills rather than searching for different icons online. So for that reason, I prepared all of the assets you need right within this project's video kit. You can find it in the description and then click over on the assets. That'll point you over to Google, so you can simply right-click it and download them. Once they're downloaded, make sure to unzip them. And within it, you'll find the app and the public folder. The public folder will contain all of the assets that we'll need, such as the icons and the images. So let's go ahead and delete the current public folder and just drag and drop this new one right in. Make sure to put it at the root of your directory. And we'll do the same thing with the app. We don't really have anything in there, so let's just delete it. And now I'll drag and drop the app right within it. And if you check it out, you'll notice that it's still almost the same as we left it before. It has a home, the root where we have the HTML file, and just one single route right now. But what I've added are some types that are going to make it easier for us to use TypeScript types in the future, as well as some fonts. in which we've set up the theming of our application so that we don't have to write all of these styles one by one. Rather, we have them right here. But don't worry, this contains zero logic. It just contains some CSS that's going to make it easier for us to style specific aspects of the application. Now, if you go back and reload, you'll still be able to see the same thing that we had just before. So with that, we've got the setup out of the way, which allows us to already in the next lesson, dive into the setup of the complete React UI components library called Syncfusion. We'll still use Tailwind CSS to style our application, but Syncfusion will provide us with over 90 high-performance, lightweight, modular responsive components that are perfect for building dashboards. And Syncfusion isn't really like Material UI. They're used by some of the biggest companies in the world, such as Visa, Apple, Disney, McDonald's, Netflix, Starbucks, and IBM. Do I have to go any further? Hopefully you're excited, because in the next lesson, we'll set it all up. Just before we go ahead and start setting up Syncfusion, I want to make sure to push our code to GitHub. Follow along and commit to your GitHub as well. I'll open up the terminal, run git init, git add dot, git commit -m, app setup. This will add all the changes we have implemented so far. Then head over to github.com/new and create a new travel agency dashboard. I'll keep it as public and click create. Once you do that, you'll have to switch over to the main branch. So git branch m main, git remote add origin, and finally git push u origin master, or in this case main. If you do that, in a couple of seconds, if you reload, you'll be able to see all of the files committed right here. What I typically like to do is remove these releases, packages, and deployments and give a short description, such as a travel agency dashboard. We can add the URL later on. For now, I'll add some kind of a placeholder. And I will also say that the topic is React Router v7. And what else? Well, yeah, it's a dashboard, right? So we can say dashboard. And already our repo is looking much better. So with that said, let's set up Syncfusion. First things first, I want to tell you that it is completely free, okay? So click the link down in the description, and within the video kit, I'll also leave a link to the documentation where you can see all of the different components that you can use. For example, charts. Here you have the getting started guide on how you can use charts, and you can notice that the Syncfusion components have been split into multiple different dependencies, such as base, data, charts, PDF export, and so on. So we'll need to install these different packages separately. So head over into your application within the terminal, and here we'll need to install all of these different packages. Just so you don't have to type them all one by one, you can find them right here under npm install Syncfusion, where you can just copy it, and then you'll have the full installation command. Super simple, right? Press enter, and this will install all of these different components, allowing us to implement enterprise-ready dashboards for free. There we go. That was quick. Now we'll have to update the Vite config file. So head over to viteconfig.ts, and here we'll need to prevent the listed dependencies from being used for SSR, allowing us to use Syncfusion components without any issues. So I'll say SSR, no external, and here we can just use a regular expression to target at Syncfusion. Perfect. Now, if you click Setup Syncfusion link down in the description, you should be able to see a page that looks like this. As you can see, the free license is valid for 30 days, but I'll show you how you'll be able to continue using their components even after that period ends. The only thing you need is a free community license. I'll use Google. Here, at the second step, if you used a personal email to create your account, you'll also need to add a work email, which they need for compliancy. But don't worry, what you can do is just type support@jsmastery.pro. You can use this as the company email. That way, you can proceed to the next step. For the company, you can also type JS Mastery. You can enter your phone number and create an account. Once you do that, you'll be redirected to your Syncfusion's dashboard. Here, it says start your free trial for the Essential Studio. This will offer you a ton of stuff. But don't worry, this doesn't mean that you'll only be able to use your components for 30 days. What you need to do instead is head over to the bottom right part and click Get Your License. Here, you'll be redirected to different types of licenses that exist, such as Team, Unlimited, but what we're going to go for is the Community. This allows you to get access to the entire product line for free, if you're making less than $1 million, of course, or have 5 or fewer developers in your team. So click Claim Your Free License and fill in some details. You can say individual, student or hobbyist. For the organization name, feel free to type in JS Mastery. I don't believe these are necessary, but you might want to say whether you want to use this as open source, in which case you can also provide a repo, and then you can finally provide a LinkedIn profile and say who is going to be owning the code. Of course, that is yourself. So submit it, and this request can take some time, but what matters the most for us is that already we got an email containing the 7-day free trial that'll include the access to React components. So if you head over there and scroll down, you'll be able to find your license key, which you can copy, or you can also get it right here within your dashboard by specifying that you'll use JavaScript and type JSM Travel Agency and get a license key right here as well. Perfect. Once you do that, you can head back over into your code, create a new file called .env.local, and within it, you can say Vite, Syncfusion, license, key, and paste the key that you just got. Then you'll need to head over into app, root.tsx, and right at the top, above the layout, you can import the register license coming from Syncfusion EJ2 base, and then you can call it register license, and you want to get access to that env variable by saying import meta env vite Syncfusion license key. And that's it. We have successfully registered, and we can use Syncfusion's enterprise-ready components. Let's focus on routing. Or in other words, let me give you a quick React Router v7 crash course, where I'll teach you how to do routing in modern React. Let's start from bare beginnings by deleting our current home route, because we'll do everything from scratch. Within the routes folder, I'll create another folder, which I'll call admin. And within admin, I'll create a new file called dashboard.tsx, inside of which we can run rafce to spin up this new React page. Now, unlike Next.js, this won't work automatically, so that if we just go to /dashboard, you'll be able to see it. What you have to do first is head over into this routes.ts file, which you can think of as the configuration file. Here, you can see that our index route points to the home page, which no longer exists. So instead of having this index, we can use 2 additional methods. One is called layout, and the other one is called route. To start off, we can simply create a route, which you'll need to import over from React Router dev routes. So I'll say route right here. It requires you to pass a name of that route, or in other words, the path, and then you need to pass a location to the file. So that'll be the routes admin dashboard.tsx. And notice how WebStorm automatically tells me what each one of these params means. The first one, dashboard, is the path, and the second one is the file. Pretty cool. And if you do that, you can see that this dashboard right now, coming from here, I can even call it dashboard page, shows up right here on localhost 5173/dashboard. Pretty straightforward, right? But now let me also show you how we can add something known as a layout. So within admin, I'll create a new file and I'll call it admin-layout.tsx. Within it, I'll run rafce and I'll give this div a class name equal to admin-layout. Now, this admin layout is coming from index.css. The only thing we're doing here is applying a bit of a light background color with some padding on the top for the navbar, and we're also making it a flex container. So what we can do now is head over into routes and wrap our route with the layout. So right here, I'll say layout, coming from React Router at the top, It's not a component, but a method. As the first parameter, it requires a path to that file. So I'll say /routes /admin -layout.tsx. And as the second one, it requires an array of children, which are different routes within that specific layout. So I'll simply put this dashboard route right within. If you do it properly, without providing the starting / right here, you should be able to see just the admin layout in your page, even though you're currently on the dashboard route. So what you can notice is that by putting something into a layout, it doesn't mean that you have to prepend that route with that name like it is in Next.js. You can think of it more like a Next.js route group, where the route still remains its original part, but the layout allows you to style it a bit further. So for example, we might want to display a mobile sidebar right here, or maybe like a regular sidebar. So I'll put an aside, give it a class name of w-full, max-w of 270 pixels, typically make it hidden, but only show it on desktop devices. So this is a sidebar for desktop, and I'll say sidebar right here. So now on mobile, we can see the mobile sidebar, but if we head over to desktop, we can also see the regular sidebar. But now what matters most is showing the pages within that layout. They will all have something in common, which are the sidebars, sure, but how do we show the actual page? Well, I'll render another aside, which is an HTML5 semantic element, give it a class name of children, and within it, I will render something known as an outlet coming from React Router. This outlet is a component that renders the matching child route of a parent route or nothing if no child route matches. In simple words, it just shows you the page or the route that we're currently on that is inside of that admin layout. So for example here, now this admin layout allows us to have this mobile sidebar, but also the contents of the dashboard page. So if you needed to add a second route, you can do that very easily. You just create it right here within the same folder, and I'll call it all-users.tsx. I'll run rafce, and this is the page within which we'll display the users table. This will of course also be a part of the admin dashboard. So now back in the routes, you can just duplicate this route still within the same layout, and I'll say all users and pointing to routes admin all users. So now if you wanted to, you can very easily switch over to all users, and both that one and the regular admin dashboard have the mobile sidebar, which we'll implement next. That's more or less it when it comes to routing. It's actually pretty simple, but if you wanted to read a bit more about it, you can see that React Router is a multi-strategy router for React, bridging the gap between React 18 and 19, where you can use it maximally as a React framework or as minimally as you want. So there are different ways of using it, but in the most simple way, you can create some routes and then use them as parts of different layouts, as I just showed you. Don't worry, we're going to dive into more depth of how we can use it later on, such as how we can create dynamic routes as well, but more or less, it is super intuitive. For example, if you wanted to nest routes, you would be able to do that just by creating a single route and then adding additional routes as an array to that route. But with that in mind, you already know not only the basics, but also how to put those basic routes within the layout. So I'll close all of the currently open files, and I'll go ahead and commit this by heading over into the terminal, running git add git commit -m, and I'll call it routing. Perfect. Ready to move on to the next lesson. Considering that most of our pages will use the mobile or the desktop sidebar, what do you say that we focus on the layout of those sidebars first, and then we can focus on the pages that'll be within it? So let's start with the sidebar component. I'll first create a new folder within the root of our application, and I'll call it components. And then our first component will be called nav items. Nav items.tsx. And then there we can run rafce to quickly spin it up. We don't need this React import, so we can always delete it. And we can also create a new component within the components folder called index.ts. We only need to do this once. because from this one file, we will export all of our other components by saying export default as nav items, and then from /nav items. This allows us to very easily import all of the components within one line. I'll show you how we can import it very soon. But for now, let's head over into the nav items component and let's implement it. First things first, I'll focus on the layout. So instead of a div, I'll turn it into a section and give it a class name of nav-items. Within it, we of course need to have a link coming from React Router, and it'll point to /. This will be our primary link, and it can also have a class name of link-logo. So right within this link, we can render an image. So that's an img with a source pointing to /assets, /icons, /logo.svg with an alt tag of logo. And we can also give it a class name equal to size of 30 pixels, like this. And just below it, we can render an h1 that'll say Tor Visto, which is the name of our application. You can see that WebStorm doesn't recognize this word, so it might think that we misspelled it, but I'll tell it, no, save this to dictionary because we'll be using it much more often later on. Okay, so now where can we see this nav items component? Well, we can use it within our admin layout. So head over into the admin layout, and right here where it says sidebar, within this aside, here we want to render that nav items component. But we don't want to just render it like this. We want to wrap it within a Syncfusion sidebar component. So I'll first render a sidebar component coming from @Syncfusion EJ2 React Navigation. I'll give it a width of about 270 pixels and a prop of enable gestures equal to false, because this will be our desktop sidebar. And within it, I will then render the nav items coming from /components like this. So you can see if we didn't have that index.ts within components, then we would have to import every single component like this in a new line. Import nav items from components, nav items, import something else from somewhere else. But in this case, we can just do this, and now we can add additional components like comp2, comp3, all in a single line. Okay, so let's also self-close these nav items. And now right on top, you can see that this application was built using a free trial of Syncfusion Studio. So we'll have to get a valid license key. And that's completely free. So soon after you register your license, that message will be completely gone. If I covered this before in the video, that's great. If not, don't worry. Even if the message is still right there, we can continue developing everything, and then we'll remove it later on. But with that said, let's actually expand our browser so we can see what's happening on desktop devices. There we go. Right here, we start seeing the sidebar. Perfect. And we can see this Tor Visto logo that basically points us to the homepage, which right now doesn't exist. So with that in mind, we can continue developing the left sidebar right here, so-called the nav items component. So right below this link, let's render a div that'll have a class name equal to container. And within it, we can render a nav. That's an HTML5 semantic tag for the nav items, within which we can map over our sidebar items, which you can import over from constants. So say sidebar items.map, and then you get each individual item from which we can destructure the properties, such as the ID, an href, an icon, and a label. And then for each one of these, we can automatically display a new div, within which for now, we can maybe display just the label. So if you do that and save it, here you can see dashboard, all users, and AI trips. But hey, where are these items actually coming from? Well, if you command click into sidebar items, you'll see that this is a simple array of objects that I prepared before. Each one of these objects has an ID, an icon, a label, and a path that it points to. Perfect. So now for each one of these, instead of a div, we want to use a React router component called nav-link. Of course, you want to automatically import it from React router. The to path will be equal to the href or the link, And we can also give it a key equal to ID. Now, what this nav link allows you to do is to open up a dynamic block of code and then have a callback function within it. And that callback function looks something like this. So you have the parentheses and then an immediate return. Within the parentheses, you can destructure the isActive state. So this tells you whether the component is active. And we can also use TypeScript here to say that isActive is of a type Boolean. And now within it, we can render a div within which we can render the label. If we save this now, all of them are exactly the same as before. But now we can use that isActive state to style it further. For example, this div can have a class name equal to, and now here we want to make it dynamic. So we typically want to apply some styles, but we also want to change the styles depending on the isActive state of that nav link. And for that, in Tailwind, we use something known as CN, short for class names. So within our file and folder structure, create a new folder, and let's call it lib, as in library. Within the lib folder, create a new file and call it utils.ts. This stands for utility functions. Functions that we can reuse across the application that deal with specific functionalities. The CN util typically comes directly with Tailwind, but you can very easily get it right here from the video kit as well. So just copy the entire app lib utils and then paste it over into the utils right here. Here we'll have a couple of simple functions like formatting the date, parsing the markdown to JSON so we can use it, parsing the trip data, which we'll use later on, and some functions that'll help us calculate the percentage later on. More on that soon. The only thing we needed right now is this one, Tailwind merge, which will take in the static and the dynamic class names. You can also notice that this utils file uses Day.js library to manage date and time. So I'll open up my terminal and I'll run npm install Day.js. Also, we can keep this library within the app. That way we have everything important stored right within it. There we go. So now within this class name, you can say CN and then import it automatically from the top from libutils and pass the styles that it'll always have, such as a group and a nav item class name. But now, as the second parameter to the CN method, you can also provide an object and say when these additional class names will be activated. For example, the BG primary 100 and important text-white will only be active if the isActive state is turned on. If it's not, then they won't be active. We can do a similar thing for the image next to the label. So I'll render a self-closing image tag that'll have a source of icon, an alt tag of label, and a class name equal to, I'll make it dynamic one more time, and I'll make it a template string this time. On group hover, we want to change the brightness. So I'll say brightness to 0, typically size of 5, and on group dash hover, we'll also want to invert the colors. You know that effect when you kind of hover over it, the background then turns darker, but the icon therefore needs to turn lighter in order to be visible on that darker background. So we can open up a dynamic block of code and say if isActive is true. In that case, we can change the brightness to 0 and invert. But if it's not, we can just leave the text color to dark. So text-dark 200. Perfect. So now if we check this out in action, we can see the logo on the top and you can see that the dashboard is the currently active tab. But if you click on the All Users tab, it still has the same layout because remember, we implemented this page before and gave it the admin layout. The trips, of course, will lead to a 404, but we can now nicely switch between those two. And as you hover over it, you can see that it actually changes the background color, indicating that it'll become active. So now we can switch between those two pages within our nav items. Let's also add a footer to this sidebar, sharing a bit more info about the currently logged in user. For the time being, I will hard code the user information just so we have something to display, but later on, of course, this will be coming for real from authentication. So say const user is equal to, I'll give it a name of Adrian, an email of contact@jsmastery.pro, which is my email address, and an image URL of a path pointing to assets, images, david.webp. I found a random David developer online. So now that we have this user, we can head down below this nav and create a new footer. This footer component will have a class name equal to nav-footer. And right at the top of that footer, we can display an image with a source of user ?image URL. Or if that doesn't exist, we can always point to that David thing. So /assets, /images, /david.webp. And we can give it an alt tag of username. So that's going to be user ?name or David, maybe, in case the user doesn't exist. Perfect. So now if you check it out, you'll see this developer right here at the bottom left. Right below the image, we can render an article. Article is like a div, but it says that the pieces of content within it actually are related. So within it, we can just display an h2 that'll render the user ?name. And then below it, we can render a p tag that'll render the user ?email. So if you save it and check it out, you can see Adrian and contact @jsmastery.pro, which is the email. For you, of course, it could be something different. And finally, below this article, we need to display a button through which will allow the user to log out. So to this button, I'll add an on click and I'll just do a callback function and say console.log logout. Of course, later on, we'll actually implement the functionality right here. I'll also give this button a class name of cursor-pointer to let people know that it is clickable. And then right within it, I'll display a self-closing image that'll have a source of /assets, /icons, /logout.svg with an alt tag of logout and a class name equal to size of 6. So now if we save this and check it out, you can see that we have a nice looking logout button, and that concludes our left sidebar. But now what happens if we go to a mobile view? We cannot really let this sidebar take that much space. So that's why we're hiding it on tablet or smaller devices. So now if I actually put this to a mobile view, you'll see that this left sidebar entirely disappears, and we have this new mobile sidebar that is there instead. So let's implement the mobile sidebar too. I'll do that by heading over into components, and I'll create a new component called mobile sidebar.tsx. I'll run rafce to quickly spin it up, and we can export it from our components just by changing the name of the export to mobile sidebar. And then we can import it directly within the admin layout. Instead of the mobile sidebar, we can just render the real mobile sidebar coming from components. There we go. So now if you did that, you understand that we have a mobile on mobile, we have this one on desktop, and then we show the rest of the page content. Perfect. So that looks something like this. Nothing fancy yet, but it'll look much better very soon. In this case, we can actually see both the code and the view at the same time. So it's going to be even easier to implement it. I'll start by giving this div a class name equal to mobile sidebar. And I'll also give it a class name of wrapper, making it act as a flex wrapper. Within it, I'll display a header component. And within that header, we can have a link coming from React Router pointing to home, just /. Within the link, we can display the logo as before. So I'll say image. That'll have a source equal to assets, icons, logo.svg with an alt tag of logo, a class name of size-30 pixels. And there we go. You can see this shortened version of the logo. And then right below it, we can render an H1 that'll simply say Tor Visto, which is the name of the application. Of course, feel free to use something else if this doesn't look good. And then since this menu will open up, we actually need a button. So below the link, render a button component. And this button component we'll have an onClick that'll be a callback function that simply needs to collapse our sidebar, okay? So how do we get access to this sidebar? Implementing this on our own would be super difficult. Sidebars and mobile nav bars and whatever opens and closes, even though is seemingly super simple, it's actually a pain in the ass to implement so it works properly across all devices. So that's why here we'll once again use Syncfusion's sidebar component, same as we did for desktop. So I'll say const sidebar of a type sidebar component coming from Syncfusion EJ2 React Navigation. And then what we can do is within this button, we can simply say sidebar dot toggle, which will actually open up that sidebar. But instead of a const, for now, I'll simply set it to lit, because for const, since you cannot redeclare the variable, you have to declare the value immediately. But here we really don't. We can just set it as undefined at the start. You can see that our TypeScript is complaining right here because we're using this variable before being assigned, but we'll actually make this functionality work with Syncfusion's component. So for now, I will simply suppress this warning with a TS ignore, which I will add right above this button as a comment. Perfect. So we are toggling this sidebar and we'll have a regular image. This is going to be a menu icon. So I'll give it a source of assets, icons, menu.svg with an alt tag of menu and a class name equal to a size of 7. So if I save this, you should be able to see a menu icon on the right. Now, right below the header component, we can actually render this mobile sidebar. So I'll render the sidebar component coming from Syncfusion, and I'll give it a width of about 270. And of course, we'll have to import it from Syncfusion, but not just as a type, which is what we have done so far. We'll want to import the actual sidebar component like this. So if you do this, you'll see that it'll automatically be opened and it'll hide our logo. So we'll need to give it a ref where we have a function of sidebar. And then we'll make this sidebar equal to the sidebar object that we created above. I'll also add a TS ignore right here, just so we don't have any TypeScript warnings. Next, we can give it a created property. So once this sidebar component gets created, what we want to do is automatically hide it. So I'll say sidebar.hide. Looks like our TypeScript will complain here a bit as well. So what I'll do is remove these TS ignores, and just at the top of the file, I will add a TS no check directive, which will make sure that no TypeScript errors show for this file. Then we can also say close on document click. This is very important to turn on for mobile sidebars, because if you click on a specific element in between the sidebar, we want it to also automatically close. We can also render the show backdrop to true, which will give it a bit of a background right here. And then also we can give it a type equal to over, because it's showing over the content. And now the only thing we have to do is pass over the nav items component that we have created before for the regular sidebar, and it'll also work here as well. So just import nav items coming from nav items, and you should be able to see the full desktop sidebar also works incredibly well on mobile. But now it also has some behaviors of a mobile sidebar, such as you can click outside to close it. Still, when you click on a specific element, it doesn't actually collapse itself so you can see the page you're on. Even though it actually does the redirect, you can see we're in the user table, but we cannot really reopen it anyway. So there's definitely some more improvements we have to make to it. One thing is taking this sidebar toggle outside of this direct click and turning it into a new function, so we can pass it over into the nav items themselves. So I'll simply copy this sidebar toggle and call it toggle sidebar. So now right at the top, I can say const toggle sidebar is equal to a callback function within which we can just toggle that sidebar. Now we're calling it right here on button click, but I'll also pass it as a prop over to the nav items. So I'll say on handle click, toggle the sidebar. So now we can head over into the nav items and we can accept this handle click as a prop, which will be of a type handle click, a function that returns void. meaning nothing. And it'll also be optional. So now we can use this handle click when we're clicking something right here. So I'll pass it as the on click to this nav item div right here, where we have the classes. I'll also add an on click, and I'll say on click handle the click. So what this should do is when you click on a specific link, it should actually collapse the dashboard. Oh, I see it doesn't do it just yet. I think I know where the issue is. Here, when we give it a reference, I should actually be making this sidebar object coming from Syncfusion equal to the ref, not vice versa. So what we need to do is switch it around so the sidebar object will be equal to the sidebar ref. If we do this, you can notice that now it actually closes and you can reopen it. Perfect. We now have a mobile nav that allows us to navigate in between different pages. So the last part of the layout that is shown across all the pages, can you see what it is? We have the sidebar, we have the mobile sidebar and mobile, but what is that other element that also appears across all of the different pages? Well, it's the header. See, with a title, subtitle, and potentially an action button allowing us to do something for that specific page. Almost every single dashboard has this. Oftentimes, it is also called breadcrumbs because it tells you on which part of the dashboard you're on, such as admin users, or this could be admin trips. But in this case, since our dashboard is pretty simple, we just have a title, subtitle, and an action button. So let's implement it as well by creating a new component in the components folder, which I'll call header.tsx, run RAFCE, and for now, I'll just add it to the top of the dashboard page. So right here, we have the page contents, but we'll wrap everything in a main. So this is the main page with a class name equal to dashboard, and we'll also give it a class name of wrapper. Within it, we'll display the header component coming from components header. See, this is what I was telling you about. If you don't export it from this components index, then you'll have to have a new import for every component. But if I came in here and just exported it right here as header coming from header, in that case, you would just be able to import it like this by saying import header from components. Again, it doesn't make a big difference now, but as you start importing more components into the file, it really makes your code that much cleaner. This will be a self-closing component, and we immediately know that we'll have to pass different props to it, such as the title and the description. So title for now can be something like dynamic template string that'll say welcome, and we can say maybe if a username exists, so I'll create a new user right here, const user is equal to an object that has a name of Adrian. Of course, you can put your own name there, and we'll say welcome if user !name exists, then use the name, else just say guest. And we can also render an emoji of a wave right here at the end. Near the title, we'll also render the description equal to, we can do whatever we want to say here, but maybe something that explains that page we're on, such as track activity, trends, and popular destinations in real time. Perfect. We can now copy this header, and we can also add it over to our second page, which is the all users page. As a matter of fact, we need to do the same thing right there. Give it a main, a class name that says dashboard and wrapper. Then we can render the header right here. This time we won't say welcome. We can say something like trips page like this. And then the description can be something like track users for now. Of course, we can actually modify it later on. Or not track users, that's a bit too creepy. We can say something like check out our current users in real time. And of course, below that, we have the actual page contents. So this will be the all users page contents. And then on the other one, that was the dashboard, we'll instead say dashboard page contents. Perfect. So now if we actually head over into our app, you'll see that we have the header and we have the dashboard page contents. And if I move over into all users, we have the header, all users page contents. But now we have to dive into the header component and accept those props to show the differences in between those pages. So I'll immediately accept the title and the description. We can actually define this as props. So we can define an interface of props right at the top that'll have a title of a type string and a description of a type string as well. So now we can display the header component with a class name equal to header. Within it, we can have an article because it contains two related pieces of info. Within it, we can have an H1 that'll display the title, and below it, we'll have the P tag that'll display the description. If you do this, you can now see trips page, check out our current users. But if I head over to dashboard, you can see welcome Adrian, track activity trends, and popular destinations in real time. Great. Of course, the only thing remaining for us to do is to style it a bit better. So let's do that by giving this H1 a class name equal to text-dark 100. And we actually want to make this a bit more pronounced if we're on the home page. See here, it shows up right here at the top, but on dashboard, we want to make it a bit larger. So for that reason, I'll wrap this in a dynamic CN class name like this, and we need to properly close it as well. So the text-dark 100 will always be there, but if the URL is homepage, then we'll apply some different class names. And how can we do that with React Router v7? How can we figure out the path? Well, it's super simple and very similar to Next.js. I'll just say const location is equal to use location hook. That's it. You import it from React Router and you know the URL. Oh, and let's not forget to import the CN as well from utils. Okay, so now next to this default style, we can also check if the location.path name is triple equal to /. And if that is the case, we can give it a text of 2XL, on medium devices, text of 4XL, and font dash bold. But if we're not on the homepage, we can give it a text of XL, on medium, text of 2XL, and font dash semi-bold. Of course, we have to properly close this now. So now, if you compare the differences between this header size and this one right here, you won't be able to notice the difference. That's because all of these are not on the homepage. This is dashboard, and the other one is all users, where these ones need to be the same to have enough consistency in between the pages. But I'll also teach you how to reuse this header on our public-facing website, whereas we want to make it much, much larger. So that's where the difference will be. But for now, we can also copy this H1 and paste it below, but change it to a P tag for the description. This one will be text gray of 100 and font normal by default. But if the path name is /, it'll have text-base, and on medium devices, text-LG, and we don't need this font bold. And if it's not on the homepage, we'll make it a bit smaller and give it a text-SM, as well as on medium devices, text-LG. And within it, instead of the title, we'll display the description. So now we have a proper title and description right here. So this is already looking great on mobile. We have a fully functional mobile sidebar, and it's starting to take the shape of the final application. Of course, where dashboards truly shine is on desktop, where we have more screen real estate so we can see all of the different stats, cards, tables, and charts. So what do you say that we focus on the main dashboard page contents next? Okay, the primary layout is done, so let's focus on the content, displaying what matters on the page. I'll collapse it for the mobile view, and mobile first development is taking over anyway, so it's always good to start developing for mobile and then expanding over for desktop. Although I would say there is one exception to that rule, and that is dashboards. Dashboards are typically meant to be viewed on desktop, so prioritize proper desktop views. Okay, so let's focus on creating the UI of these trip cards right here to have something nice to display on the dashboard right off the bat to the user. So let's develop a reusable trip card layout. But you know what? Before that, let's start from the top. Let's focus on the stat card layout. the one that has a nice looking chart and displays some information. I'll do that by creating a new component right here in the components folder. And let's call it something like stats card.tsx, run RAFCE. And while we're here, we can also create another card. This one will be the trip card. So I'll create a new trip card.tsx, also run RAFCE, and just display it right here. What we need to do, of course, is export them both from the index.tsx. So that's going to be the stats card as well as the trip card. Perfect. So now we can head over and import both of them within the dashboard so we can start implementing them. I'll first head over into our routes dashboard, and right below the header, I'll display the trip card coming from trip card components. And right on top of it, I'll also display a stats card coming from components. So now we can see that we have a stats card and a trip card. We first have to ask ourselves, what will each one of these stats card have? If you already have a design, well, then you have everything you need. Take a look at these cards and ask yourself what is different about them and what is the same. The regular card layout is the same, the background, the borders and everything, but what is different is the title, total users, total trips, and so on. The number, of course, the value. This up and down stat is different value. And then we also have the chart itself. So these are the different pieces of data that we have to pass into it. So we can start by forming that, for now, fake data, but later on, we'll make it real once real users start creating the trips and they start joining the platform. So for now, I'll say const dashboard stats is equal to, and I'll create a stat for total users. And actually doing this is a pretty good idea. Starting to create everything static from regular JavaScript objects. So if you do this and maybe define 12,450 users, as it says on the design right here, technically what you're doing is creating a structure for your future database. You now know that you have to store this field in the database and that it'll be of a type number. We can do a similar thing for users joined, which in this case can actually be an object where you keep track of the current month, maybe like 218, and the last month. That way you can compare that data. So last month I'll set it maybe to 176. This will allow us to have this nice looking chart right here. After that, we can render the total trips card, maybe 3,210. And then we can also have the trips created. So this will be for the chart, where we can have the current month data, maybe like 150, and the last month data, maybe like 250. Let's say there were more that month. And finally, we need to know how many active users do we have. So I will say user role. We have a total of about 62 maybe. Current month, maybe let's say there were 25. And last month, let's say there were like 15. So we're growing very fast. Perfect. So this is some fake data that we can now pass over into the cards. So let's focus on the stats card first. Below the header, I'll create a section. And this section will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 6. So we can display all of them one next to another. Within this section, I'll create a div that'll have a class name of grid. So specifically the grid for the stats card, where we want to make it have only one column, so calls 1. On medium devices, we want to have 3 columns. So this will be on larger devices, and then a gap of 6 in between the cards and a full width. And right within it, we can display our first stats card. So I'll say stats card, self-closing, and we can already start figuring out which different types of props do we have to pass into it. So I already told you that we'll need to have the total users, right? So that's the title. Header title is total users. Next, we can pass the actual amount, which I call the total. So this will be equal to dashboard stats dot total users. We'll also need the current month count, which will be equal to dashboard stats dot users joined dot current month. And then we can do the same thing for the last month count is equal to dashboard stats dot users joined dot last month. And we can maybe destructure this dashboard stats just so we don't have to repeat ourselves every time. So I will destructure the total users and users joined from the dashboard stats by saying const total users, users joined, total trips, trips created, and user role equal to dashboard stats. So now if you head here, you don't have to explicitly say dashboard stats for every single one of them. You can just refer to total users and users joined. Perfect. So now we can very easily duplicate this card 2 more times. For the second one, instead of total users, we'll have total trips. So we can pass the total trips. And instead of users joined, we can refer to the trips created. And then for the last one, we can talk about just users. So we can say user role dot total. And then here we can say user role dot current month and dot last month. So if you head back over to your application, you'll see that we still have just 3 empty cards, but now we're passing the right data to them. So it'll be super simple to take that data and display it. The only thing we have to do is head over into the stats card and implement its layout. Of course, starting with destructuring all the props that we're passing into it, such as the header title, the total, the last month count, and the current month count. These will be of a type stats card. So what you could do is you could either define an interface right here of stats card and then say what the header title will be, what the total will be, and so on. Or you can do what I did right here, and that is to define the stats card within a special file called index.d.ts, which allows you to declare interfaces which can be used across your entire application without needing to import it. So here we're saying that the header title is a string, the number is the total, last month count and current month count are both numbers. And that's it. It just immediately knows that the header title is a string. Pretty cool, right? So now that we have that card, we have to take the last month and the current month count and get some useful data out of it, such as figure out what is the trend. Is it increasing or is it decreasing? This will be useful for us to figure out the color of the chart, and then also by how much has it decreased since the last month. And this is actually a pretty interesting challenge if you want to work on it. What I'll do is say const destructure something and make it equal to the call of the calculate trend percentage. And to it, I'll pass the current month first and then the last month second. And this calculate trend percentage will give me exactly what I need, which is the trend and the percentage. Now, how does this calculate trend percentage work and where is it coming from? Well, I declared it within the utils function. It's a utility function. But of course, I invite you to implement it on your own. This is a great type of function that ChatGPT excels at. You give it a very small task, such as to give you a trend and a percentage. You say what the inputs are, such as the count this month, count last month, and then you tell it what you need to output. So in this case, it says if count of last month is 0, then there is no change. So what is it doing is it's taking a look at the difference. It's grabbing the percentage of that difference. And then if the change is greater than 0, it returns a trend of increment and a percentage. If change is lower than 0, then a decrement percentage. And if there's no change, it just returns 0. Makes sense, right? So once we get that trend, we can then say const is decrement is equal to, and that's going to be equal to trend is equal to decrement. What we're doing here is we're just checking for equality and then turning that equality into a Boolean variable so we can more easily use it within the card. So now that we have all the necessary data we need in order to implement the layout of the card, let's actually do it. Cards are typically articles, so I'll use this article and give it a class name of stats-card, which will automatically give it a white background and a bit of a shadow. If at any point you're wondering which stats are being applied when you add a specific class name, you can command click into it or just search for it across the code base until you find it within the app.css. You'll see that we're giving it some padding, making it a flex container with a gap in between the items, giving it a background, a shadow, a bit of a rounded corners, and a dark text. Next, right within this article, we can render an h3 that'll have a class name equal to text-base, font-medium, and it'll render the dynamic header title. So now each one of these says a different thing: total users, total trips, and then total users once again. That's because I forgot to change the last one. So if I head over into the dashboard, yep, you can see here I left total users, but actually it was supposed to say active users today. Perfect. So now we have 3 different cards. Or just active users is fine. So now we are ready to start implementing the rest of the stats card. Right below the H3, we can start focusing on the main content. So I'll wrap it in a div with a class name of content. And within that div, I'll create another div with a class name of flex, flex-call, and a gap of 4 in between the elements, within which we can start rendering an H2 that'll render the total number. So now we have the number, but to make it look a bit better, we can give it a class name of text-4XL and font-semi-bold, because the total number is more important than the title. You need to see those numbers very clearly. Right below this H2, we can render another div that'll have a class name of flex, items-center, and a gap of 2. And within it, we want to render a figure. This figure will contain the percentage as well as the arrow pointing up or down. So right here, I'll give it a class name equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 1. And within it, I will render an image with a source equal to, it has to be dynamic. So I'll open up a template string and point to assets, icons, and then if it is decrement, I will render the arrow down red.svg, else I will render the arrow up green.svg. And I'll also give it a class name of size of 5 and an alt tag of arrow. If you save that, you should be able to see up, down, up, which matches our data. And right below that image, I'll render something known as a fig caption, which is basically just a p tag, within which I'll render the math.round, and within it, I'll pass the percentage and then add the percentage sign right after it. So you can see it says 25% up, 40% down, 67% up, or something different for you if you used different numbers. Let's also style that text a bit by giving it a class name. I'll use a dynamic CN class name. It'll always have a text small and a font medium, but if it is decrement, then it'll also have a text red of 500, else it'll have a text success of 700. So now you can see that the number also matches the color of the arrow. And then outside of this figure, I'll also add a bit of an explanatory p tag that'll say versus last month. So we know what this number is referring to. Let's make the text a bit smaller by giving it a class name of text-sm, font-medium, and since it's not so important, text gray of 100, and truncate. So if it's too long, we can just remove that part because it's clear what it is referring to. Great. And now we can head over below this p tag and below 2 more divs, and we can render an image. This image will have a source of /assets /icons / dynamically we can check if we're in the isDecrement, and in that case, we'll display the decrement.svg, else we'll display the increment.svg. So if you save it, you'll be able to see those different charts. Now, a challenge for you, and something that we can look into later on, would be to actually make these charts functional using a library like Charts.js or something similar. For now, the most important thing for me is to display the value and the trend. And making this real is a beautiful challenge for you to try out. So you might want to check out Syncfusion's chart components because they have a lot of functionalities that allow you to very easily display that chart data. But for now, let's also style it a bit more by giving it a class name of on extra large devices, W of 32, typically W full, H full, on medium devices, H32, on extra large devices, H full. And I'll give it an alt tag of trend graph. So if I save this, they're now a bit larger. And if you check out the desktop version, this is looking exactly like it does in the design. Pretty cool, right? And later on, this will be super functional because you can make these cards clickable so it actually points to a page where you can show more details about those users. Like active users and total users can point to the all users page, and total trips can point to the AI trips page where you can show more details on the trips. But for now, let's focus on implementing the trip card. This will bring so much more life into our dashboard because each one of these trips will have its own thumbnail. So let's collapse it. So now is the time to implement that trip card. Before we start implementing the UI, we'll have to figure out the data for those components. And similarly, how in the dashboard, we rendered some fake data for the dashboard stats, which soon enough will be imported into our real database, we need to have the data for the trips. So I prepped some fake data for you right here so we can very easily get going. It'll be right here under all trips dummy. And you can see that here we have all the trips. So let's simply import it and paste it right here at the top. It doesn't have to be within the component. As a matter of fact, I'll also pull these outside of the component because this is just fake static data, which later on will be converted over to be real database data. And I'll paste it. Here, you can see that each one of these trips has an ID, a name, image URLs, the itinerary with different locations, tags, travel styles, and estimated prices. But it's never a good idea to keep static data right here within the JSX file where we're trying to do some logic or represent some UI. So what I'll do instead is I'll copy these trips, user, and dashboard stats, and I'll move them over to the bottom of the constants file. So this is the constants index.ts, and I'll paste the dashboard stats, the all trips, and the user data. I think later on we'll also have the users data. So I'll copy it while we're here and also add it here. So we have some fake users. This one uses the format date functionality. So make sure to import it from libutils. There we go. This is only to help us focus on the UI, but very soon we'll be pulling all of this data directly from the database. And you can see there's no more snippets to copy. Everything else in this entire application will be done entirely by us together. So let's make sure to add an export statement at the start of each one of these lines, and we can import it right here within the dashboard. So I'll say import dashboard stats from constants, also the user, and also what else do we need? I think it's going to be the all trips, so we can render the cards for each one. See how clean the file is, and we can even pull this destructuring right here. So we have nothing in the component, we only have the JSX. So now below the stats card, I'll actually just hide them for a second. I'll display a whole another section right below this section that shows the stats cards. This one will be another section that has a class name equal to container, and it'll also have an H1 that'll have a class name equal to text-XL and font-semi-bold, as well as text-dark 100, and it'll say created trips. So now right below it, we can render a div that'll have a class name equal to trip-grid, And keep in mind, nothing is showing up right here besides this trip card, which we can remove. But now within here, we can use that dummy trip data by saying all trips coming from constants dot slice, which means that we can only get maybe the first 4 trips. And then we can map over them by getting data for each one of these trips. And then for each one of them, we can automatically return a new trip card like this. So if you save it, you'll now see 4 different trip cards to which we can pass all of this trip data. So I'll give it a key, since we're mapping over it, of trip.id. And as a matter of fact, we can destructure those properties from the trip. So I'll destructure the ID, the name, image URLs, itinerary, tags, and the estimated price. All the info that we need, and now we can very easily pass it over as props into the trip card. So the key is just ID. The ID will be equal to id.toString, because typically when you store IDs in databases, they can be of some other data type, not necessarily a string. We can get a name equal to name, image URL equal to image URLs 0, so we're going to take the first one. The location can be equal to itinerary $.0, so if it exists, get the first one, and then get its location. Or if it doesn't exist, maybe display an empty string like this. For the tags about the trip, display the tags. And for the price, display the estimated price. Perfect. So now we're passing all of these important props into the trips card. So what do you say that we go ahead into it and we accept them and we start implementing that card? It won't be that tough, trust me. Maybe even easier than the stat card. The data is what matters. For now, it's static, but soon users will be able to create it using Gemini so that the trips contain real suggestions on the trips where your users want to go. So I'll destructure that data, such as ID, name, location, image URL, tags, and the price. All of these are of a type trip card props. And now we can make each one of these cards a link coming from React Router. Why? Because we want to be able to see the trip details once we click on it. This link will render an image with a source equal to image URL, and then alt tag can be the name of the trip that they're going to. If you save this, you'll be able to see 4 dummy images. For me, there are 4 of the same images right here, but for you, I might change it up a bit and actually put different ones. But of course, what matters more is that each one of these cards will actually point to a real trip details page. So let's actually add a to part, and we have to get access to the current path. So right here, it's very similar to how we do it in Next.js. Const path is equal to use location coming from React Router. Then we can check whether we're clicking on this card from the public-facing website or from the admin dashboard, because depending on that, we're going to link them to a different page. So I'll say if path.pathname is triple equal to / meaning public-facing, or path.pathname dot starts with /travel, that still means that they are on the public-facing website. In that case, we'll point them over to travel and then the ID of that trip. Else, we'll point them to trips /ID. Why? Because for the admin, we want to display the details of that trip, whereas for the person, we just want to show them the trip that has been created. Let's close this properly. And if you click on it right now, you'll get redirected to a 404. So don't do that just yet. But with that said, let's continue adding more data to this card. I'll give this link a class name equal to trip-card, which will kind of collapse it a bit. Next, right below this image, I will create an article that'll contain most of that cards or most of that trip's data, such as the h2 that'll render the name of the trip. Maybe also a figure. In this figure will contain an image that'll have a source of assets, icons, location mark.svg with an alt tag of location, and a class name of size of 4. That's much better. Now, why do I use figure? Well, if you have an icon that is related to a specific text, then you might want to put them into figure and put a figure caption like this instead of a paragraph. It's just better for screen readers and overall usability. So now we can see that this is New York, Paris, Tokyo, and so on. Next, we can exit out of this figure and the article as well and create a div right below it. This div will have a class name equal to margin top of 5 to divide it a bit from the top, a padding left of about 18 pixels, like this, padding right of about 3.5, and padding bottom of about 5. So we're creating space to display some tags right here. And for the tags, I'll use a Syncfusion chip component. So I'll just start typing chip list component. I'll give it an ID of a travel chip. And within it, we can display the chip's directive component. And these one will look something like this. You have different styles like simple, choice chips, filter chips, dynamic chips. It is super customizable. Within it, we can map over our tags by saying tags.map, where we get each individual tag and the index of that tag. And we'll render a chip directive, not chips directive, this time without the S, as a self-closing component that has a key equal to index. It has a text equal to get first word of a tag, because tags can contain multiple words. You have to import this from utils. Basically, we just trim it out, split it, and render the first word. And then we can also provide some CSS class to it to style it further. And I'll say cn from utils. If index is triple equal to 1, then give it a bg pink 50. And you have to add an exclamation mark in front to make sure that the style is applied, as well as text pink 500. Else, give it a bg success of 50 and a text success of 700 and save it. So now you'll see that we have different colors for those two different tags. First one, maybe New York is about adventure and culture, Paris is relaxation and culinary, and so on. Finally, we can head below this div that's wrapping the chips and render the article that'll contain the information about the price. Of course, we can style it a bit better by giving it a class name of tripcard-pill. And this will just make it a pill that's going to show up on top of this image right here on the right. Looking great. Also, I automatically added some images right here to match what you're seeing on your screen right here. And with that, we're done with the trip card. But of course, it looks even better on desktop, where we can see all of these cards. Later on, we'll be able to visit them as well. But you get the idea. We can see the latest trips that the agents within our travel agency are creating. So now we have a beautiful layout, but with fake data. So the next obvious step is to implement the full functionality for our application, including authentication, allowing users to add real trips, storing it all within the database, and then displaying it right here on the dashboard as we are right now, but with the real data. To get started adding functionality to our application and some persistent storage, we'll use AppRight, an open source platform that allows you to create your entire backend within minutes. In this course, we'll use it for their databases, storage, and authentication functionalities. So click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then create your account. As you can see, I already have quite a few projects running on AppRight. So let's create another one. I'll call it JSM Travel Agency Dashboard. You can do something similar. Click Next, choose a region, and your project will be created. Within here, we'll need to grab a couple of IDs and store them within our application. So I'll collapse my browser so I can see my code editor too, and I'll head over into my .env.local, which is where we can add those AppRight keys. The first one I'll add will be a Vite AppRight project ID, and that'll be equal to this key that we can copy right from here. I'll add a comment that right here, these are going to be our AppRight keys, And then above, we have some coming from Syncfusion. Perfect. Now here, it's asking us how do we want to integrate our application. And I'll say that we want to integrate it with the server using an API key. So if you click right here, you'll be able to choose your API key name and give it access to all the scopes. That'll give you your API key secret. So copy it and create a second variable of Vite AppRight API key and paste the one that you just copied. Now head over to databases and create a new database. You can call it anything, but I think travel is suitable right here. As soon as you do that, you'll be given your database key. So also save it. I'll call it Vite AppRight database ID and just paste it right here. Within it, we'll be able to create additional collections within our database. So you can create our first collection and call it users, which will allow us to authenticate and store those users right within our database. As soon as you create it, you'll be able to copy its ID as well. So I'll call it Vite AppRight users collection ID and paste the key that I just copied. And we want to repeat the same thing with the trips. So I'll create another collection called trips and create it, and I'll copy its ID. So I'll create another one called Vite AppRight trips collection ID, and you can paste that one as well. Now, each one of these two collections has to have some fields within it. So first, let's head over into the users collection and head over to attributes. So we can start defining how our database structure will look like. So let's ask ourselves, what does every single user need to have? Well, they'll need to have a string that is a name. So they need to have a name, and we can make it a size of, well, we could do something like 20 characters and make it required. Alongside the name, we also need an email. So we can create another field of email. I'll call it email, and I'll also make it required. Alongside the name and the email, we'll also need an account ID. So create a new string of account ID. Make sure to put the I in ID uppercased because this will be case sensitive. And we can make it about 1000 characters just to stay on the safe side. And I'll also make it required. I'll also create another string for the image URL attached to that specific user's profile photo. And I'll make it 1000 characters, should be enough. I won't make it required this time, as maybe some users don't have a profile photo. And I'll also add a date time of a type date time, and I'll call it joined at. So when did this user join? And I'll make it required. Next, we'll add a more complex type called an enum. So this is basically a string, but it can only be made up of a couple of different values. I'll call this enum a status. So each user can have a status, or you can also call it a type, but I'll stick with status right now, and it can either be user or admin. So you can add a comma after each one to actually add it as an element. Then I'll pick the user as the default value, and I'll create it. That should be it. And finally, head over to settings of the user collection, scroll down to permissions, click plus and select any, and then select all the permissions right here so that everybody has all the permissions, just so we don't get blocked because we don't have the necessary update permissions. Perfect. So now we'll be able to create different users that have all of these different fields. Next, let's create some attributes for the trips. So head over to trips collection, attributes, and create a first attribute. I'll call it trip detail. We don't need the S at the end, I think. Trip detail will be fine. I'll make it a big size, like very big. I'll go with maybe 10,000 characters, just so we can have the entire itinerary, details, budget, and everything right there. And I'll make it required. After that, I'll create another string, call it image URLs, give it a size of about, well, let's do 5,000, since these URLs can be large. I won't make it required, but I will make it an array to indicate that this is an array. I'll also create a dated time like before called created at, so we know when specific trip was created, and I'll make it required. And I'll also add a URL, which will be a link to the Stripe payment. So I'll call it payment_link. And I won't make it required. I'll also add a user ID, which will be a string. So we can connect the user with the trip. I'll give it a size of about 1,000 characters. Perfect. So now you should have image URLs, which is a string array. You should have trip detail, which is a required string. You should have a created ad property, which is the required datetime, a payment_link of a URL, and the user ID, which is a string. Now head over to that collection settings, scroll down to permissions, select any, and give it all permissions. Perfect. That's it for our AppRight setup. Very soon, we'll be able to use all of these functionalities, such as the API integration, the AppRight project itself, as well as the database collections, and even authentication. But the next step into making all of this work is connecting our authentication. And we'll do that using Google. So for that, we'll need the app ID and the app secret coming from Google. So you'll have to head over to console.cloud.google.com. Head over to projects and create a new project. I'll name it something like JSM Agency Dashboard and create it. It'll take a few seconds for it to get created. And then you'll be able to open that specific project. Then where you have the search, you can search for clients. Here, you'll be able to see Google Auth Platform. And before you click Get Started, head over to Branding and then click Get Started. Here, you'll be able to choose your app name. So you can do something like JSM Travel Agency, and you can enter your email for support. You can choose external for the audience, and then you'll have to provide an additional contact info address and create it. Once you create the OAuth config, you'll have to head over to Clients and create a new client. Select Web Application as the application type, and you can call it something like JSM Travel Agency and add an authorized JavaScript origin. Here, you can do something like http:// localhost 5173, and you can click Create. Later on, we'll need to update this with the URL of our deployed application. What matters most right now are the key and the secret that will just pop up. So copy the key first, head back over into AppRight, and provide this app ID that you just copied, as well as the client secret, which you can paste in the second step. Then copy the URL at the bottom of AppRight's card and click Update. This will say that the Google authentication has been updated, and then head back over to Google, click Edit on this client, and add an authorized redirect URI by pasting the AppRight redirect URI that you just copied, and then click Save. Now, another thing we have to do on Google to be able to retrieve Google profile photos is to search for Google People API. It's this one right here, and enable it. This will allow us to extract the profile photo from every user. Perfect. That was a lot of setup, I know. But now we've prepared ourselves to handle authentication, and we have also set up everything regarding AppRight so we have very seamless development time from now on. So in the next lesson, let's implement it within our codebase. To get started implementing our backend system, I'll head over into our terminal and just run one simple command, npm install AppRight. We'll use it to handle our backend. It got installed in a couple of seconds, and now I'll head over into our .env just to add one more environment variable, which I'll call Vite AppRight API endpoint. We can add it right here at the end. And this is something that is the same for every single AppRight project, so I'll set it to https://cloud.appright.io/v1. This is where the cloud version of AppRight is hosted, so our app needs to know it so you can hit those proper endpoints. Now we'll need to set it up. So I'll check out this documentation that is very simple. It guides you through everything we have done so far, but then it asks you to set it up from within the code. So to get to this page, you can just head over to AppRight documentation, quick start for React, and scroll down to the part where we have the code. Perfect. So it says to create a new file under lib AppRight.js and add the following code to it. But instead of just copy pasting what we have here, we're going to write it together from scratch. That's what you're watching this video for anyway, right? To learn how to do things properly from scratch. So back within the code, let's head over into our file explorer and head into app, create a new folder within it called AppRight. And within the AppRight folder, create a new client.ts file where we'll set up the AppRight client. Here, we'll first get access to all of the AppRight variables coming from constants. And then we'll export them so we can use them from within the rest of our application. So export const AppRight config is equal to an object where we're going to have the endpoint URL set to import.meta.env.vite underscore AppRight underscore API underscore endpoint. And now we can duplicate this a couple of times because we'll need to change it for different things. The second one will be the project ID. And then, of course, we'll have to change it to Vite AppRight project ID. After that, we'll need the API key, which will be Vite AppRight. You can guess it, API key. After that, we have a database ID, and then we'll point it to database ID. After that, we have the user collection ID, pointing to Vite AppRight users collection ID. And finally, we have the trip collection ID, pointing to Vite AppRight trip collection ID. Let's just make sure that we have called them properly. Trips, user, it has to be the same. So if you open up your envs, you might want to compare them. I used users, plural, as well as trips, plural as well. So make sure to spell it properly. Otherwise, the app will not work. So you have to do this very carefully. What you can do is maybe a global search for the entire thing. You can do that with Control or Command Shift F, and it should search it across the entire code base. So I can immediately see that this one matches. This one matches as well. Database ID is here as well. I can see it here. This one matches as well. AppRight API key is there. Project ID is here. And API endpoint is here as well. I think I should be good. Now that we have this entire configuration, we can say const client is equal to new client coming from AppRight. So new AppRight client. And on it, we can call a method called setEndpoint, to which we can pass over the AppRight config dot endpoint URL. And I'll also call the setProject, to which I'll pass the AppRight config dot project ID. So this way, this AppRight client knows exactly which project and endpoint we're working on. After that, we'll have to set up additional AppRight functionalities, such as const account to manage user accounts will be equal to new account. Make sure to automatically import it from AppRight at the top, account and client from AppRight, to which we'll pass this client that we have above. I'll do the same thing for the database. So const database is new databases coming from AppRight, and to it we'll pass the client. And const storage is equal to new storage, also coming from AppRight. Make sure to import it at the top. And I'll pass the client. So now that we have the general AppRight client, as well as these three additional functionalities, we can just export them from this file so we can use it within other files. Client, account, database, and storage. Perfect. So now that this implementation is done, the next step will be to implement authentication. There are two different approaches we can take right here. The first one would be to focus on the layout or the UI first, like what we have been doing before. And the second one would be to first implement the functionality. In this case, we have Google Auth connected to AppRight Auth, and then later on, we can very easily do the UI. So what do you say? Let's do the harder thing first. Back within our code base, I'll create a new file within the AppRight folder, which I'll call auth.ts. Here, we'll create all sorts of different methods that allow us to handle authentication, starting with, of course, the login. So all of these different methods will start with export const, because these functions will be used from within our frontend. So say export const login with Google. It'll be equal to an asynchronous callback function that'll have a try and catch block. In the catch, we will simply console.log that error, and that's going to be it. Now, we'll have all sorts of different functions that'll follow this same exact structure. Export const async function with a try and a catch block where we console log something. So what do you say that we automatically duplicate it a few times and then rename it for all sorts of different functions that we'll need? I'll do it a couple of times, and then we can start renaming them. So we have login with Google. Of course, we'll also need a logout user to log them out. Next, we'll need to get the user. This is to get the user profile. We'll also need one to get the Google picture, their profile photo. And we'll also need one to store the user data into the database once they first log in. So store user data. And if I'm not mistaken, we'll also need one to get the existing user, if they existed before, right? Now, how did I know that we'll need all sorts of these different functions? Or the other question is, how can you know when you're just approaching this project? The answer is you can't. I actually took the time to build this application beforehand so I can teach it to you properly. If you were building this for the first time, you would just start with one massive big function, and you would start noticing that that function actually is getting too big and it's doing too many different things. With proper code, one function should have one job. So as soon as you start noticing that it's starting to get more jobs, you separate it into other functions. Okay, but with this in mind, we can start implementing these one by one, starting with the login with Google functionality. Here, we want to leverage AppRight's functionalities that we have exported from the AppRight client file, such as for login with Google, we want to leverage the account functionality coming from AppRight client, specifically the create OAuth 2 session method that accepts a couple of different parameters. The first one is the OAuth provider. So I'll say OAuth provider dot Google. That's going to look like this. And as the second parameter, we have to provide the success URL. And as the third one, the failure URL. But all of these are optional. So I think if we just leave them empty for now, we should be good. OAuth provider dot Google. And you might need to import this OAuth provider coming from AppRight. Perfect. Believe it or not, this is it to log in the user. Now for each one of these errors, in case you want to make them a bit more descriptive, you can say before the error itself, you can render a string with the same name as the function, so you know exactly where that error is coming from. Great. So login with Google is done, but once we actually log the user in, we might want to focus on getting that user's information, okay? So we'll leverage the same account functionalities, but this time not to create a new OAuth session, but rather to get that user that we have just created. So I'll say const user is equal to await account.get. Then, if we don't have access to a user, so if no user, I'll simply return a redirect to /sign-in. Something obviously went wrong. But where is this redirect coming from? Well, it's going to come directly from React Router. Pretty simple way to do it. But in case we do actually get back the user, we want to extract something out of it. So I'll say const destructure the documents and say that is equal to await database.list documents. And here you're basically telling it, hey, extract some documents from the database for me. But you have to actually say exactly from where in the database you want to extract them. So you have to provide the ID of the database, the ID of the collection, and then finally the query with which you want to query that database. So thankfully, we have stored all of those pieces of data within our AppRight configuration. So as the first parameter, I'll provide a database ID. And this is coming from AppRight config. So make sure to import this AppRight config right here at the top. And then we have to provide the collection ID. So that's AppRight config.user collection ID. And as the third parameter, you have to provide the actual query that you want to use to query these documents. So I'll use AppRight's query functionality, which we'll need to import from AppRight, dot equal. So we want to return documents where the account ID equals to the user dot $ID. So we're only returning the data for the user that is currently logged in. Then I want to run the query.select to tell it which fields do we need, such as the name, email, image URL, when did the user join, so joined at, and the account ID. Perfect. And of course, make sure to import this database coming from AppRight client. Great. So this function should give us back our logged in user. So I'll shift it above, right above our logout user, because we might not need that functionality for some time yet. But what we will need is a Google picture. So extracting this seems like a perfect thing for an AI to do, as we don't have to necessarily write all the code ourselves, especially repetitive or boring code, which doesn't really deal with any logic. So this might be a perfect chance to give Junie a try. See, Junie is JetBrains or WebStorm's new smart coding agent for productivity. And I wanted to test it out a bit to see whether it can help us with this. I started using it recently, and I'll link it in the description in case you want to test it out too. But let me give it a shot and see what it comes up with. So I'll open it up by pressing Command-Shift-P and then typing Junie, which will open it up right here on the right side. Now I'll give it a task to fetch the profile photo from the Google People API and return its URL. Okay, I really wasn't descriptive enough. So let's see if it can actually do it based on this limited amount of information. Okay, it created a plan which it will use to do that. It actually checked out the envs and it's opening the auth file. And now it should actually write some code. After some thinking, it looks like the get Google picture function has been implemented to fetch the user's profile photo from the Google People API using the OAuth token. It's also changing the store user data and get existing user. Oh, it also implemented the logout function. This is pretty cool. So it seems like it actually did a lot of stuff right here. It stored the user data into AppRight by fully understanding how AppRight actually works, creating a new user document, and it even fetched the existing user from AppRight. All of this is super amazing. But did it do what we asked it to do? Well, let's check it out. First things first, it is getting the current session and it's getting the OAuth token from that session. Then it's checking whether it got that access token. And by the way, if you don't have Junie, you can just pause right here and write out this code as well. Then it's actually making a request to the Google People API to get the profile photo. So it actually scouted the web and found the right endpoint. People, googleapis.com, v1 people, me, person fields, photos. This is exactly how it should be. And it passed the headers with the authorization bearer OAuth token. If it failed, it console logs it. Else, it extracts the data, gets the photo URL, and returns it. This is pretty crazy. This is the exact implementation that I had in mind. So I can now collapse it. And they just told me get Google picture function was implemented. The implementation is error-free and all the related functions were updated accordingly. I gotta say, this is amazing. And it even tackled the logout user functionality, where it simply deleted the current session and returned true. So feel free to pause and implement this as well. And if we look into the store user data, here it's getting the user. It's checking whether the user already exists in the database. And by trying to list that document, if it does exist, we simply return it. Else, we get access to the Google photo, and then we create a new user. Await database.create document. Within this database, the user collection, we make it unique. I think here we can do a bit better by saying ID coming from AppRight dot unique. So here we can really use a unique ID. And then it passed over the account ID, the email, the name, the image URL, and the date we joined at. Finally, it returned the new user. This is the perfect implementation of this function. And I gotta say, I am amazed. It did everything I asked it to and even more. It's even checking for the existing user and returning it if it exists. But with such a great implementation of the getUser function, it's even checking for that here. So that additional function might even be redundant. Okay, since Junie coded this for me, it's possible that while trying to replicate it, you maybe have some typos. So for that reason, I'll provide this auth.ts file within the video kit as well, so you can copy it and ensure that you have the same exact implementation that I have. Even I'll do it right here by deleting it and putting it here, just to ensure that everything is exactly the same. And with this in mind, I'll also push this over to GitHub by running git add dot git commit -m. And I think I forgot to push for the last couple of lessons. So since then, we have implemented routing, dashboard layout, dashboard UI as well. So dashboard layout and UI, and now even the auth functionality. So I'll commit it and push it. And in the next lesson, we can focus on implementing the UI of this great authentication page. To get started with Auth UI, let's first create a route for the auth page. So head over to App and notice how currently we have the routes right here for the admin. But now we'll create it outside of the admin layout, which means that this page won't share the layout we created for the admin dashboard because it doesn't have the header, the left sidebar, the navbar, or whatever. It just has a singular login. So I'll create it right here within a new folder called root. And within root, I'll create a new file called sign-in.tsx, within which I'll run RAFCE. Now we'll have to head over into routes.ts because this doesn't just work like Next.js's file-based routing. You still have to define it right here. So above the current layout, I'll add a new independent route pointing to sign in, and its path will be routes root sign-in.tsx, like this. So now if you head over into that route, we can also try accessing it on the dashboard by heading over to sign in. And there it is. Sign in cannot read properties of null. So let's actually implement it. If I reload it one more time, the error is gone. So I believe we should be good. I'll start with the UI. So I'll turn this div into a main and give it a class name equal to auth. What this will do is it'll automatically apply the background photo right here. Looks okay on mobile, but once again, it really stands out on desktop. If you want to check out how I did it, the only thing you have to do is basically apply a full width, a full height, and then there's this background auth, background cover, and background no repeat. And this image is taken over right here from our assets. We have just added it as a CSS variable right here within Tailwind. So now I'll create a new section within this main, and this section will have a class name equal to size-full, glass morphism, flex-center, and a padding X of 6. This will basically create this glassy feel over the entire background, so the card is more visible. So within this section, I'll create a new div with a class name equal to sign-in card, and within it, I'll create a new header with a class name equal to header. Within this header, we can render a React router link, so make sure to import it, and we can point it to /, meaning just the home page, and within it, we can render our logo. So I'll render an image with a source of assets, /assets, /icons, /logo.svg, with an alt tag of logo, and a class name equal to size of 30 pixels. There we go. And below that link, we can render an H1 that'll say Tour Visto, which is the name of the application, with a class name of P28 bold and text-dark 100. Thankfully, I added the Tour Visto name to our Websterm dictionary. So now even when I misspell names, I know I misspell them. There we go. Below this header, we can create the article for the rest of the card that'll have an H2. And this can say something like start your travel journey. We can style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to P28 semi-bold, text-dark 100, and text-center. And below it, I'll also render a P tag that'll say something like, let's see what do we have in the design. Sign in with Google to manage destinations, itineraries, and user activity with ease. So I'll copy that from the design and paste it right here. I'll also give it a class name equal to P18 regular, text-center, text-gray 100, and exclamation mark leading -7. So this will change how the characters are structured. Right below this article, I want to render a button, and this button will come from Syncfusion. So I'll say button component coming from Syncfusion right at the top. That is Syncfusion EJ2 React buttons. And we can render an image right within that button with a source of /assets /icons /google.svg. Within it, I will also render an icon CSS that'll be search icon. So we style it further with a class name of button class, exclamation mark H11 for the height, and exclamation mark W full. Sometimes you have to add the important style to the class names so that they're actually taken into account. And now you'll see this huge Google G. So let's instead give it a class name of size-5 to make it smaller. And I just noticed that I applied some styles to this image right here, but those styles were actually meant to be applied to the button itself. So I'll move them up and say this button will be of a type button with the icon CSS, a class name, and an on click equal to handle sign in. So right at the top, I'll declare this handle sign in function as an asynchronous basic function for which the logic will implement very soon. But now what matters is that we have this button. Within it, we have this image. We can also give it an alt of Google. And below the image, we can render a span that will say sign in with Google. And we can give it a class name of P-18 semi-bold and text-white, so we can better see it on this blue button. There we go. Sign in with Google. Now, the only thing we have to do is implement this handle sign in function, which right now will be super simple to do. Actually, believe it or not, we have already done it. So right here at the top, the only thing you have to do here is say await login with Google, which basically renders this entire function not needed. So instead of declaring this handle sign in function, what we can do is just head down and call the login with Google right here when the button is clicked. But there is one thing that we have to add at the top though, and that is a loader. See, in React Router, a loader is an asynchronous function tied to a route, and it runs before the routes component renders and provides the data to that component so that it can use it immediately once it appears. This makes the app feel faster and more structured because data fetching happens before the UI shows. So to implement this very cool React Router loader, you can do it right at the top of the sign-in function. Export async function client loader. You can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log the error, saying something like error fetching user. And in the try, we'll actually try to get the user data beforehand. So we'll say const user is equal to await account.get. And then if there is no user.$ID, we'll simply return a redirect coming from React router to the homepage. And if we get the user, that's great, because then we'll already have access to it before. And we also have to import this account functionality from AppRight client. So now if you reload, you can see that it loads super nicely. And we can also copy this client loader and also add it to our admin layout. But we'll change it up just a tiny bit. Within the admin layout, head over above the current admin layout component and paste this client loader. Here, we'll do something a bit differently. Keep in mind, this will render when we're on the dashboard page. So here, we want to check AppRight's auth for the currently authenticated user, and if there's no authentication, redirect user to the sign-in. So we'll do account.get. If there is no user ID, then we'll redirect to sign in. So a bit differently than in the other one. But if there is an existing user, so const existing user is equal to await get existing user coming from AppRight auth. To it, we have to pass the user.$ID. Then we can check if existing user (status) is equal to user. In that case, we again want to redirect like this to the /. Why? Because regular users should not be able to visit the dashboard. Only admins can. So this is another check to see if we need to reroute them somewhere else. Finally, we'll return existing user $$ID. If we have it, we'll return the data for the existing user. Else, we'll say await store user data like this. Here I am missing user. And here, instead of saying error fetching user, I'll say error in client loader. And I'll return the redirect to sign in, because most likely we have to sign in if we experience the error fetching the user. What you can do now is open up your terminal, expand it a bit, and stop it from running. That way, all of these changes regarding routing will be applied, so you can then rerun your application by running npm run dev, which will spin it again on localhost 5173. If you do this, and if you head over to /dashboard, you'll notice that it'll automatically redirect you back to sign in, which means that our redirects and authentication are working. Now, just before we click this sign in with Google button, let's head back to AppRight to make sure that all of our settings are correct. As of recently, AppRight is making a lot of improvements to their infrastructure. And one of those improvements are the regions. Right now, Frankfurt is one of the primary ones, but in the future, there could be more. So depending on which region is closest to you, you'll need to click on it right here to copy the endpoint, and then you'll have to use what you copied over right here as the AppRight endpoint. Since I'm in Frankfurt region, for me, it's FRA. Alongside that, we can head back over to auth, head over into settings, and look for Google. We have already added our app ID and secret before, but I think I forgot to enable it. So click enable, recheck your app ID and app secret over from Google. On Google, you can also head over to the client you created and remove the authorized JavaScript origin for 5173 localhost. It's not needed since we have this AppRight redirect. And once again, just copy the URI from AppRight and paste it over right here to make sure that you have the same exact one. As of recently, I think they're also adding the region at the start. Once you do that, click save and also head over into your branding and make sure your app is published. If your app is not published, somewhere on this page, you should see a publish button. So once you do that, you'll be able to upload the logo of your application to further customize how your authentication behaves. So if everything is looking good on the Google side, click update right here on AppRight to confirm our setup. Just like that, Google authentication has been enabled. So you can head over to our application and click Sign in with Google. And just like that, Google authentication has been implemented. In case you want to further customize your workflow, you can do that by implementing your app domain and your app logo so it shows up on Google so that people know what app they're signing into. But with that said, I'll just sign in. If you do that, you can notice that we'll be redirected to localhost 5173. And now if you try to be sneaky and manually navigate over to the dashboard to be able to see what admins are seeing, check this out. You'll automatically be redirected to the public-facing homepage, which right now is completely blank. And if you navigate over to sign in, you should be redirected back to the homepage as you're already signed in, but it looks like that redirect is now working. So if you head back to your sign in page, it looks like we need to reverse this operation. If there is a user already logged in, then redirect to homepage. So if you save this and now head over to sign in, you can notice that since we're logged in, we can no longer see the login page. Perfect. But now, hey, how do we actually continue developing the rest of our dashboard finally that we're logged in since we are now being redirected? Well, let's give ourselves admin permissions. Head over to your AppRight, Databases, Travel Dashboard, Users, and notice this one single user right here. If you look at its data, you'll see my name, email, and account ID, the image URL as well, joined ad, and then at the end, there's a status. It's either a user or an admin. So I'll switch it over to admin, save it, and head back over to localhost 5173 and navigate over to dashboard. If you do that, you can notice that now we can see the dashboard and we're no longer getting redirected. Perfect. This means that the entire sign in and account creation process are working properly. Let's also hook up the logout functionality so we can test the full circle of logging out and then authenticating one more time. To do that, we can head over into our nav items component, and right at the top of it, we can try to access the user data to replace this dummy user. I can do that by saying const user is equal to use loader data. And this is coming directly from React Router. So this is a new functionality. But wait, how does this use loader data know exactly what data to fetch, from where, and why did I set it to be equal to the user? Well, let me show you. The use loader data gets the data from the loader function of the nearest route. Now, the nav items component itself is not necessarily a route, but it is used within our admin layout. So if you head over to the admin layout, you'll see that here we have a client loader function that returns only one thing. What is that? The existing user. So that's why we know that we can fetch that user right here. Pretty cool, right? Alongside the user, we can also get access to the navigate functionality coming from the use navigate hook, also provided to us by the courtesy of React Router, which now is working much more similarly to Next.js, which of course I embrace. And then here we can handle the logout functionality. It'll be equal to an asynchronous function where we want to await the call to the logout user function coming from AppRight auth. And then after that, we simply want to navigate over to /sign in. Now let's also render the real user information. So right here, we have the username and user email. I think it's already done, right? Because we're now fetching it from the real user instead of the fake user data object that we had before. The only thing we have to do is on click, instead of this console log, we want to call the real handle logout. So if I now save this, head back over into the dashboard, we'll see that we now have a real Adrian name right here with the real email, but the photo is missing. So to fix it, I Googled Google profile photo not loading in Vite React development. So just trying to see what would be the reason that even though we have the access to the actual URL of the photo, and I know we have it because I console logged what was coming back from that photo. If I then head over into it, you'll see that it's actually publicly accessible online, but for some reason it wasn't showing within our application. So I Googled that, and then if you head over to the response, it'll say that by adding referrer policy of no referrer to the image tag, you can solve the Google image not showing. So just add the referrer policy of no referrer to this image where we're rendering the image URL. If you do that and go back to your localhost, you should now be able to see this image right here. Perfect. So finally, let's test out the logout functionality. If I click it, I get redirected back to sign in. Now I'll head over to the dashboard manually, and you can see that I can't see it. I immediately get redirected to the sign in. Can I maybe go to the localhost, just the root route? Well, yes, because currently there's nothing on there. Later on, we'll implement the redirect from there too. But now if I go ahead and sign in, okay, now we got redirected to the homepage. Later on, we'll implement a great public-facing website right here. But for now, let's head back over to our admin dashboard since we have the full privileges to it. And one thing that I noticed is that right here, even though it says your name, it's not the same name that we have here. It's still using the one from Constance. So to fix this, we'll have to use the React router's prefetching one last time for now. So would you know how to do it based on how we implemented it previously? If not, I'll show you how to do it one more time. First, we have this additional function that we create. Export async function client loader. Within it, it allows you to prefetch some data you need on that page. The only thing we need is the user. So I'll say const user is equal to await get user, like this. And this get user is coming from AppRight auth. So make sure to import it from there and then simply return it. Or in an even simpler way, you can just say return await get user. Or if you want to be really cool, you can turn this over into an ES6 arrow function by saying export const client loader is equal to an asynchronous arrow function with an immediate return. So you can just skip the return statement and the braces and just say return await get user. And with that, you can turn this client loader into a nice looking one-liner, which fetches the user. And now you can retrieve it from within your page. Just right here under params, you get access to the full loader data. And we also need to assign a type to it. This type will be provided to us by React router. So I'll say router, or rather route dot component props, and we can import this type. So saying import type route in curly braces from /plus types / dashboard. If you do that and remove these curly braces because we don't need them as we're not within an object, you can see that now our TypeScript knows that the loader data will contain the data returned from the loader or the client loader, which in this case is the user. So how do we now accept that user? Well, the only thing we have to say is const user is equal to loader data. And we can even assign a type to it by saying as user or null if it maybe doesn't exist. Now, it looks like TypeScript is still complaining, saying that this could be unknown, but that's not really the case because we know what we're going to get back from the client loader. Oh, but it looks like I forgot to add an export statement right here. If you add it, you'll see that it'll no longer complain and it knows exactly that the user name is either a string or undefined. Perfect. So with this in mind, we are good to test it all out. So if you head over to your dashboard, you can see that at the bottom left, we have the username. And now it says welcome Adrian.js Mastery right here at the top, which means that we're successfully gathering the user data and we're successfully signed in. So with that, we have now implemented the full circle of authentication. Everything from the UI to functionality to logout, and also fetching the user data and storing it within the database. So if you head over to AppRight, you can already see that we have this user that we created. But if you also head over to auth, you'll see that we have created a user over there as well. So not only have we implemented the full authentication, but since we have the user in the database here, that means that now we're also successfully creating documents within our database collections, which means that we can also not only fetch them to show the username on the left sidebar or the dashboard, but rather we can render a full table showing all the users that have joined their application so far and display their statuses. They can either be users or admins. So in the next lesson, let's focus on implementing the users table. Just before we go ahead and set up our users table, what do you say that we make our app enterprise ready, or maybe should I say enterprise secure, using Sentry? See, Sentry is the application monitoring software that's considered not bad by 4 million developers, and it'll allow us to track all sorts of different errors when you actually bring your app to production. Since I've partnered with Sentry, they decided to give you 50,000 errors to test out. And trust me, that's more than you'll need. So I'll leave this special link down below. So feel free to create your account, and then you'll need to create a new React project, like what we've done at the start. Once you're there, don't follow this setup right here, where it asks you to install Sentry React. In the docs, I found a special guide for the React Router Framework v7 for building full-stack web apps with React. I'll leave the link to it within the video kit. So let's go ahead and follow it together. You need a Sentry account, check, a Sentry project, check, and an application up and running, check as well. Let's choose what we want to use Sentry for. I'll turn everything on from error monitoring to tracing, session replays, and profiling, and I'll copy the command given to me. Then head over within your terminal and paste the installation command. This will take a couple of seconds and it'll get installed. Next, we can run React Router reveal, which will reveal some files that allow us to set up Sentry. So I'll just run that command. And now you can see two new files created for you right here within the app: entry client and entry server. Next, let's do the client-side setup. The only thing you have to do is just copy this file from the docs. I believe Sentry has already taken the DSN, the IDs, and and everything regarding your projects directly from your application. If not, make sure that it did that by making sure that you have some IDs or links right here at the top. Then copy it and override the client DSX with this new one that you just copied. Here, we enable the replay integration as well as the browser tracing integration. Now, we'll need to update our root.tsx to report any unhandled errors from our error boundary. So copy the import statement and paste it right at the top of your root. And then also add this Sentry capture exception within the else if of our error boundary. That'll be right here at the bottom, error boundary. And here we have the else if. So alongside just reporting it, we want to allow Sentry to capture it. Now let's scroll down and let's do the server-side setup by copying this instrument server MJS file. So let's go ahead and create it within the root of our application. I'll call it instrument.server.mjs and simply paste the one that you just copied. Scroll down, and then we'll have to update our entry.server.tsx. So head over into it. That's going to be entry server tsx. For this file, we'll have to copy the import. I'll paste it at the top. Then you'll have to take this handle request, but you can notice that it already exists within our code base. So what we can do is we can wrap the current handle request. That'll look something like this. At the bottom of the screen, we can just say export default handle request, and then we can wrap it within Sentry handle request, like this. And now you can find where we're exporting the handle request in the first place and just remove it. Rather, just make it a regular function that we're then wrapping with Sentry handle request and exporting at the end. And then also copy this handle error part right here and paste it right above it. You can import the handle error function coming right at the top from React Router. And the only thing that bothers me right here is that it says that Sentry handle request has been deprecated. But thankfully, if you scroll just a bit down, you'll see that if you need to customize your handle request, you can just get this wrap Sentry handle request, provide this pipe within it, and then finally export it like this. So let's just enable this distributed tracing between the client and the server by adding it below this resolve. So I'll head right here, find the resolve, and add it right below. So you can see we have the same thing here, but now we're wrapping it with this get meta tag transformer coming from Sentry. And then also at the bottom, we're not going to use Sentry handle request. We're going to use the wrap Sentry handle request. Perfect. Docs are on point so far. So let's continue with the updated scripts because React Router is running in ESM mode and we need to use the import command line options to load our server-side instrumentation before the application starts. So we'll have to update the start and dev scripts to include that instrumentation file. I'll copy these dev and start commands and head over to package.json and update the dev and start. Perfect. And then we can set up the source maps upload by updating our Vite config. So you can notice that Sentry automatically pre-populated the organization in the project for me. In case you have multiple, you can select one right here and then make sure to generate the auth token as well. I mean, the fact that you can do this from the docs directly is super cool. Now, copy this Sentry config, head over to vite.config.ts and add it right at the top. Make sure to import this type from Sentry options. And now we can define this config. So let me just copy this entire config part and paste it below our current one. You'll notice that we have two now. We're going to keep the one from Sentry, but make sure to add Tailwind CSS to it as the first plugin and add tsconfig paths right here as the second plugin as well. Then we have the React Router and the Sentry React Router. And then make sure to add the SSR right below the plugins, or in this case, below the Sentry config. If you do this, you can delete the current config and notice what's happening. Here, we're actually exposing the default config and then passing it over into the Sentry React Router config alongside the Sentry config. Make sure to import all of these from Sentry and make sure that you have your auth token right here alongside your project and organization information. If you did that correctly, you'll want to include the Sentry on build end hook in React Router config. Head over to the React Router config, copy this entire build end part as we don't have it, and paste it after the SSR, and import Sentry on build end. Perfect. And that's it. Everything has been set up. I gotta give props to Sentry for creating such a well-structured documentation page. I mean, I was just able to go through it and everything worked just seamlessly. Even though React Router v7 is a super new framework, they knew exactly what they were doing. Sentry showed me how we can expose the entry, server, and client files so we can change the configurations. And they only added the minor changes to all of these files, the minimum for what's required for Sentry to work. So with that in mind, the only thing left for us to do is to verify. This snippet of code will include an intentional error so that we can test that everything is working as soon as we set it up. So throw an error in loader to verify that Sentry is working. After opening this route in your browser, you should see two errors, one captured from the server and one captured from the client. So instead of copying this entire file, we can copy this error right here, throw a new error, throw them from a loader, close all the currently open files, and head over into our dashboard. That'll be right here within App, Routes, Admin, Dashboard, and we'll have to add our loader. So you know what? I'll just copy the entire loader, paste it right here, and save it. Now, if you go back to the browser and reload the page, you'll be able to see, oops, some error thrown in loader. Believe it or not, this is exactly what we wanted to see. So if you head back over to your Sentry dashboard and reload the page, you'll be able to see your error dashboard. And you can see that this index increased and that has been one error right here. So at the top right, click View All Issues, and there we have it. A minute ago, a new error was thrown in a loader. And I mean, just take a look at the amount of information that we're getting back right here. We can see when the error has happened. We can see how many users has it happened to on how many occasions. We can mark it as resolved or archived, and we even have a replay attached to it. So you can see exactly what the user was seeing before the error happened. In this case, it happened as soon as the dashboard loaded. But how do we know that it was actually on the dashboard? Well, believe it or not, here you have the breadcrumbs of everything that led to that event. You can see that the user was trying to load the dashboard data, and then there was an error in the loader. This actually tells us a bit more about how React Router v7 works. Why? Because we didn't manually make a request to the dashboard.data URL. But it looks like when you try to access the dashboard page and you have a loader attached to it, it actually tries to fetch the data for that page first, and then we weren't even able to get to the dashboard page. So having all of this information is super useful. Not really right now while we're in development, but in production. Why? Well, because your users will not be able to tell you this, right? You're going to ask them, hey, where are you experiencing this error? Why did it happen? Which device you're using? They will have no clue, right? But here, you can just check it out. The user was trying to access the dashboard page, and then immediately after, we got an error in the loader. You can see when the error happened. Oh, and as I was explaining this to you, looks like I got this little tooltip that's gonna explain it to me too, so we can go through it together. So you can see this error in aggregate across all the different users as well, so you know whether it's one that you should fix very soon or the one that can wait. You can also narrow your focus on when this error has happened. You can explore details of the error, like the context around which it happened, which is the IP address, the browser, the operating system, everything that Sentry has access to, they'll share it right here. Then you can compare different examples of errors, take action on it by marking it as a priority or not a priority one, or maybe assigning it to the team member that you don't really like, as you don't want to fix that error. And finally, you can share the updates or maybe even track it on GitHub or Jira. But with that said, let's remove this error from the loader, and let's also try to throw one, not from the loader, but from the client component itself. So this will disallow us to see the dashboard in the first place. And I'll say some error thrown in a dashboard. You'll see the second error appear. This is a client-side error now. So if you head back to the issues, you'll see that we have another error thrown within a dashboard. And for this one, of course, you'll get different kinds of information because it's coming from a different context. Overall, Sentry is just the go-to tool for tracking and monitoring errors in production. And you can also check out traces, which allows you to see exactly how that specific error has happened by checking out the descriptions of what was happening before it. There's profiles that you can implement to find slow code. There's replays that allow you to see exactly what was happening on the screen before the error happened. And you'll also just get a lot of quality insights, like the first contentful paint, your web vitals, and more. You can check it all out in the onboarding. So with that in mind, let's remove this error from here, as we don't want to break our application. And if you head back over here, it's like nothing ever happened. But now we have an enterprise-ready error tracking and monitoring system put in place. So once we actually deploy this application, if something happens to it in production, we'll know exactly what happened and to how many users it happened, so we can act on it quickly. To get started working on the All Users page, first navigate over to it and then open it up right here within our codebase. We have already added it to the routes, so if you check it right here, you can see that you can access it by going over to All-Users, which is exactly where we're on right now. And here, we'll use Syncfusion's grid component. They have this very nice guide that shows you how you can install it and set it up. But basically what you have to do is use the grid component, pass the data source to it, and then render a couple of different columns for the different fields that you want each one of your rows to have. So let me show you how we can make it work. First things first, I'll change the class name right here from dashboard to all-users. And then instead of trips page, I will say manage users. And we can change the description to something like filter, sort, and access detailed user profiles. Perfect. Right below the header, I'll render the Syncfusion grid component. This grid component will be coming from right here at the top, add Syncfusion /EJ2 React grids. Tables are not easy to work with. So let me show you what we can do with this grid. First things first, you have to pass a data source to it. So let's say data source is equal to, and now what you need to do is just basically pass an array of different objects into it. But instead of declaring it right here, for the time being, we can use the static data coming from our constants. So I'll simply say users, and we'll import those users coming from constants index.js. It is basically just an array of 3 different users that I want to render right here on the page. And then once we render them, we can switch it over to use real data. And there we go. Already, just by doing that, you can see a table. Of course, tables are better viewed on desktop devices. So if you check it out, it's pretty cool, right? You get the ID, the name, email, image URL, date joined, itinerary created, and a status of either user or an admin. Now I'll collapse this just a tiny bit so we can see the code, but also the rest of the stuff. As you can see, it is mobile responsive, but we can definitely make it so much better. So within it, I will render a columns directive, but make sure that you spell it columns plural and use the one coming from React grids. Next, right within it, you can render each individual column directive. So import that one too, and then self-close it. Within it, you can specify exactly what you want each field to have and how you want it to look like. So I'll give this field a name equal to name. I'll give it a header text equal to name with a capital N. I'll give it a width of about 200. And I'll even align the text on the left by saying text align is equal to left. And the second one will be just a column directive, not columns, but rather a column. So you'll also have to import it right here at the top. And you can see, now that we have decided to manually decide how we want to present all of these different columns and rows, now we only have one column with names John, Jane, and John. What you can do is also say grid lines and set it to none. That way it looks a bit cleaner. You do this to the regular grid component. Now, what else can we do with each one of these fields? Well, we can also define a template that allows us to choose exactly how each one of these will be rendered. So for the template, I will open up a callback function inside of which we get access to the props, which will be of a type user data because we're mapping over the users. So for each one of these props, we want to automatically return a div. And each one of the divs will have a class name equal to flex, items-center, gap of 1.5, and a padding x of 4. And within it, we want to display an image. So instead of simply displaying a name, we want to render an image with a source of props.imageURL with an alt tag of user, a class name equal to rounded dash full, size of 8, and an aspect of square. If you do this and reload, you should be able to see a profile photo for each one of our fake users. And below the profile photo, you can render a span element that'll render the props.name. Perfect. This is already better than what we had at the start. It really shows how customizable it is. Now, let's also declare another column directive right below. The future ones will be even simpler. They'll have a field. This one will be for the email so that it knows how to match the data. See, this value right here matches exactly the value of the key in that specific object in the array. So the first one was the name, and now we want to show email addresses. So the field is email. The header text will be set to email. The width can be maybe set to 150, and text align can be set to left. And you put this column directive properly within the columns, not outside of it. You should be able to see it appear right here immediately. What we can do next is just copy that column directive and maybe duplicate it 2 more times. For the third field, I will render the date joined and change the header text to date joined with a width of maybe 120 will be enough. So now we see January as well. And maybe the next one can be trip created, or I think in this case it's itinerary created. We can again say itinerary, or maybe trip is shorter, created. And this will be when the trip was created. So about 130 characters is enough. So if I save it, now you can also see trip created. but I need to spell it properly, exactly as to how we have it in the user data. So if I head over into users, it is itinerary created. How many of them have we created? So this user has created 10, 4, and 8. And finally, and most importantly, we need to show the status or the type of the user. So I will duplicate this column directive one more time right below, and I'll call the field status, a header text of, maybe here we can say type of the user, width of about 100. And for the template, we can once again get access to the props of the user data. And then for each one, we can return an article that we're going to close. And within it, we can render a div. Within the div, we can render an h3 that will render the props.status. So here you can see that now, if you reload, you can see the type of either the user or the admin. But let's also style this a bit differently to make it like a chip component within it. First, I'll style the article by giving it a class name equal to, and I'll make it a dynamic CN class name that'll always have a status column class, but then depending on the props.status, which I can just destructure from the props right here. So I'll simply get the status out of it so we don't have to repeat ourselves too much. If the status is triple equal to user, in that case, we'll return the BG success of 50, else we'll return the BG light of 300. So if you save that, you should be able to see a light background on each one of these articles. Now, right below within this div, I'll also give it a class name. I'll also make it a CN. It'll have a size of 1.5 and rounded dash full. And if the status is triple equal to user, I will then give it a BG success of 500. Else, we can give it a BG gray of 500. So if you save that, you'll now see that little dot that we have right here. And now we can style this H3 within it by giving it a class name of CN, font-inter, text-extra small, and font-medium. And finally, if a status is triple equal to user, in that case, text success of 700, else text-gray of 500. So let me style this properly. And if I go ahead and save this, you can see that now the text matches the color, but it doesn't yet look good. And that's because this div should not close the H3. Rather, the div should be a self-closing component, as it is just the dot that appears right here before the user. So you can see how customizable the table is. You can show the photo within it. You can change how much space each one of these fields takes. And you can also change whatever is presented right within each one of these rows. Perfect. And believe it or not, that is it. A fully functional table where you can actually hover over fields, and implementing filtering or sorting and pagination within it is also super simple. I'll show you how we can do that once we actually get more users. But for now, I actually want to load up the real users right here, not these fake ones. So what we can do is head over into AppRight auth.ts and create a new function called getAllUsers. We can do it right at the bottom. The goal of this function is to fetch all of the user. So let's export a new async function called getAllUsers and make it equal to an asynchronous function like this. So export const getAllUsers is equal to an async arrow function. And we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, I will simply console log the error, saying error fetching users. And in the try, we need to list the documents coming from the database. So I'll say const destructure something and make it equal to an await call to database coming from AppRight dot list documents. As before, we have to tell AppRight from which database ID to get it, and that database ID is stored in the AppRight config.database ID. Then we have to specify from which collection. So I'll say AppRight config. This time it'll be a user collection ID. And finally, we need to provide a query to fetch this. In this query, I want to limit the amount of users that we get back by a specific number. Let's say 5 for now. And then to implement the pagination, I also want to offset the query by a specific number. Let's say 2. Essentially, with the limit and the offset, you are implementing the pagination. Why? Because if the limit is 10 and you're offsetting 5, you're basically dividing this into 2 pages. One that has 5 and page 2 that has the other 5. Hopefully this makes sense. So to make this pagination dynamic, as the params into this function, we can accept a limit of a type number as well as the offset of a type number too. So instead of hard coding them, we can just declare them right here, limit and offset. Now, the call of this function will give us back the documents. And these documents we can rename to user because that's what they are. And we also get back the total number of documents. What we can say is if total is triple equal to 0, we can just return users equal to an empty array and total equal to the total, which in this case will be equal to 0. But in case we do get some users, we can then return the users equal to users, as well as the total equal to the total we're getting. Hopefully this makes sense. So now the only thing we have to do is call this function within the all users table. Right here at the top, instead of declaring it right here, we'll use the React router's new functionality to fetch it before the page loads by implementing a loader. So above the function, I'll say export async function loader, or you can use ES6 to say export const loader is equal to an async function. And here we can get access to those users and the total number of users by awaiting the get all users coming from AppRight auth. And let's say we want to limit it to 10 and offset by 0 at the start because we're in the first page. Once you do that, we can just return an array of users as well as the total number. Basically what we have done is we have exposed it right here to within our function. So let's destructure the loader data of a type route coming from React router types. And this is going to be coming from all users dot component props. And then we can just say const users and destructure them from the loader data. Here we have a bit of a warning saying that users does not exist on type get all users. Let's see if we're properly returning it. We are here, but we also can return it in the catch. So if something goes wrong, we can return the users as an empty array and the total also equal to 0. If we do this, then it'll know that always there's going to be a return of users and total. Also, let's fix this route import because I can see that it's coming from the wrong file. Basically, it should be coming from just / plus types / in this case, we can get it from all users. And we have to specify that we're importing a type of route. Perfect. So now we're getting the users, and you can immediately see that instead of having the fake users coming from the constants, which we can now completely remove, now we're getting a single user from our real database. There are a couple of things we have to fix though. The name and the profile photo are looking good. We can give some more space to the email address. So let's scroll down to the email address and maybe give it a width of 200. That'll give it some more space to breathe. After that, we have the date joined. So I'll just rename this to joined at because I believe that's how we're saving it into the database. And you can see that now we're getting that date joined. And we also need to parse it a bit better. Do you know how to do that? Well, you need to create a template for how you will render it. So just create a template, have a callback function where you get the props, in this case, the joined at date. So I'll just destructured joined at from it. And then we can just return what you want to show. In this case, I'll call the format date function coming from libutils, and then I'll pass this joint add right into it. If you do that, you'll see April 23rd, 20. Let's also give it some more space to breathe, just so we can see it a bit better. April 23rd, 2025. Beautiful. Did you see how simple that was? We can also say that joint add is of a type string. Perfect. So I was just able to take this piece of data from the database, take its field, and then nicely present it right here. I don't think we'll need the trips created thing, so I will just remove it from now because we're not actually storing it within the database. But what we care about is, of course, the type of the user, which in this case is the admin. So with that in mind, we now have our first and only user, and we have a table with which we can check it out. We can head over to the dashboard and check out our only user. Looks pretty cool, right? What do you say that we go ahead and sign in as the second user as well to see the differences? I'll log out. We have this great looking sign-in page, and I'll log in with my second JavaScript Mastery email address. And now if I try to head over to the dashboard, you'll see that I'll be redirected back to the homepage. So later on when we implement the public-facing website, I'll be able to check it out. But right now, as I'm a mere public user, I cannot see the admin dashboard, which is its whole point. So open up Inspect Element and head over to Application and clear your cookies, session storage as well. And once you clear it, just reload your page or just manually head over to the sign-in. I've logged back in with my admin user. So if I head over to all users, you'll be able to see this second account that says JavaScript Mastery. I can see that the image is not loading properly, but I think we know how to fix that, right? We have to head over to where we're rendering that image, and we have to give it a refer policy of no referrer. If I save it and reload, you can now see that we have two of the same profile photos. For you, it should be something different if you used a different profile. But what matters most is that the type of these two users is actually different, and the email address as well. And they're both showing on our table where we can manage the users. So that means that our all users table has now been completed. So now that we have the basic dashboard, the authentication system, and our users are actually logged in, it's the time that we actually create the trips. That's what this app is all about, right? So let's focus on creating the form that'll make all of that possible. And finally, we are ready to create new AI trips. Well, you could say that this is the moment that we've been waiting for. We'll do that through the help of a form. Everything starts with a form, of course, but then we'll fuse it with functionalities using AI generation. But first, let's focus on the basics. Everything starts with some inputs. And as ShatCN likes to say, forms are tricky. They're one of the most common things you'll build in a web app, but also one of the most complex. You have to structure them, and they have to be semantically correct. They have to be usable and navigatable using the keyboard. They have to have proper area attributes to be accessible, support both client and server validation, and they should be well-styled and consistent with the rest of the application. Thankfully, in this case, I'll show you how to do enterprise-level forms using Syncfusion. So with that in mind, let's create a new route that allows us to create trips that we'll be able to navigate to by clicking this AI trips button. Right now, it points us to a 404 that is available under /trips. So let's just create it. Right here under app, we have routes, and then under routes and admin, I'll create a new file and I'll call it create_trip.tsx. Within it, I'll run RAFCE, and then to be able to visit it on the page, I'll head over to routes.ts. I will duplicate one of the last routes within our admin dashboard interface. I'll change the path to point create trip, and also the path to the file also has to be a create trip path. So if we do this, what we might want to do is just change the route to maybe trips/create. That will allow us to have proper REST API routes where we're following good naming conventions. On this page, we'll be able to create the trips, but just above it, I'll create another table that'll allow us to see all of the trips. including the table of trips. So I'll call it just trips and I'll point it to admin trips.tsx. So let me create that file by heading over to right here under admin, and I'll create a new file called trips.tsx. I'll run rafce, and here we'll be able to see all the trips. If you now head over to your terminal, stop it from running and then rerun it, and reload your page on trips, you should be able to see it. So one of the things that we'll have on the trips page will be a button that'll allow us to head over to the trips creation page. And we'll actually do that through the help of a header. We're already using the header in the all users table. So let's just go ahead and copy this starting main tag and the header from the all users page. And let's just paste it right here and properly close the main tag. If you do this, of course, for now, it'll say manage users, but here we want to say trips, and we can give it a description of something like view and edit AI generated travel plans. But here's the kicker. In this case, we'll actually give some additional functionalities to the header by adding a call to action button to actually generate a new trip. So I'll give it two new props, a CTA text equal to create a trip and a CTA URL pointing to the new route we created of /trips/create. And then we can head over into that header and accept those two new props, which are going to be optional. The CTA text, which is optional, of a type string, and a CTA URL, also optional, of a type string. And we can accept them as props, CTA text and CTA URL, and now we can render them right below this article by first checking if they exist, so CTA text and CTA URL, and only if those two exist, then we will render a link component coming from React Router, pointing to that CTA URL, in this case, the new create trips route we created. And within it, we can render a button component coming from chat.cn that'll have a type equal to button, a class name equal to button-class, exclamation mark H11, because sometimes when we need to add additional class names to Syncfusion components, we need to denote them as important. Same thing for the W full, and on medium devices, W of 240 pixels. I found that value works the best. Within that button, we can render an image with a source equal to assets, icons, plus.svg, with an alt tag of plus, and a class name of size of 5. This is a very simple plus icon. And then on the right side, we can also render a span that'll simply render the CTA text. And we can give it a class name equal to P16 semi-bold, as well as text-white. So if you add this, head back over into trips and check whether we have properly added the right CTA URL like this. You should be able to see a create a trip button, which on desktop looks something like this. So now, right from the page where you can see all the trips, or at least you will be able to see them soon, you can also navigate over to create a trip page, which is exactly what we wanted. So now we can start implementing that create trip form. Let's start off by wrapping everything into a main tag to denote that this will be a page with a class name of flex, flex-call, a gap of 10, padding bottom of 20, and a wrapper property. This will give it some padding and nicely position it on the screen. Within it, we can also render another header. Yep, we really want to reuse them as much as possible. We'll give it a title of add a new trip, as well as a description of view and edit AI generated travel plans. And we can end the header right there. Right below it, we can open up a section within which our form will go. So let's give it a class name and give it a margin top of 2.5 to divide it from the header, as well as a wrapper MD. What is this wrapper MD? Well, it is to ensure that the form stays in the middle of the screen and it doesn't extend throughout the entirety of the dashboard. See, on web screens, you have a lot of space, but sometimes you want to use that space, like for the table, and in other times, you just want to be able to see what you need to see. And that is nicely structured inputs that don't necessarily need to extend from the left to the right edge. Rather, you need to have them right in front of you. So heading back over within our section, right within it, I will create a form that'll have a class name equal to trip-form. And on submit, we can call a handle submit function, which I will declare right above by saying const handle submit is equal to an asynchronous empty function, at least for now. We'll add the logic very soon. Now, if you save this, you should be able to see a card looking layout. So within this form, I will now add a div. And within that div, I'll add a label that'll have an HTML4 country. Why country? Because the first thing you got to figure out when you're planning a trip is where you want to go to. So I'll basically add a label that'll say country right here. And then below it, we want to implement a component known as a combo box. See, a combo box is like a select element, but it also allows you to start typing within it. Something like this, where you can type and then you can find results faster. Like, selects are pretty good if you have a limited set of options, like 5, 2, or 10. But if you have more than 100 or 200 countries, well, you want to make your life easier and start typing the name of that function so you can more easily find it. That's exactly what a combo box component is for. And in my early development career, I remember creating those combo box components on my own. And trust me, you don't want to do that. It takes a lot of time. So we're going to make our life a bit easier here and actually use good programming practices, which is not to reinvent the wheel, and we'll use a ShadCN combo box component, which you'll have to import at the top. And then once you import it, coming from Syncfusion, EJ2, React dropdowns, you'll have to pass some props to it to actually make it work. First things first, you'll want to pass in the ID, and this will be for selecting a country. Once you have the ID, you'll also want to have a data source, similar to what we had with our table. This can accept an array of maybe different titles, like country 1, country 2, and so on. As you can see, it is super intuitive that I didn't even have to take a look at the docs, and I immediately understood how this component works. I can start typing, it suggests me option, and I can just select one with my keyboard. But now we're going to have more countries, and we'll want to display it in a bit of a better way. Maybe something that looks a bit like this, right? So to achieve that, we'll have to have a list of different countries that we can fetch. Thankfully, there is a simple endpoint called restcountries.com v3.1/all. And if you just head over to that URL, it'll give you a JSON formatted list of all of the countries in the world, which is exactly what we need. So what do you say that at the top of this page, we make a simple fetch request to fetch those countries? To do that, I'll actually use React Router's loading functionality by saying export const loader is equal to an async function within which we can get access to a response by calling that API. So I'll say await fetch, and I'll make a call to https://restcountries.com/v3.1/all. Then we want to get the data by awaiting the response JSON, as you typically do with fetch requests. And then what do you say that we simply console log them? So I'll console log the data we're getting back. I'll head over into our application, and I will just open up the console and reload the page. And if you do that, you'll get an error. That's because we're not returning anything from this loader. So let's actually just return this data. And if you do that and reload, we will be good. So instead of console logging it here, where we actually need that data is down below. So let's just put that console log here. And we can actually destructure the loader data, which is of a type route.component props. And this route has to be imported right at the top by saying import type in curly braces route from /+ types / create -strip, so it knows exactly what we have within it. And we can destructure the countries from the loader data. So I'll say const countries is equal to loader data as country array. Perfect. So now we know that this is an array of one of the countries, and later on we'll return the name, coordinates, value, and the OpenStreetMap view. So let's just console log the countries and reload the page. If you do that and inspect the element, you'll be able to see that we get back an object of a ton of different countries, each having a name and a ton of other details. But we don't need those details for every single one of them. So instead of returning the full data, let's actually map through it and only return some pieces of the data. So I'll say return data.map, where we get each individual country of a type any. And for each one, we want to automatically return an object. You do an automatic return by wrapping this first in parentheses and then returning an object. And we want to take the name. We'll make sure that the name is equal to country.flag plus country.name.common. We'll take in the coordinates, which will be equal to country.lat.lng, latitude and longitude. The value will be equal to country.name.common. And I'll also take in the OpenStreetMap, which will be equal to country.maps $.OpenStreetMap. So now we're returning only the data that we'll actually use. And we have it right here within our application. So you already know how Syncfusion works magically when you have a data source. The only thing you have to do is actually provide that data source right here within this combo box component. If you do that and reload the page, you'll see that we have a list of a lot of something. That something will hopefully turn into a lot of countries soon. But for now, it is just a list of emptiness. So let's go ahead and modify this combo box component to actually show the right fields. So I'll say fields is equal to an object where text will be text and value will be value, with a placeholder of select a country and a class name equal to combo box. If we save this, you can see the placeholder, but still no countries. That's because we have to take this data and we have to modify it a bit. So what I'll do is right here where we have the countries, I'll create those countries in a way that we need it. So I'll say const country data is equal to countries.map, where we get each individual country. And for each one, we can automatically return an object where we take only the text of country.name and the value of country.value. And these values will then match the ones that we are referring to right here, text and the value. So let's just say countries is equal to country data. You can see that the format matches, and we immediately get both the flag as well as the text. Are you wondering how are we getting the flag as well? Well, that's because each one of these flags is basically an emoji, like a set of characters, so you don't necessarily need to render an image to be able to see it. And with that said, we have this great looking combo box. Well, not that great looking as of now, but we'll make it better looking. But hey, you can try to start typing something and it won't yet update. We'll also work on that very, very soon. So what we can do is fix the class name right here, which will automatically make it look so much better. Let me just reload the page right here. Check this out. So now I can go here and I can select one of the countries, and we'll also have to keep track of the selected value. So I'll have to add a change property where we'll take a look at the event, which has a value, which is either of a type string or undefined. And then Within it, we want to check if a value exists, and if so, we'll call the handle change function, and to it, we'll change the field of country to the value that was selected. This is a function that we haven't yet created, so let's just create it right above. Here where we have the handle submit, I'll also add the const handle change, and it'll be a function that takes in the field and the value. So right here, I can already type that it'll take the key, which will be a key of trip form data, and a value, which will be either a string or a number. And then we can do something with those values within the function, but more on that soon. What we want to focus on right now that we have the change, is also to turn on the allow filtering. It is a very simple Boolean prop, but once you enable it, you can head over here and you think you'll be able to start typing, but not yet. That's because we have to define what property will we filter by. So I'll turn on the filtering, and here we get access to the type event, and we'll try to get access to the query that the user has typed. So query is equal to e.text dot to lowercase, so we can actually not mind the case. Then we want to call the e-update data, and we want to take the list of countries that we have and filter them by getting each country, and we'll filter it by name. So we're going to check whether the country.name.toLowercase includes the query that has been typed. Once we get that list of countries, we'll map over them by saying .country. And then once again, for each one of these countries, let's do it properly. For each one of these countries, we will automatically return. So once again, make sure that you have a parenthesis right here. We'll automatically return a text of country.name as well as a value of country.value. So if you do this properly, then you'll be able to start typing and you'll immediately be getting all the countries matching that search term. So let's go for United States. There we go. We can also immediately search over for India. All of it works. Wonderful. So that's it. That's how you very easily create your very own combo box and make it fully functional. So what other information do you think is important when deciding where you want to go for a trip? A country where you want to go to and the location surely matters a lot, right? But what else can we do? Well, let's head below this div that is wrapping our combo box. And below it, I'll create another div within which I'll have a label, and it'll have an HTML4 for the following input. And this one will be about the duration of your trip. So I'll say duration. And below it, I'll render a regular HTML5 input with an ID of duration, a name of duration, a placeholder equal to enter a number of days, for example, 5, 12, and so on. And we can also give it a class name of form input. And we'll also change the placeholder color to gray 100. If you do this, you'll be able to see a duration input, so people can enter a specific number of days. And we can also give it an on change. So I'll say whenever something changes here, take that key press event, call the handle change function that requires a key. In this case, we're changing the duration as well as the value. But before we pass the value, I'll convert it over into a number. So number constructor and then e.target.value, so we can actually work with it. Because I don't know if you knew, but every single input, no matter if you make it like a type of a number input, it'll still take in the values in form of a string, like the URL bar. So you have to convert it back into a number. Great. So now we have the duration as well. What else do we need? Well, we'll need a couple of different select elements that allow us to choose the type of our travel. Are we traveling with a group? Maybe solo, maybe as a couple. Then we have to choose our travel style, our interests, and finally a budget estimate. Select elements are super useful because you're nudging your user in the right direction. You can propose a couple of different options that a user can choose. For example, travel style can be luxurious or maybe adventurous. Maybe budget can be low, it can be high. You can tell your user what you need to hear, and we're collecting all of this information in order to make the best trip possible for them. So now that we have this second div, which holds the duration, we can focus on mapping on all of these individual select items. Below the div, I will map over our select items coming from constants. See, right here, I created an array that has these couple of inputs: group type, travel style, interest, and budget. And we'll actually map over them so we don't have to create each one of these one by one. So I'll just take the key and I will automatically return a div for each one of these. This div will have a key since we're mapping over it, and the key will be equal to key. Within it, we will render the label, and this label will be an HTML for the key, right? Because we're going to have different properties. So this is a little lesson on how you can map over the elements so that you don't have to repeat yourself. Whenever you map over something, you have to ask yourself, what is consistent across all of these different things? We always have a div, we always have a label, right? So these will be there, but the contents of it are going to change. So within it, we'll render the key. So now if you do this and go back, you'll see that now 4 different labels will appear, each with its own key. I'll call a function called format key, and to it, I'll pass the key. What this will do is that it'll actually capitalize some of the letters. So what we're doing here is that we're taking the first letter of every word and then we are uppercasing it. Another little function that AI could very easily create, but AI can't create entire experiences and ideas, such as this application that we're creating that allows agencies to generate trips for themselves. Trust me, developers will not be replaced, because imagine an agency owner wanting to create this great software for themselves. They can take V0, OpenAI, and chat with it for days, but as soon as they need to code something, they will experience bugs. So being able to chat with AI is not enough. You have to know how to engineer things and think of ideas. Perfect. So now that we have this label, let's also create a new combo box component right below. And as a matter of fact, this combo box component will be very similar to the one created above. But you know what? Let's actually create all of its props one more time so you learn how it truly works. First, we have the ID, which will be the key. Then we take in the data source, a very important part of the combo box component. And here, I'll say combo box items. We'll take each key and then we'll map over different items within it. And for each one of these items, I will automatically return a modified object where the text is equal to item and the value is equal to item as well. So we want them to be the same. So if I do this, you'll be able to see that now we have solo, couple, family, friends, business for the group type. We have a travel style with a couple of options, interests as well, and then finally a budget. So we could technically select the fields still and say that fields will be text of a type text and value of a type value, even though in this case, I don't think it's even necessary. We can have a placeholder. We have to make it dynamic. So I'll say select key. That way, this will say select travel style, select interest, and so on. And actually we can say select key, but I'll wrap it with format key so it looks a bit better, so that it's not lowercase. Select interest, select budget, select travel style, and so on. And then we also need to handle the change. This change will be the same as in the previous select. So I'll copy this part where we're changing, and I'll also copy this part where we're filtering and choosing what to filter by. So let me copy these parts right here, collapse this back again, and then paste these additional props to it. But of course, we have to properly end it. So let's see what we have. We have the change where we're taking in the value and passing it over to the handle change function. But this time, we should not be selecting a country to update. Rather, we will dynamically update the key with the value. Okay. Next, we head over into allow filtering, and then we will try to filter it by the query. So we're going to run the e-update data, but we're not going to map over the countries. Rather, we're going to map over the combo box items under a specific key. We're going to then filter over each one of these, not countries, but items. I will render the item to lowercase, and I'll check whether it includes the query. If it does, I'll then map over these items, and for each item, I will return the item right here, and then I'll return for the value item as well, because they are the same thing. Perfect. Now I have to properly close this, so let's count the closing curly braces and parentheses together. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have more? We do. And we also have to close this one and this one. That's a lot of curly braces. And also here, we're not checking for the item.name. Rather, it'll just be item. For countries, we had names. For items, we have just the item itself. And by item, I mean each one of these values: relax, luxury, adventure, or for the group type, couple, family, friends, business, and so on. And at the end of the day, we can also just give it a class name equal to combo box. And this style, or this class, will actually apply some paddings, borders, lights. It'll round up the corners, change the text to a bit of a darker color, and it'll just make it fit the rest of the UI a bit better. And you end up with something that looks a bit like this, a much more complete form. Perfect. So now let me collapse this part where we're mapping over these select items. And by the way, if at the end of this form, something is not working for you, it could be possible. Following along with me while I'm typing these very complicated ends of curly braces might not be ideal. If you have a typo, that's totally okay. It doesn't mean that you don't understand something. It just means that you made a typo. So for that reason, I will leave the entire create trip.tsx page in the video kit below, so you can just copy it over and make sure that your app works. So now that we have all of these items, what do we do next? Well, believe it or not, I want to display some kind of a map. But in this application, we're focusing on not a very specific location, but rather the entire country. Let's say you wanted to visit Croatia, a country I'm from, and you wanted to find out about the best places you want to visit within that country. That's what this app is made for. So we don't need to necessarily show a Google map, but just show that country on the world map. So let's do that by heading over into our app, and below these select items, I will render a div. Within that div, I will render a label, and within that label, we'll have an HTML4 location, and it'll simply say location on the world map. And then within it, this would be super hard to implement otherwise, but now we can just use the maps component coming from Syncfusion. Within it, you can show a layers directive, and within layers directive, you can show a single layer directive to which you can pass some additional props that defines how you want that map to look like. So let's actually head a bit above, and like we formatted the data for the countries, we want to format those countries for the map. So I'll say const map data is equal to an array where we have a country. We can take this from form data.country. So we want to figure out which country was selected. But as of now, we don't yet have access to the form data. This is a state that we have to create. So right at the top, I'll create a new use state snippet, and I'll call it form data. set form data equal to the use state call, where it'll be an object of different values. First, let's make sure to import use state from React. And we can also define the type of this state by saying that it'll be a trip form data, and it'll have properties such as country. By default, we can select countries 0, $.name, or just an empty string if we cannot get it. We can also set the travel style to an empty string at the start. We can set the interest to be equal to an empty string at the start. Same thing for the budget, as well as the duration, and the same thing for the group type. All of them will be empty strings at the start. Let's fix this typo right here. And let's make sure that we actually have access to the countries beforehand. So this const countries coming from the loader data should appear above where we're setting the state. There we go. So now we have this form data, and in the map data, we're using the one from the country that we have selected right here in the first place. Alongside the country itself, we can also choose a color in which we'll color that country. So I'll say hash EA382E. I found this color to look pretty good. And then we can also choose the coordinates of that country. So I'll say countries dot find. We want to find that specific country. And if that country's name matches the one from the form, so form data dot country, in that case, we want to take its coordinates or just an empty array in case we cannot find it. And that will form our map data. So now we can take that map data and pass it over as data source is equal to map data. But a very important question is, how are we going to shape that data? So for that reason, Syncfusion has prepared a prop called shape data, which gets the set data for the maps to render. And here I'll say world_map. I've actually provided this for you right here next to the constants. This contains the list of the coordinates of all of the countries in the world. So if you pass it in and reload the page, you'll be able to see the world. You can also change the shape data path to change it by the name of the country, and we can change the shape settings, which will be a color value path of color, and we can also provide a fill color. So I'll say fill will be equal to E5, E5, E5. So now if you save it, you can see that everything will be red. So if we leave it like this, it looks like the entire world has been selected. So we have to say shape data path, and I'll set it over to country. But for the name, we'll actually say shape property path. So now if you go ahead and select a country like United States, you would hope that it'll all light up like a Christmas tree, but that's not really the case. And that's because even though the select fields are here, they're not actually yet storing the values within our state. So what we have to do is we have to implement this handle change function, which right now just takes in the data, but we have to set that data to the state. So I'll say set form data. We will actually modify the entire object by spreading the previous form data in order not to lose any of it. And then the only thing we'll do is we'll dynamically update a key, only the key that we're updating, with the value that we're trying to update it with. So if we do this, you'll notice that now we should be able to change the value of any kind of these fields, and that it'll automatically light up right here. Same thing if we select United States. There we go. It's pretty big, so we can very easily see it on mobile. But of course, where this shines is on desktop, as you can see it much better. As a matter of fact, you can see even such a small country like Croatia, which is right here in Europe, you can barely see it on the world map. So now we have a fully functional map that shows you where you want to travel to. For extra points, maybe you can take in the country you're flying from and then create some kind of a flying animation to point to the countries you're going to. But with that said, let's just head a bit below this map component, which for now I will collapse. And let's create a single self-closing div that'll have a class name of bggray200, hpx, and wfull. And this will simply create one line saying that we're at the end of the form. Below it, if we have any errors, we might want to display them. So what do you say that we create a new use state for the error right here at the top? I'll do it right below the current use state. So where we have the form data, I'll create another use state and I'll call it error, set error at the start equal to null. And I'll also do another use state called loading, set loading at the start equal to false. And I'll also specify that the error can be either of a type string or a type null. So just because it starts with a null doesn't mean that it cannot get any other value. So the way that type inference works with React or Next.js is that if you pass the initial value, the value of that variable will automatically be loaded as the type of that value, like in this case, the Boolean. So for null, it'll by default be just null. But we know that later on we want to switch it to string, which is why you have to manually specify which type you want it to be. Perfect. So now let's head back down. And let's say if there is an error, we will render a new div with a class name of error, and within it, a p tag where we'll render that specific error. Finally, below the error, we can also render the footer of this form component that'll have a class name equal to padding x of 6, wfull, and within it, we can render a button component coming from Syncfusion with a type equal to submit. So we want it to submit the form, and I'll give it a class name of button class, exclamation mark, age of 12, and exclamation mark, AW of full. Also, if we're currently loading, I'll set the state to disabled. That way, the user will not be able to click it multiple times. Finally, within the button, I'll render an image with a source equal to, I'll make it dynamic, pointing to assets, icons, /, but then if we are loading, I'll render the loader.svg, else I will render a magic star.svg. You'll soon see how that looks like. A magic star, I think, has become the official icon or the official visual representation of AI generation. So if I save it, you'll be able to see this button right below, and the image is not really loading. That's because I missed an S right here under icons. So now we can see those sparkles, the stars. You see what I meant, right? And below that image, I'll render a span with a class name equal to p16 semi-bold and text-white. And right within it, I'll check if we're currently loading. And if so, I'll say generating ... else I'll say generate trip. And we can save it. So now we have that final submit button. So this was a super long lesson. We have implemented the front end of the form. But what have we actually done? Well, let's try to summarize everything by console logging all of the values of the form that the user has selected within the handle submit function. Right here, I'll access the event, which will be the form click event. So I'll say react.form event, specifically of a type HTML form element. First things first, we want to prevent the default behavior of the browser by saying event.prevent default. Oftentimes the event is just abbreviated to E, and the default behavior of the browser is to reload the page, which we don't want. Next, we want to start with the loading. So I'll say set loading is true. And then just before we console log those values, we want to make sure that the user has actually filled in all of the necessary fields because we need them to generate the trip. So I'll check if the form data.country or the form data what do we have? Travel style, or the form data dot interest, or the form data dot budget, or the form data dot group type. If any of these don't exist, so if they're empty, in that case, we want to set the error to say, please provide values for all fields. There we go. So now if you try to generate a trip, it'll say, please provide values for all the trips. Oh, looks like we have this huge loading icon right here. Definitely not what we want to have. So we have to change the class name of this image to make it have a size of 5. And actually I want to make it spin. So I'll render it dynamically by rendering a CN property, which will always have a size of 5, but it'll have a class of animate-spin only if loading is turned on. So if I do this, you can now see that it's smaller and it says generating, even though that's not really the case, right? Because we have the error, please provide fields or values for all the fields. So let's head back over to the form, and alongside setting the error that we have, we also want to just set the loading to false, because obviously we're not submitting something went wrong. So I'll set loading to false and simply return out of this function, because there's nothing for us to do here. We're missing the values. So now if I reload the page and click the generate trip button one more time, you'll see that it'll stop loading immediately and it'll say, please provide values for all fields. Now, what else do we need alongside these fields? We also need a duration. So I'll say if form.duration is lower than 1, or if form data.duration is greater than 10, make sure that it says form data here as well. In that case, we'll also render the error loading in the return statement, but the error will say something like duration must be between 1 and 10 days. So I'll save it. And now if I select a duration of 55 days, which is a lot for AI to generate the trip based off of, and when we actually fill in all the other things, you'll notice that it'll actually say that the duration must be in between 1 and 10 days. Perfect. Finally, we should not be able to generate a trip in case our user is not currently logged in. So this functionality is only there for the logged in users. So after this if statement, I'll try to get the user by saying await account coming from AppRight.get, and then if there is no user $$ID, in that case, I will console.error and say user not authenticated. I will set the loading to be false, and I will exit out of the function. Finally, after all of these checks, I'll open up a try and catch block. In the catch, I will just render the error. So console.error is error generating trip, and we'll say what the error is if we have already gotten to this point. I'll also add a finally block. So whatever happens, whether we're successful or not, we want to set the loading to false. And in the try, for now, let's just console log the user so we know which user is trying to create a trip. And let's also console log the form data so we know what kind of trip they're trying to create. So with all of that in mind, let's try to generate a random trip. Trust me, I will just randomly scroll through all of these countries. So I was just about to create the trip, but my app crashed for some reason. So I just reloaded the server. Oh, it looks like we're getting this process fetch failed. Interesting. What is it failing for? Is it maybe for the countries? Well, if I manually head over to this API, this endpoint seems to be working well. So it must be something that we have recently added to the application. Now, looks like we're good again. Well, we'll see whether we can try to replicate that error soon. But with that in mind, I'll try to create a new trip completely randomly, okay? I'll be selecting some of the values here. For example, Virgin Islands, maybe a couple of days, Let's go with a family. I want to see some culture. Let's do museums, and let's do a budget of luxury. Perfect. And I'm not sure whether United States Virgin Islands are so small that we cannot see them, or maybe our map is not working properly. So let me select something else. Let's go with Bahamas. And there we go. It's also barely visible, but I can see it there. So now if I click Generate Trip and go to Inspect and open up the console, check this out. We're getting back the user information as well as the form data, including the budget, country, duration, group type, interest, and travel style. All the information that we need to generate a proper travel advice. So now that we have this proper form, let's actually use that data. In the next lesson, let's use that data to generate the AI trip. Okay, the form is here, but my trip to Bahamas is not yet ready. Why is that? Well, it's because we haven't yet implemented the Gemini AI itinerary generation. So let's do that next. You can head over to aistudio.google.com and consent to sell your soul. Once you do that, you'll see that you can get started with Gemini, but you'll have to sign in to get access to the dashboard. Within the dashboard, you'll be able to create your API key. So just click Create API Key on the top right, and you can search for your Google project. It automatically finds it right here. And you can create it in that existing project. Once it gets generated, copy it, head back over to your application within your .env, and add it as Gemini. I'll call it Gemini API Key, and I'll paste the key that I just got. But Gemini is not the only thing we'll use to generate our trips. You'll want to head over to unsplash.com/developers. Unsplash being the largest image provider in the world that offers stock-free images. So you'll want to register as a developer by filling out this form. Once you verify your account via email, just go ahead to create your application. Let's agree to all of these right here. And I'll say travel agency and create the app. Now it'll let you actually create the app. So if you scroll down, you'll be able to see your key. I'll copy the access key and save it to my app as Unsplash, and I'll call it Unsplash Access Key. Perfect. Now let's actually put these great APIs to use within our codebase. To do that, I'll head over within my terminal and I'll run npm install @google/generative AI and press enter to install it. Then we'll want to head over to routes.ts and we'll add a new route, but this time we'll add an API route. Can you believe that? An API backend route within React.js. No Next.js, just React. That's what's possible with React Router v7. So head over here and create a new route with the path of API create trip, and the file will be routes API create-trip.ts instead of tsx. So if we do this properly and add a comma, that now allows us to create that file. So head over to your file explorer, head over within the app, routes, and within routes, create a new folder called API. And within API, create a new file called create-trip.ts. Within it, we'll deal with the logic of creating this trip. And all of that will be just a regular function. In this case, we can even call it an action. So I'll say export const action is equal to an asynchronous function that gets access to the request, which will be of a type action function args coming from React Router, and then we can define exactly what this action will do. For example, we're going to pass some props to it through the request object, so we can automatically destructure them. This is the data coming from the form. So what do we have coming from the form? we already saw it in that console log. So I'll say const and destructure the country. I'll also get the number of days. Let's also get a travel style, interests, budget, group type, and the user ID. And that'll be equal to await request.json. Let me save this and reload the page. I might also need to reload my terminal. That is one thing that I noticed needs to be done after you add a new route. So if I do this and reload, we should be okay, I believe. But now we're getting cannot read properties of null, reading use context. But after that, we're good. So there's still some things that could be improved with the overall developer experience. But again, being able to use server actions within React, pretty crazy, right? Okay, so now that we have all of this info or the data from the form, how do we actually pass it to AI to generate it or to make something useful out of it? I'll say const GenAI is equal to new Google generative AI, to which we need to pass the key. So I'll say process.env.gemini API key, and you can add an exclamation mark to let it know that we know that that variable will be there from envs. We can do the same thing with the unsplash key by saying const unsplash API key is equal to process.env.unsplash access key, just like this. We can then open up a try and catch block, and in the catch, we can simply console.error saying error generating travel plan, and then we can console log the error that happened. But if everything is going well, then we need to figure out a prompt that we'll use to generate that trip. So say const prompt is equal to a template string. And here you can really go all out. Template strings allow you to split them into multiple lines, so you can be very descriptive. The more descriptive you are, the better it'll be. So we'll need to say something like generate a number of days, day, itinerary for country based on the following info. And then you can pass additional user information, such as the budget can be set to, well, a string of a specific budget. You can repeat the same thing for, what else do we have? Maybe interests. So we can close the interests right here and then pass over the interests. And you can keep repeating that until you pass over all of the information. But typically when you're telling AI what it needs to do, you also need to be very descriptive of the format in which you want to receive that data back. So if you head over into the video kit, you'll see that here I provided the entire create trip prompt. So just go ahead and delete the current one that we started typing, or you know what, type one yourself, and then paste the one that we have right here. You'll notice that this one looks like this. It is exactly the same as we started typing it, but it also covers more different pieces of info, such as interests, travel style, group type, and then I specify how it should return the itinerary and specify the lowest estimated price in a clean, non-markdown format with the following structure. We wanted to have a name, a description, estimated price, duration, budget, travel style, and so on. Specify the best times to visit, share some weather info, the location, the itinerary, and then we specify how the itinerary should look like day by day. The more info you give it, the better the result will be. Finally, we are going to call that AI and pass over the prompt, and that will result in the text result. We can do that by calling await GenAI.getGenerative_model, and here you can choose whatever model you want. In this case, I'll aim for something like, let's do Gemini 2.0 Flash. I think this one is pretty fast, so we should get the results very quickly. And we can also do generate content based on the prompt, like this. So now we're passing that prompt into it. And then we get back the trip data. So const trip is equal to parse markdown to JSON of the text result dot response dot text. This parse markdown to JSON is a function that while I was writing this app for the first time, I asked AI to actually write it, which basically takes in a markdown text and it turns it into, well, JSON, right? The way it works is it simply parses it and then it runs JSON.parse on it. So now that we get this trip, what do you say that we also get the image of that country from the Unsplash API and then merge it with that result of the itinerary? That's what'll make it stand out. So I'll say const image response is equal to await, and we want to make a fetch request to https://api.unsplash.com/search/photos query is equal to, and then we can pass the country, and then we can also pass some interests. So that way it'll match very closely with what we need. Alongside the interests, we can also pass in the travel style, and then we can append the and sign, and then pass the client ID. Client underscore ID is equal to Unsplash API key, because without it, it would not return anything. So now that we have this image response, let's actually get some image URLs. So I'll say const image URLs is equal to, in parentheses, await image response dot JSON. Outside of this parenthesis, we want to say dot results dot slice from 0 to 3 to get the first 3. And then we want to run the dot map on it, where we get each individual result of a type any. And for each one, we want to get back the result dot URLs dot regular, or if it doesn't exist, we can get the null. So once we have that, this will actually give us the images and prepare the URLs so we can save them into the database. Finally, we are ready to create a trip within the database. So I'll say const result is equal to await database dot create document. Make sure to import this database coming over from AppRight, and we can pass in the database ID coming from the AppRight config, as well as AppRight config dot trip collection ID. We need to give it the ID of that specific trip, so it'll be ID dot unique, also coming from AppRight. And let's see, why do I not have access to this create document? Oh no, I have access to it, but it's saying that I need to pass a few more props, such as the last object, which contains the trip detail. Again, I think in the database we call the detail without the S, so make sure that you stay consistent. And what we'll do here is say JSON.stringify, and we'll pass over the entire trip that was generated for us by AI. We are using the stringify because it allows us to save the trip detail object as a string in the database and later on safely restore it by using JSON parse. Alongside the trip details, we can also get the created at, which will be a new date dot to ISO string. So we're getting the current date and time, the image URLs attached to it, as well as the user ID. So once we create this new result in the database, we'll return the data and pass over the ID as result dot $ID. And this data is actually coming from React Router, because we need a way for us to return the data that is the result of this server action. And in this case, I have this error issue. It is just E. Perfect. So the only thing that remains for us to do is to call this API endpoint within our code base that is then calling additional API services from within our form. So we can head back over to create trip.tsx and go right here to where we were console logging the form outputs. So if I now head back over here, we know where we were. Right here, I'll just say const response is equal to await. We're going to use a simple fetch to hit our API create trip endpoint. And I'll also pass some options to it, such as a method of post. Headers equal to content type will be set to application JSON because just we want to pass some JSON over. And finally, and most importantly, we want to pass over the body, which will be stringified. So I'll say JSON.stringify, an object that'll have the country coming from form data dot country, number of days, which is form data dot duration. We'll also get access to the travel style, which is equal to form data dot travel style. Interests equal to form data dot interests. Budget equal to form data dot budget. Group type equal to form data dot group type. And yeah, you definitely could have destructured the form data, so it'll be much easier to get it. That way you wouldn't have to repeat yourself. Here, I believe we stored it without the S, just interest. And then finally, group type. And to it, we can also pass the user ID as user.$ID. And this is making a request to the trip. So this response right here should correlate with what we are returning from the actual server action, which is basically the generated trip. So let's actually extract it. Right after the response, I'll say const result of a type create trip response will be equal to await response.json. And then we can check if result has its own ID, then we can navigate over to that trip's detail page. So right at the top of this component, I will use the use navigate hook. So I'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate, which is coming over from React router. And then right here, I'll navigate over to /trips/result.id. So we want to go to that trip details page. And we can also add an else. So I'll say else, we can simply console.error saying failed to generate a trip. Perfect. So now we have completed the second piece of the puzzle. The first one being the actual Gemini generation and adding Unsplash images and returning that as an output of our own server API endpoint action. And then the second part was actually passing the data to it while calling it from our front end. And then navigating over to the trip details page. So what do you say that we give it a shot? I will open up my browser in its full glory, enter a country. I'm very interested. What will it do for my country? In this case, you can put yours to see what kind of trip does it generate. I'll give it 7 days. For the group type, let's be romantic and do a couple. Travel style will be interesting. Let's do relaxed. Let's do historical sites for interests. And for this person, let's say that budget is not really important. They want to do luxury. Perfect. So let's generate a trip. It'll take some time to actually generate it, as you can see, because AI right now is thinking, it's producing the output, and it's sending it over to our app. Looks like the generation stopped. So either something went right or something went wrong. So if we open up the console, it looks like we got error generating trip with a syntax error of unexpected token U. Unexpected is not a valid JSON. It's good that we console log the error, so it actually comes from error generating trip. So that should help us a bit. You can see that it's not coming right here as the else statement. It's not coming as part of our own API response. Rather, it's failing right here, error generating trip. If I open up my dev terminal, we can see that we got the issue here as well. And it says value is not JSON serializable. And we got another error, this time from our API, saying AppRight exception collection with the requested ID could not be found. Okay, interesting. So now it's pretty clear where the issue is. It is back within our server action where we're trying to generate a trip. That is right here. So I'm pointing over to AppRight config. It's saying that collection with the requested ID could not be found. So obviously this is the issue. AppRight config, trip collection ID. Let's see, trip collection ID, importing it from Vite AppRight trips collection ID. And if I head over to my ENVs, right here, I'm saying AppRight trips collection ID. So this is looking good to me. So it might be best to cross-verify over on AppRight dashboard by heading over to databases and then trips collection. I'll recopy this ID and then back in our application, I'll paste it here. Oh, looks like I missed a number right there. So it's actually highly likely that it worked for you on the first try, but while I was messing with my ENVs, well, looks like I deleted a number accidentally. So if I head back over to my application and click generate trip one more time, let's see what happens now. It is generating and it looks like it stopped one more time. If it didn't stop, we would be redirected to another page. So if I open up the console, looks like it's pointing to the same issue, is it? Maybe I have to reload the terminal. Now that I reloaded it, it might work. Who knows? Third time's the charm. Okay, the third time didn't work. It's not the charm. So it looks like this time we got a different error saying that our document structure is invalid, missing field trip details. So it looks like I did actually rename it to details and not detail. So if I go right here and change this over to trip details, we can cross-verify that right here. Yep, it's trip details. For you, it might be detail. You'll need to check out with your own database. So let me give it a go. Maybe it worked for you on the first try and you're just seeing me fail. How does that make you feel? Okay, there we go. I didn't think I would be so happy to see a 404 page, but I am. The fact that we're seeing this 404 page means that we came all the way to the end of our process. Because if everything goes right and if the new record has been created in the database, only then will it redirect us to that trip details page. And even though we cannot see the whole thing right away, at least we cannot see it in this beautiful layout, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If you head over to AppRight, go to the trips database and check out documents, you'll see that one of our users has created their first trip. So if you want to check it out, you can just head over to data and check this out. We have 3 separate image URLs matching what our user searched for. Yep, you can actually see those images already by simply navigating over to this URL and you'll see some of the nice photos. These are looking good. And we also have the created ad field, the payment link, which we'll add later, the user ID that created it, and most importantly, the trip details generated by AI. So here you can see that it actually gave a name to a trip, luxury, creation, history, and romance, a couple's escape. And it gave us a lot of information that we might want to use to nicely display right within our application, which is exactly what we'll do in the next lesson. But first, I'll go ahead and commit the changes we have right now. I think I might have forgot to do it in the last lesson, but that's fine. We'll do it right now. I'll say git add dot git commit -m, and I'll call it generate trip using AI, and I'll push it. So in the next lesson, let's focus on generating this beautiful trip details page so we can finally see what our app actually does now that we have spent a lot of time making it happen. Great work. We're past the most complex parts of the app. So if you reach this point, leave a comment down below and let me know, hey Adrian, I passed the AI trip generation and now I'm ready to dive into the trip details. See you there. Or if you maybe want to do a bit of Next.js, you can check out the Ultimate Next.js course. Or just become a JSM Pro member to get it all, alongside real interview feedback, and even the access to building the public version of this website. All of that is available on JS Mastery Pro, so check it out, and I'll see you there. Have a wonderful day.